Chapter 457 Target of Criticism. Dongfang Huaji frowned and said, "Is there such a thing? Which sect are you referring to?" Murong Tian pointed to the position of the super sect and shouted, "This sect is the super sect." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their attention to the super sect seat, countless gazes locking onto Lin Xiaofan. Those who had heard the rumors looked gleeful, while those who were unaware sensed something unusual, perking up their ears and widening their eyes, waiting for the show to begin. The atmosphere at the conference site instantly became tense. "Lin Xiaofan, what's going on? Is what Murong Tian said true?" Dongfang Huaji seemed to be hearing this for the first time, his face full of confusion. Lin Xiaofan slowly stood up and said, "Murong Tian, who are you standing up for? Is it Xuantian Mansion?" Murong Tian sneered, "Lin Xiaofan, I'm not standing up for anyone. I'm just standing from the perspective of the Songlong domain, not wanting you, an outsider, to take advantage." Lin Xiaofan replied, "You say I'm an outsider. What evidence do you have? If you're just talking nonsense, I might just kill you." Murong Tian was taken aback and instinctively took a step back. The saying "the shadow of a famous tree" applied here. Lin Xiaofan was notorious and intimidating, making Murong Tian a bit scared. Chapter 458 Sword Qi Downpour. Deter all the 9-star realm? Is that the realm that is about to intersect with the greedy wolf star realm? Right now, the distance between the two realms is still quite far. How did Lin Xiaofan bring so many people from the super sect over? This doesn't make sense. I heard that the 9-star realm is very weak and has long been wiped out, with not even a chaos realm left. Yet the super sect is so strong. Don't you find that strange? Could it be that the 9-star realm has risen again? This is suspicious. It's definitely a big conspiracy. I also think it's a conspiracy. Could it be that the 9-star realm knows we are about to invade them, so they're acting first to invade us? Exactly. We can't let him off. Kill him. Kill Lin Xiaofan. Once the crowd learned that Lin Xiaofan was from the 9-star realm, they became agitated, filled with murderous intent. "Kill me?" Lin Xiaofan grinned, raised a hand, and a beam of sword light shot into the sky, exploding into countless sword qi that rained down like a torrential downpour, slashing down toward the crowd below. "Lin Xiaofan, you dare!" Lan Ji's face changed dramatically. There were no Chaos Realm experts below. They couldn't withstand Lin Xiaofan's attack. He couldn't even imagine how devastating it would be when the sword qi fell. Chapter 459. This woman has the charisma of a hero. Dongfang Huaji shot a cold glance at Lan Ji and lightly snorted. Lan Ji was sweating. He knew his earlier words had angered Dongfang Huaji and immediately fell silent, retreating to the side. Dongfang Huaji said indifferently, "Lin Xiaofan, what are you people from the 9-star realm doing in the greedy wolf star realm?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "Of course, I'm here to explore and broaden my horizons. The world is so vast. Who wouldn't want to travel and see more?" Liao Hongshang suddenly interjected, "Nonsense. You clearly have ulterior motives and want to invade the greedy wolf star." Lin Xiaofan said, "Liao Hongshang, you're overthinking it. The greedy wolf star has experts everywhere. Not to mention there are powerful beings in the upper 3 realms. Even the Songlong domain might have hidden Chaos Realm experts. We only have 4 Chaos Realm experts in the super sect. Do you think we are so foolish as to come here to die?" Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to find it reasonable. The super sect indeed only had 4 Chaos Realm experts, which is decent in the Songlong domain, but not the top tier, let alone invading the greedy wolf star. If the super sect dared to enter any domain in the upper 3 realms, they would probably not even stir up a wave. As the crowd realized this, their sense of crisis diminished considerably, and they were no longer so hostile towards Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 461 Hit to Kill. The anger of the ruler. This is the Taishang sect. I dare not overstep. Everything is decided by the sect master of Dongfang. Why need to step in? I naturally won't back down. Liao Hongshang had a serious expression. She knew she was no match for Lin Xiaofan, and, like Lan Ji, directly pushed it on at Dongfang Huaji. Lin Xiaofan laughed and said, "Liao Hongshang, you're thinking quite well, letting someone else bear the brunt while you sit back and reap the benefits." Impressive. Liao Hongshang's expression changed slightly. "Lin Xiaofan, don't think you can sow discord. This little trick should be put away. The sect master of Dongfang has his own decisions." Dongfang Huaji was once again pushed to the forefront, and displeasure immediately appeared on his face. Being blamed continuously would not make anyone happy. The key was that he was the host of the sect conference and the deputy sect master of the Taishang sect. He couldn't refuse this matter. However, His identity and strength meant he usually preferred to take the initiative. He could deal with Lin Xiaofan, but it had to be on his own terms. Being pushed into a corner like this made him very unhappy. Thus, Dongfang Huaji maintained a stern face and said nothing. Lin Xiaofan remarked, "You speak so eloquently. Yet it all just leads to an opening, leaving others to finish it, watching others fight to the death while you sit back and gain. Impressive. Truly impressive." Chapter 461. You can't. Let's both go. Battle barrier? Lin Xiaofan looked around, but didn't see Dongfang Huaji. He was the only one trapped within the 100-mile barrier. This reminded him of when Jiujuan used the void barrier against him in the original realm. It seemed somewhat similar to the scene before him. However, he knew Dongfang Huaji didn't really want to trap him. He just didn't want the aftermath of the battle to affect the Taishang sect. After all, this was the Taishang sect's territory, and if the battle shattered the heavens and earth, the Taishang sect would suffer heavy losses. So Dongfang Huaji created this battle barrier and pulled him into the air, but Lin Xiaofan didn't want to make it easy for Dongfang Huaji. What the enemy didn't want, he wanted to do. Dongfang Huaji wanted to fight, right? Then he would break the barrier and cause chaos in the Taishang sect's domain. Father, Emir Lin Xiaofan, do you really need to take action personally? Let me defeat him. Just as Lin Xiaofan was about to act, Dongfang Bubi's figure suddenly appeared outside the battle barrier, darting towards him like a streak of light. Quick! And it quickly. Dongfang Huaji's voice rang out again, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. It seemed he didn't want to bully the weak and was hiding in the shadows to observe. Chapter 462. 10,000 miles of pursuit, threatening the Imperial City buzz. The barrier shook violently, emitting a deafening buzzing sound. A dazzling rainbow shot from afar, directly descending into the barrier, and Dongfang Huaji's figure slowly emerged. He picked up the unconscious Dongfang Bubi floating in the air, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xiaofan, his eyes extremely cold. Oomph. Dongfang Huaji snorted coldly and flashed to the edge of the barrier, pressing a palm against it. Instantly, boundless light flashed on the surface of the barrier, stopping the shaking, and it became unbreakable once more. The light curtain that Long Tai Su was violently crashing against also instantly stilled, quickly retracting, bouncing Long Tai Su back. Lin Xiaofan, wait for me. I will never let you go. Long Tai Su glared fiercely at Lin Xiaofan. With a loud bang, he self-destructed his left arm, and golden blood spurted out, splattering on the barrier and making a sizzling sound, directly corroding a large hole. What? How is this possible? Dongfang Huaji's face darkened as he quickly flew towards Long Tai Su. Long Tai Su, don't even think about escaping. Lin Xiaofan used void great teleportation. Faster than Dongfang Huaji, but still arrived too late. Long Tai Su had already slipped out of the barrier and vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 463. Cloud Dragon covers the sky, merging into the formation. What is that? Lin Xiaofan looked at the purple light shooting up into the sky, feeling a sense of pressure and became secretly vigilant. Long Tai Su did not answer. He was also staring at the purple light, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Bang! The purple light reached hundreds of meters high and suddenly exploded, splitting into 9, scattering towards the 9 directions of the Imperial City. At that moment, the sky gathered clouds, and a faint dragon's roar could be heard, rising from low to high, soaring upwards, and finally echoing through the heavens and the earth. The entire Imperial City was in an uproar. Countless figures climbed onto rooftops and flew into the air, looking at the 9 purple lights with shocked expressions. This is the Cloud Dragon covers the sky formation. What's going on? Why activate the supreme formation of the dynasty? Could it be that a peerless powerhouse is coming? The Imperial City was in chaos, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Cloud Dragon covers the sky formation. Lin Xiaofan focused on one of the purple lights and vaguely saw a 9-clawed purple dragon's phantom roaring ferociously within. The 9 purple lights represented 9 9-clawed purple dragons. This is the Cloud Dragon covers the sky formation. Suddenly, a high-pitched dragon's roar sounded, and the 9 dragons returned to their positions, circling above the Imperial City. Wherever they passed, purple energy surged, blocking out the sun, forming a massive formation diagram that covered the entire Imperial City. Chapter 464. The Human Emperor goes to battle. 9 dragons protect the body. Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened as he looked at the cloud dragon formation in the sky. He had successfully angered Long Xiaotian, but had not been able to lure him out. This human emperor really could endure, even unwilling to take risks himself. Instead, letting Long Tai Su take action. Above the formation, the 9 dragons rotated, threatening the heavens and the earth, yet there was no movement. Lin Xiaofan waited for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. You can't even command your own prince properly. What kind of human emperor are you? Long Xiaotian frowned and shouted again, Long Tai Su, what are you doing? How dare you disobey my command? The cloud dragon covers the sky formation still did not respond. Long Xiaotian realized something was wrong, and his face gradually darkened as he stared at the formation above, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. What is this situation? The emperor and the prince are at odds? Lin Xiaofan laughed heartily. Long Xiaotian, stop shouting. Why not come out and fight me? As long as you can defeat me, the human emperor's sword will be returned to you. Since you're eager to seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. Long Xiaotian's body radiated golden light, and killing intent spread, directly aimed at Lin Xiaofan. The Golden Dragon King was shocked. Your Majesty is the body of 10,000 gold. How can you easily take action? Long Xiaotian looked at the Golden Dragon King, expressionless, and said, Then you go suppress Lin Xiaofan? Chapter 465. Beating the human emperor, is that so? Lin Xiaofan turned to look at the imperial city. The cloud dragon covers the sky, formation vibrated, and he could clearly sense a thread of mysterious energy permeating the void, connecting to the 9-clawed dragon phantom on Long Xiaotian. Are you saying that as long as this formation is broken, you will be finished? Long Xiaotian snorted coldly. You speak arrogantly. The Tianlong dynasty has a legacy of 3,000 years. The cloud dragon covers the sky formation has never been broken before. If you have the ability, you can certainly try. Lin Xiaofan was somewhat tempted, but then thought if he could break the formation, he could also shatter the 9 dragons protectively. So why go through all that trouble? Just beat Long Xiaotian directly. I think it's more satisfying to smash you. Lin Xiaofan teleported over, delivering a punch that sent Long Xiaotian flying into the sky. I told you it's useless. You can't hurt me. Long Xiaotian laughed heartily, letting his body be thrown into the air, completely unconcerned. After exchanging hundreds of punches earlier, he had already realized that with his strength, he could not break Lin Xiaofan's physical defense. So he now completely gave up on offense and focused entirely on defense. The 9-clawed dragon phantom rotated around him. With each rotation, it negated a portion of power, ultimately wearing down all of Lin Xiaofan's punch strength. Let us see how long you can hold out. Chapter 466. The Human Emperor Falls. Purple energy slaughters the city at this moment. Outside Cloud Dragon City, smoke and dust rolled, and as far as the eye could see, it was flat. Except for the Imperial City, everything elevated from the ground had completely disappeared. Mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes were all gone. The ground was torn apart with huge cracks crisscrossing, and magma erupted, with scorching heat waves rushing into the sky. Looking around, the earth was shattered, leaving a scarlet expanse for miles. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Your Majesty, someone exclaimed, trembling, pointing 10 miles away at the Imperial City. Everyone followed the sound and saw a huge funnel-shaped pit appear, with blazing red magma surging and rolling inside, occasionally erupting with fire columns that burst into air like fireworks, lighting up half the sky. Such a rare spectacle was magnificent, but at this moment, no one appreciated it. That molten pit was where the human emperor fell. What happened to the human emperor? Why is there no trace of him? Where did Lin Xiaofan go? As everyone was filled with doubts, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from within the pit, followed by the magma exploding. And 9 purple dragon phantoms soared into the sky, swiftly flying towards the Imperial City, merging into the cloud dragon covers the sky formation. The 9 dragons' defense has been broken. Chapter 467. Bloodbath Rebirth. The Emperor's scheme with the frenzied slaughter of purple energy. The screams within the Imperial City gradually decreased, eventually falling completely silent. Countless blood-red lights spiraled in the sky above the Imperial City, but below, there was not a single sound. The entire Cloud Dragon City was left in ruins, with corpses scattered everywhere, completely transformed into a dead city. The blood-red lights swirling in the sky were the countless purple energies that had absorbed the blood of countless people, turning bright red like blood. Under the formation, above the imperial city, bloodlight surged back and forth, seemingly searching for life. And the bloody aura spread throughout the heavens and the earth, dyeing the sky a shocking blood-red color. Lin Xiaofan had seen many bloody scenes. He didn't know how many people had died at his hands, but at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Cloud Dragon Imperial City had at least several million people, but now they had all turned into corpses. This Emperor Zhu is too ruthless. The key is that these people are all citizens of the Tianlong dynasty. Why would Emperor Zhu do this? Emperor, why like this? These are all citizens of the dynasty. On the ruins of the Imperial City, only the Golden Dragon King remained alive, his tiger eyes filled with sorrow, heartbroken, unable to help but roar to the sky. The citizens of the dynasty, sacrificing for the dynasty, though dead, are still honored. Chapter 468. Stop. Don't steal kills. The Golden Dragon King looked at the Emperor of Supreme Extremity, who was laughing madly, and suddenly thought of something that made his heart tremble. Your Majesty, not long ago, you captured 100,000 young boys and girls into the palace. Could it be? The Emperor of Supreme Extremity paused his laughter, turned around suddenly, and said with a chilling, killing intent, Golden Dragon King, what do you want to know? The Golden Dragon King sensed a crisis. His pupils constricted, and he retreated quickly. But before he could escape far, he was horrified to find the surrounding space had solidified, and he could not move. You failed to protect your master, leading to the fall of the human emperor. This sin is unforgivable. The Emperor of Supreme Extremity had a blank expression as he pointed a finger, and bloodlight shot out, directly striking at the Golden Dragon King's brow. No! The Golden Dragon King cried out in terror, his soul nearly flying away. His eyes filled with despair. He had served the dynasty for hundreds of years, always loyal, having made countless contributions. If he were to die at the hands of an enemy, that would be one thing. But now he was to die at the hands of the Emperor of Supreme Extremity. How could he accept this? In that moment, the Golden Dragon King felt both fear and anger, but was powerless to resist, and could only close his eyes and await death. Stop! Don't take heads. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand and slashed with a sword light, and countless sword energies roared, shredding that blood light into pieces. Chapter 469. Stop? That is impossible. You bastard. The Emperor of Supreme Extremity roared in anger, as the flesh and blood at his exploded fingers squirmed, and 5 new fingers grew back. Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, Impressive. Lin Xiaofan, this emperor will crush you to ashes. The Emperor of Supreme Extremity glared with wide eyes, a strange flush appearing on his face, and his features visibly aged. Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred. Could it be that this 3,000-year-old monster consumes lifespan when using power? Buzz! The Emperor of Supreme Extremity suddenly charged forward, his powerful body shaking the void, bloodlight surging around him. As he sped forward, a long wave of blood-red energy trailed behind him, crashing towards Lin Xiaofan. The Heavenly Dragon royal family specializes in body cultivation. Their combat style is brutal and savage, lacking any fancy moves, usually relying on hard hits and close combat to determine the outcome. Come on, Lin Xiaofan shouted, his whole body radiating golden light. Remaining motionless like a mountain as he faced the rapidly approaching blood-red wave, and without any fancy moves, he threw a punch. He also enjoyed the exhilarating feeling of hitting flesh and bone. He had never feared anyone in a contest of physical strength. Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 470. Heavenly Dragon Overlord Body. The Heavenly Dragon Overlord Body. Lin Xiaofan felt an unusual aura, and his heart skipped a beat as he fixed his gaze on the Emperor of Supreme Extremity. Roar! The Emperor of Supreme Extremity suddenly raised his head and let out a beastly roar, his body suddenly expanding, his clothes tearing apart, revealing a muscular body as tough as steel, with bulging muscles filled with immense power. Lin Xiaofan clicked his tongue and commented, Your physique is quite good. No wonder you're a body refining expert. This muscle is truly pleasing to the eye. The Emperor of Supreme Extremity ignored Lin Xiaofan's mockery, howling in pain, his face becoming twisted and ferocious. He quickly grew patches of purple scales on his body, the muscles of his waist and abdomen writhing, extending sharp claws, and his legs bizarrely fused together, turning into a sharp tail covered in scales. Is he transforming? Beastification? Lin Xiaofan watched in astonishment. Roar! The Emperor of Supreme Extremity let out another beastly roar, his eyes suddenly turning blood red, two large bumps appearing on his head, and with a bang, his scalp burst open, revealing two dragon horns. At the same time, the Emperor of Supreme Extremity's face underwent a tremendous change, his mouth splitting open and elongating, revealing glistening sharp teeth and dragon whiskers breaking through his skin at his neck. Chapter 471, Self-Destruction? That's impossible. Surrender? Not accepted. I keep my word. If I say I will kill you, then you must die. Lin Xiaofan rode on a nine-clawed purple dragon, one hand grasping a horn, the other hand striking wildly, shaking the void with each punch, causing the dragon's head to crash to the ground with loud bangs, dragon blood splattering. Lin Xiaofan, leave some room for survival, so we can meet again in the future. You're about to die. What future is there? As long as you spare me, from now on, you will be a co-emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, standing side by side with me. How about that? I don't care. I just want to kill you. Don't go too far. You must know to spare those who deserve it. Doing things to the extreme will surely bring retribution. Spare those who deserve it? You're not human, but a beast. Why should I spare you? You. The Emperor of Supreme Extremity roared in anger, the massive dragon head trying to lift, but was firmly pressed down by Lin Xiaofan, rubbing it against the ground, with blood quickly dyeing the earth red. Bang! 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 Lin Xiaofan took advantage of his position and relentlessly punched, the dragon's head being beaten to a pulp, as it continued to sink deeper into the ground amidst the rolling dirt and stones. The 1,000-zhong-long dragon body thrashed violently, slamming up and down against the ground, creating a thunderous sound, shaking stones and cracking the earth, causing the sky to collapse and the ground to sink. Chapter 472, Master of the Eastern Sect. I will take my leave. First, the great hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone instinctively turned to look at the Supreme Teach disciple, their eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. This Supreme Teach disciple was so flustered. Something major must have happened. Dongfang Huaji frowned and said unhappily, "Which lineage are you from? What is with your panic?" The disciple, trembling all over, hurriedly said, "I am Su Yunfeng, from the Jing Tianfeng lineage. I just received some shocking news and was too stunned, so I lost my composure. Please forgive me, Deputy Sect Master." Dongfang Huaji said solemnly, "What news?" The crowd in the hall became even more curious, all eyes fixed on Su Yunfeng. Under the scrutiny of so many people, Su Yunfeng became a bit nervous, swallowed hard, and spoke in a dry voice. "The Heavenly Dragon Dynasty has been destroyed." As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell silent. "What did you say? Say it again." Dongfang Huaji thought he heard wrong, his gaze piercing like a sword, directly stabbing into Su Yunfeng's eyes. Su Yunfeng immediately felt immense pressure, nearly collapsing to the ground, and he trembled as he said, "Just a little while ago, Lin Xiaofan, with his own strength, forcefully suppressed Yunlong City and destroyed the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty." Chapter 473, Dual Souls Coexisting. Yin-Yang Body, as the major sects discussed how to deal with the super sect, a dozen disciples from the Ji family carried a golden palanquin, quietly leaving the Supreme Teach, hurrying towards Frostfall City. Ji Xingyan lay unconscious inside the palanquin, sometimes gritting his teeth, sometimes furrowing his brows, occasionally mumbling in a trance, as if lost in a dream. Several hours later, halfway through their journey, Ji Xingyan suddenly screamed like a woman, jolting upright. Ji Xingyun's eyes widened, his face flustered. He looked at his hands, feeling around his body, behaving oddly, his expression mysterious. "Young master, you're awake." A Ji family disciple lifted the palanquin curtain, peeking in, and upon seeing Ji Xingyun sitting upright in the palanquin, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Where is this? How'd I end up here?" Ji Xingyun was a bit confused, and strangely, his breath was fragrant like orchids, each word crisp and clear, resembling heavenly music, and it turned out to be a pleasant female voice. "Who are you?" The expression on the face of the Ji family disciple changed drastically, as if he had thought of something, and he exclaimed in terror, "You are Liao Hongshang. You are not dead. What have you done to the young master?" Boom! Ji Xingyun's aura exploded. A wave of energy swept out from his body, and the golden sedan chair was instantly shattered into dust. Chapter 474. The Decision of the Alchemy Sect. Liao Nishang chuckled. Why are you so angry? Even if your body has shortcomings, what does it matter? The path of martial arts is about gains and losses. When you stand at the peak of creation and look down on all beings, you will understand that everything else is illusory. Only strength is eternal. Ji Xingyun snorted coldly. You make it sound like you are at the creation realm. Liao Nishang replied. Although I am not at the creation realm, I have heard that those in the creation realm possess the power of creation and rebirth. If you reach that level, you might be able to make that thing grow back. Really? I'm just guessing. Ji Xingyun's heart stirred. But how could it be so easy to break through to the creation realm? He was only at the heavenly sovereign realm now, a long way off. Liao Nishang said, Don't be discouraged. I can feel that this body is about to break through to the chaos realm. I have absorbed Liao Hongshang's insights into the chaos realm, and now I am considered to have entered chaos for the second time. When the time comes to break through, just give me control of the body, and it will definitely be a success. Moreover, I have a premonition that a body of both extreme yin and extreme yang is not trivial. Once it breaks through, it is very likely to break through several realms in a row, reaching the Chaos Celestial Sovereign Realm, or even the Chaos Great Saint Realm. Chapter 475. Breaking through the Dominance Realm. Have you heard? The sect master single-handedly destroyed the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. That's too strong, right? Isn't that normal? When has the sect master not been strong? The Heavenly Dragon Dynasty is known as the second in the Songlong domain, yet was easily destroyed by the sect master. What does that represent? It means our super sect is now the second largest force. Don't say that. The sect master is invincible. The super sect is forever number one. Well said. I heard that at this sect conference, the deputy leader of the Taishang sect, Dongfang Huaji, had an unpleasant quarrel with our sect master. Just wait and see. This number one sect in the Songlong domain will probably be finished soon. The super sect was in an uproar, and the morale of the disciples soared. Not only that, in the following days, Lin Xiaofan defeated Dongfang Bubi and Long Taishu, and went alone to Yunlong City, forcefully killing the Golden Dragon King, the Emperor of Humanity Long Xiaotian, and the Emperor of the Extreme, ultimately annihilating the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. This shocking news swept through the entire Songlong domain like a hurricane. Lin Xiaofan's name once again shook the world. System. Increase cultivation. Inside the sect master's cave, after sending off Li Yunfeng, Lin Xiaofan planned to refine the holy weapon. The Emperor's Sword. Chapter 476. Qin Jiangxi's big move. The blood demon ancestor smiled and said, Sect Master, I will definitely cooperate fully with Xuanzi. After the matter is accomplished, will there be a reward? Lin Xiaofan replied unkindly, You're already thinking about rewards before the task is done. Let's talk about it after the sect formation is completed. Tell Xuanzi that the production of the teleportation talismans cannot be neglected. The blood demon ancestor said seriously, Understood. Just rest assured. I will supervise him well, and let him have a chance to slack off. Lin Xiaofan said, Forget it. I don't want to talk to you anymore. What are you still doing here? Go do what you need to do. The blood demon ancestor said, Sect Master, I have something else to tell you. Speak. I want to participate in the Qinquan Secret Realm event. Lin Xiaofan was surprised. How can you have such an idea? Don't forget, you are already a 1,000-year-old monster, severely overage, and cannot enter the Qinquan Secret Realm. How can you participate? The blood demon ancestor said. That's why I came to ask the sect master if there is any way to make my bone age younger. Lin Xiaofan said, Of course there is a way. The blood demon ancestor was overjoyed. Really? That's great. I knew the sect master could do anything. You must have a way. Lin Xiaofan said. You can find a young body and then seize it. Chapter 477. Sorry, I refuse. Qin Jiangxi said, How is that possible? This is what I have accumulated over hundreds of years of alchemy, hidden in a secluded place for emergencies. Recently, I failed to break through to the chaos realm for the third time, and I have a vague feeling that this is my limit. It's hard to progress further. I really can't accept stopping here. So, I plan to take out my life savings and seek to purchase an 11-grade experience pill, making a final gamble to see if I can turn my fate around. As he spoke, Qin Jiangxi's eyes reddened, and he exuded a sense of defeat. No wonder he looked so haggard. It turned out he failed to break through for the third time. How tragic. Qin Jiangxi, I must say, you made an incredibly correct decision. Take back what you just said. You don't need to gamble on anything. I guarantee you can break through to the Chaos Realm. Lin Xiaofan opened his hand, and a purple pill flew out from his palm, slowly drifting towards Qin Jiangzi. The 11th-grade experience pill requires 10 million experience points to consume, while 10 million Xian crystal stones is equivalent to about 300 million experience points. This time, it was a big profit. Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed. The more he looked at Qin Jiangzi, the more pleasing he found him, and he wondered if Qin Jiangzi had any other assets. Chapter 478, Mirror Lake. The portal to the secret realm. The disciples of the Super Sect and the Alchemy Sect safely arrived at the Taishang Sect, each residing in the small courtyards they had occupied during the sect conference. The Taishang Sect did not neglect the Super Sect because of the previous conflict, which surprised Lin Xiaofan. After staying for 2 days, the representatives of the major sects and noble families finally gathered. The entrance to the Qinquan secret realm was located in the central area of the Taishang Sect, where there was a circular lake with a diameter of 100 zhang, called Mirror Lake, and the roots of the World Tree were hidden within it. On this day, representatives from various sects and families gathered at Mirror Lake. The Super Sect was among them, but the other sects were not very friendly and kept their distance from Lin Xiaofan. Thus, within a 10 zhang radius of the Super Sect, there were no other people except for the disciples of the Alchemy Sect. They were isolated. However, Lin Xiaofan did not care. His attention was focused on Mirror Lake. The lake before him was very peculiar. It was not water, but rather condensed and substantial heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, looking just like a giant mirror. It is likely that the name Mirror Lake comes from this. Looking out, the surface of Mirror Lake rippled, and wisps of vapor rose up, blending into the surrounding void, evenly dispersing in all directions. That was the vaporized heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Chapter 479, Qualification Dispute. Turmoil reignited all major sects and families. Please send a representative to come forward and pay uniformly. One person, 10,000. Don't think about getting away with it. I have already investigated how many people from each force have obtained qualifications for the secret realm. I will say it up front. If any sect dares to break the rules and try to deceive, then their qualifications for the secret realm will be directly cancelled. The voice of Dongfang Bubi resonated throughout the venue. He showed no signs of timidity in front of so many people, speaking with an imposing and confident demeanor, reminiscent of Dongfang Huaji's style. The crowd began to buzz with discussion. Although they already knew they had to contribute Xianjing stones, some people still felt dissatisfied. Dongfang Bubi noticed the signs and spoke loudly. The Taishang sect is not just interested in those Xianjing stones. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a limit on the number of spots. So don't have any ideas. The Mirror Lake is a crucial place that requires the Chaos Realm to guard it in turns. The Xianjing stones collected later will all be given to the several powerful individuals who have silently guarded this place for the past 100 years. They have kept watch for a century, and the portal to the secret realm can open normally all thanks to their silent contributions. Each of you only needs to contribute 10,000 Xianjing stones. Is that too much? Not at all. Chapter 480. Double entrance fee? That's impossible. What? The blood demon ancestor was about to explode with rage, but when Dongfang Bubi shot him a glare, he immediately staggered back several steps, his face turning pale. Sect Master. He said the Super Sect is not qualified to participate. The blood demon ancestor feared the strong and quickly retreated back to the Super Sect camp, hiding behind Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan looked at Dongfang Bubi and calmly said, "Do you want to be beaten? Wasn't the last time I beat you enough?" Dongfang Bubi's anger surged, and his face flushed red as he snapped, "Lin Xiaofan, we're discussing the qualification issue for the Super Sect. Don't change the subject." Lin Xiaofan replied, "Is it up to you to decide whether the Super Sect is qualified?" Dongfang Bubi coldly snorted. The entrance to the Qianquan secret realm is in the Taishang sect, and everything is decided by the Taishang sect. Lin Xiaofan countered, "That's just your assumption. I'll say this here. The disciples of the Super Sect will definitely enter the Qianquan secret realm today, and I want to see who dares to stop them." Dongfang Bubi sternly said, "Lin Xiaofan, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that after destroying the Tianlong dynasty, no one in the Songlong domain can control you? This is the Taishang sect, not a place where you can run wild." Chapter 481. No Xianjing stones, no entry to the secret realm. Dongfang Bubi exclaimed angrily, "Lin Xiaofan, don't push your luck. We have already made concessions. If you disagree, then don't think about entering the Qianquan secret realm." Lin Xiaofan declared. You don't have the final say. When the portal to the secret realm opens later, I will bring the disciples of the super sect in. Whoever dares to stop us, I will kill. Dongfang Bubi gasped. He had seen arrogance before, but never such blatant arrogance. This was the Taishang sect, the #1 sect in the Songlong domain. Did this kid have no sense of awe? Dongfang Bubi was a prodigy, born at the peak, backed by the Taishang sect, and had such a powerful father. Wherever he went before, he was met with flattering smiles. When had he ever faced such humiliation? But what could he do when he couldn't fight back? It was infuriating. Filled with pent-up anger, Dongfang Bubi could only look at Dongfang Huaji. Since he lacked strength, he would have to rely on his father. Unfortunately, his father was also not capable. Dongfang Huaji coldly stared at Lin Xiaofan for a long time, then suddenly turned his head away, found a spacious spot, slowly sat down, and closed his eyes to meditate again. Everyone exchanged glances. Although Dongfang Huaji did not speak, his actions indicated that he no longer wanted to get involved. Chapter 482. The World Tree Reveals Itself. 9 Domains Projection. Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. Dongfang Bubi, don't point at me, or I will think you are provoking me. I already said, if the super sect does not contribute Xianjing stones, we will still enter the Qiankuan secret realm. Whoever dares to stop us, I will kill. This was no joke. You better put your hand down. Dongfang Bubi was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his hand, his face changing colors between green and white. He felt countless gazes on him, as if they were all mocking and ridiculing him, making his face burn with shame. I must become stronger. I must become stronger. One day, I, Dongfang Bubi, will stand proudly at the top of the world. Lin Xiaofan, wait for me. I will definitely beat you into a pig's head. Dongfang Bubi shouted wildly in his heart, his forehead throbbing with veins. He looked again at Dongfang Huaji, but the latter showed no reaction. He knew he could do nothing to Lin Xiaofan today. Just as Dongfang Bubi was thinking of finding a way out, the mirror lake suddenly shook violently. Everyone was startled and turned to look at the center of the mirror lake. Buzz! Suddenly, a blue light pillar shot out from the swirling vortex, piercing the clouds like a sword, seemingly trying to break through the heavens. In an instant, the space shook and the world rumbled. Chapter 483. Confrontation Across Space. Needle pointing at wheat spike, Chun Jing sneered. That can only represent the past and doesn't prove anything. Our Tianling domain has produced countless geniuses in the past 100 years, far surpassing the Xianlang domain. This time at the Qiankuan Secret Realm event, the Tianling domain will surely lead the way. Yin Batian laughed heartily. Chun Jing, I only agree with half of what you said. The Xianlang domain was indeed once powerful, but now it is far from it. However, the Tianling domain isn't that impressive either. For the past 10,000 years, it has always been at the bottom among the top 3 domains. In this contest of the 9 domains at the Qiankuan Secret Realm, only my Demon Wolf domain will stand supreme. You little pups from the Xianlang domain and Tianlang domain will soon feel the terror of the Demon Wolf domain. Are you scared? Tremble. Chun Jing sneered, arrogant. Lu Wushuang also disdainfully said, ignorant. The 3 were at odds, their words fierce, successfully stirring up a dispute among the 3 major upper domains. The strongest geniuses of the 3 domains in the greedy wolf star were tearing each other down and hurling insults at one another, with more and more participants joining in, turning into a chaotic scene. As for the middle 3 domains and lower 3 domains, they were completely ignored. In the eyes of those geniuses from the upper 3 domains, they were only each other as competitors, while the other 6 domains were merely there to watch. Chapter 484. The True Strength of the Demon Wolf Domain. Lin Xiaofan said, You unfilial son, do you still want to kill your father? Truly outrageous. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Yin Beishan's face turned terrifyingly dark. But he knew he couldn't deal with Lin Xiaofan for now. He could only suppress his anger forcefully, his eyes filled with killing intent as he said, Kid, you can take advantage of your words now, but once we enter the secret realm, I will make it so you have a hard time living. That friend from the Songlong domain, you don't have to fear him. Zhu Weiyou looked at Lin Xiaofan with a friendly smile, expressing goodwill. If you're chased by this guy in the secret realm, feel free to come to us. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can definitely ensure your safety. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. Are the people from the Black Wolf domain this arrogant? Do they really have such capabilities? Zhu Weiyou said, the geniuses of the upper domains aren't that impressive. Aren't they just Chaos Realm prodigies? We have them in the Black Wolf domain too. After speaking, a small world projection slowly emerged above Zhu Wuyo's head. At the same time, behind Zhu Wubing, a small world also appeared. The small worlds of the two were like Yun Baishan's, seemingly endless. Moreover, it seemed that the two practiced the same kind of cultivation method. As the visions of their small worlds were strikingly similar, filled with vast oceans and rolling waves soaring to the sky, stirring the space around them, even if just projections, they still gave a breathtaking sense of shock. Chapter 485, The Secret Realm of Heaven and Earth. Lin Xiaofan had anticipated that the super sect would definitely be arranged last, because they had not submitted the Xian crystal stones. If they entered early with so many people watching, Dongfang Bubi would not be able to save face. Although many major forces were still waiting at Mirror Lake for the event to end, the number of people had decreased significantly, allowing for less loss of face. Super sect. 8 spots. Dongfang Bubi felt unwilling and looked furious, but he could only accept it. Follow me. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand and led the disciples of the super sect into the secret realm. Everyone looked at Dongfang Bubi with strange expressions, although no one said anything. Dongfang Bubi felt uncomfortable all over. He walked over to Dongfang Huaji and whispered, "Father, why did Lin Xiaofan get to enter the secret realm without submitting the Xian crystal stones? Are we really afraid of him?" Dongfang Huaji replied, "The super sect is not afraid of anyone. The reason he is allowed to enter is the master's decision, because the master needs the fruit of heaven and earth. And among the younger generation of the Canglang domain, he is the one most likely to obtain it." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bubi's expression darkened even more. Dongfang Huaji said lightly, "Right now, you are indeed not as good as him. You must admit that. If you can't accept this fact, then you will never have a chance to catch up in your life." Chapter 486, Dare to Deceive Me? D. A ferocious beast? Lin Xiaofan became alert. This was experience points, and he couldn't miss it. He quietly crept over and, sure enough, saw a figure hiding behind a large tree. Just as he was about to strike with his sword, a flash of white caught his eye. "What is that?" Lin Xiaofan was stunned. What were those two white halves? A butt? So white. Lin Xiaofan secretly praised, but this didn't look like a ferocious beast, did it? Aren't ferocious beasts usually furry? Yet what was in front of him was so tender and white. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound, and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt a guilty conscience like a thief and turned to leave, but it was too late. Ah! A piercing scream broke the silence of the forest. Behind the big tree, a beautiful woman hurriedly pulled up her pants, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She quickly drew a long sword and rushed towards Lin Xiaofan with a killing intent. "You shameless scoundrel, I will kill you." The woman's angry voice echoed through the forest, causing countless leaves to fall. Sky Connecting Supreme. Lin Xiaofan immediately discerned the woman's cultivation level, and as the sword energy came slicing toward him, he leisurely raised his hand and slapped out. Chapter 487, News of the Fruit of Heaven and Earth. Experience points. 10,000,000. 10 million experience points gained on the first day of entering the secret realm of heaven and earth. Lin Xiaofan wore a broad smile from the very beginning. He had no intention of letting Bai Zhe go. Anyone who wanted to kill him, he would not hesitate to kill in return. This was a matter of principle. Yin Xin was stunned for a moment before reacting. Looking at the mess of red and white on the ground, she felt horrified and in extreme fear. Couldn't help but scream. "Shut up. If you scream again, I will kill you," Lin Xiaofan scolded. Yun Xin trembled all over, her teeth chattering as she said, "Please, don't kill me. I have Xian crystal stones. I'll give you all of them." After saying this, she tremblingly took out the Xian crystal stones from her storage ring, which were much less than Bai Zhe's, only about 150,000. Lin Xiaofan said, "Is that all?" Yin Xin looked pitiful. "That's all I have. You can check for yourself." Lin Xiaofan smiled. "Don't be nervous. I believe you. Then will you let me go? That depends on whether you still have any value. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to anything." Seeing Lin Xiaofan's gaze sizing her up and recalling the earlier incident of being spied on, Yin Xin's heart suddenly stirred. She deliberately bit her lip and swayed her waist. Chapter 488, Targeting Creation, Robbery Above All. Experience points. 5,000,000. Lin Xiaofan showed no mercy in killing. In his eyes, there was no distinction between men and women. If someone wanted to kill him, he would kill back, gaining experience points and robbing at the same time. Perfect. Lin Xiaofan looked at the hundreds of thousands of Xian crystal stones on the ground and suddenly had a thought. This secret realm event had at least 1,000 participants from each domain, totaling about 10,000 people from the 9 domains. And those eligible to participate were all outstanding young talents from each domain, each with substantial wealth. Having robbed just 2 people, he had already obtained hundreds of thousands of Xian crystal stones. If he robbed everyone, wouldn't breaking through to the creation realm be a piece of cake? Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement. He wasn't interested in treasure hunting in the secret realm and didn't need to cultivate using the abundant spiritual energy here. Robbery was the way to go. After all, they were all outsiders and didn't know him, so robbing them posed no pressure. As for the people from the Sanglong domain, since they were all part of the same domain as the super sect, as long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't rob them. Of course, he couldn't let Dongfang Booby go. That 10 million Xian crystal stones was too tempting, and he was very envious. Additionally, he couldn't let the fruit of heaven and earth slip away. Therefore, in this secret realm event, he only needed to do 2 things. Chapter 489, Killing Each Other? That's just bullying. Let him go. Ma Tianming was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xiaofan to be so powerful that he could disable Xiaofang's arm with just 1 move. While shouting, a cold, gleaming long sword shot out from his body, quickly spinning around in the air, the sword's momentum rising to its peak. It swooshed down towards Lin Xiaofan. That's a nice sword. Lin Xiaofan held onto Xiaofang's twisted arm with his right hand and casually reached out with his left, just in time to catch the long sword, producing a clang sound as the blade made contact with his skin, creating a hissing noise and sparking countless sparks. What? Ma Tianming was dumbfounded. That sword was a chaotic supreme treasure, and the opponent actually caught it with his hand, completely unscathed, which he couldn't believe. The sword was good, but unfortunately, it was still too brittle. Lin Xiaofan's palm glowed with golden light. His fingers exerted force, and with a crack, the long sword immediately shattered into countless fragments that flew in all directions. This is impossible. Ma Tianming was both shocked and furious. This sword had been with him for many years and had killed countless strong enemies, yet it was destroyed just like that. His heart was bleeding, and at the same time, he felt a deep fear. The opponent had crushed a chaotic supreme treasure with mere physical strength, which was simply terrifying. Chapter 490, Cave Mansion appears. Ferocious beasts emerge. Are you kidding me? Ma Tianming asked in a daze. Lin Xiaofan replied, "Who is joking with you? If you don't dig, should I dig?" Ma Tianming fell silent for a moment and asked, "Can I forcibly destroy it?" "No." Lin Xiaofan shook his head. It was common for someone in the chaotic realm to shatter dozens of miles. But if that happened, the underground cave mansion would collapse. Ma Tianming angrily said, "Then how do you want me to dig?" Lin Xiaofan said, "I don't care how you dig. As long as we can dig out the entrance to the cave, that's all that matters." Dig out? Isn't that just doing hard labor? And in such a large area, how long will it take to dig? Ma Tianming said with a dark face, "Lin Xiaofan, a soldier can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Then I'll help you with that." Lin Xiaofan's figure flashed, and he moved closer. Before Ma Tianming could react, his left hand pressed down on the opponent's shoulder, and then he raised his golden fist. "Wait, I'll dig." Ma Tianming shouted in fear, sensing the sharp killing intent. This guy wasn't joking, he really wanted to kill him. Lin Xiaofan frowned and said, "One moment you're digging. The next moment you're not. Wasting my time with all this back and forth. I'll give you one last chance. If you hesitate again, then just go die." Chapter 491. The transformation of the fierce beast. This was a natural underground cave, over 1,000 feet wide, with jagged stones on all sides and covered in moss. Countless stalactites hung from the dome above, each one peculiar in shape, emitting a shimmering light that illuminated the entire cave, making it as bright as day. In the center of the cave was a clear lake, occupying almost 1/3 of the area. At the center of the lake, a giant rock jutted out of the water, upon which grew a beautiful flower with vibrant colors. The flower's roots were deeply embedded in the rock. Its 9 oval petals opened wide, exuding a fragrant aroma, rising like a dream, manifesting the ethereal images of the stars and the heavens in the void. Heaven and earth flower. Lin Xiaofan's heart jolted, without any reason. Upon seeing the flower for the first time, he instantly recognized it as the heaven and earth flower. It was a feeling that came from some inexplicable intuition. He had never seen it before, but at that moment, it felt incredibly familiar, and he couldn't help but exclaim its name. Lin Xiaofan stared at the heaven and earth flower for a long time, noticing that although it was mesmerizing, the petals showed signs of withering. 100 years had passed, and this flower had yet to bear fruit, and now it was on the verge of wilting. Lin Xiaofan immediately lost interest. Without the heaven and earth fruit, it was just a flower, which held no value for him. Chapter 492, Slaying the Black Demon Bug. Encountering a true man, Lin Xiaofan felt that the black demon bug's brain wasn't very sharp. Perhaps it was due to the simple-mindedness of fierce beasts, thinking it could deceive him with the heaven and earth mountain. In fact, regardless of what the black demon bug said, even if it revealed earth-shattering secrets, it would still die. Lin Xiaofan was quite repulsed by this kind of beast that devoured the living, and he would not let it go no matter what. Goo goo. The black demon bug sensed Lin Xiaofan's killing intent, let out a low roar, and its body rapidly swelled and grew larger, transforming from a human form into a gigantic insect beast. Its beastly body was bloated in segments, reaching over 100 feet long, with its surface and round head covered in black lumps, constantly writhing, looking disgusting and terrifying. Boom! As soon as the black demon bug reverted to its true form, it suddenly soared into the air, curling its beastly body into a ball, like a mountain of black flesh, crushing down towards Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan shook his head and laughed. Fierce beasts were indeed fierce beasts, utterly brainless, thinking that sharp teeth and blood would do the trick, relying solely on their enormous size to suppress him. It was simply stupid. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand and waved, unleashing the Wuxiang robbery sword, the great perfection of swordsmanship tearing through the heavens and splitting the earth, brilliant sword light slicing through the black demon bug, infinite sword qi bursting forth, obliterating everything in its path. Bang! The black demon bug's beastly body exploded, and the flesh and blood that burst forth had not even hit the ground before being shredded by the sword qi, completely reduced to ashes. Chapter 493. Then I'll call your cousin over. Ling Wuchen saw Lin Xiaofan was stunned and couldn't help but feel even more pleased. I'm in a good mood today, so I want to hold it against you. It's just 100,000 Xianjing stones. Isn't it worth exchanging for your life? Hurry up, don't dawdle, or I'll tell my cousin. Lin Xiaofan said, I didn't expect we were still kindred spirits. I'm also here to rob, but I'm going to take a little more. I want everything in your storage ring. You want to rob me? Ling Wuchen exaggeratedly pointed at his own nose and laughed wildly. Kid, do you know what you're saying? My cousin is the unrivaled genius of the greedy wolf star. Lu Wushuang, how dare you say you want to rob me? I'll give you my storage ring. Do you dare take it? Cool me. Here, show me one. Ling Wuchen quickly took off the ring, arrogantly handing it to Lin Xiaofan, with a mocking expression on his face. Lin Xiaofan didn't say a word and snatched it away in one swift motion, so fast that Ling Wuchen didn't even have time to react. You really dare to take it? Ling Wuchen was a bit stunned. Lin Xiaofan said, since you sincerely offer it, I certainly won't be rude. After saying that, he checked the space in the ring, which was stuffed full, containing all kinds of xuanqi and medicinal pills. Chapter 494. What did you say? One incense stick? So, I really sent the message? You better not regret it. Ling Wuchen looked at the transmission stone, then at Lin Xiaofan, seeming hesitant. Lin Xiaofan said, hurry up and send it. Don't waste my time. I'll count to 3. If you don't act, I'll cripple your other hand. 1, 2. Ling Wuchen hurriedly said, wait. I was just joking with you. Let us talk nicely. There's no need to alarm my cousin. I'm not joking with you. 3. After Lin Xiaofan finished counting to the last number, he threw Ling Wuchen to the ground with a thud, creating a large pit. Ling Wuchen gritted his teeth in pain, and at that moment he was left completely naked, landing face first on the ground with his butt raised high, everything exposed. A sight that was simply unbearable to witness. So vulgar. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ling Wuchen felt a tightening in his rear, the wind blowing against his exposed backside, and this so-called true man who claimed not to fear exposure finally felt a hint of shame. He quickly turned over and stood up. Lin Xiaofan grabbed Ling Wuchen's left arm and twisted it forcefully with a cracking sound. Ah! Ling Wuchen screamed in agony, unable to stand up straight from the pain. The woman in the water pool saw Lin Xiaofan being so ruthless and trembled in fear. Chapter 495. You actually wanted to kill him. What a weirdo. Lin Xiaofan said, You don't respect women. This slap is on behalf of Nangong Wan. Nangong Wan's heart trembled. She looked up at Lin Xiaofan with a complicated expression. Ling Wuchen angrily said, She is just a lowly woman from the lower realm. She has no strength. And aside from being pretty, she is worthless. What is there to respect? Lin Xiaofan said, To me, you also have no strength. And you're not even good looking, so I have even less reason to respect you. Don't you think? After saying this, he raised his hand to grasp, distorting space. And Ling Wuchen was lifted off the ground, his body bending and twisting to the limit, all his bones cracking loudly. Stop, stop, please stop. Ling Wuchen screamed in terror, his whole body in unbearable pain, feeling like he would explode at any moment. He sensed the breath of death and was instantly scared out of his wits. Lin Xiaofan paused for a moment, looked at Nangong Wan, and asked, Do you think I should kill him? You decide. This woman is also pitiful. I don't know if she was coerced by Ling Wuchen or voluntarily offered herself to cling to a powerful person, only to be treated as a plaything and handed over. It's really a bit tragic. Nangong Wan didn't expect Lin Xiaofan to ask her, her face showing a look of astonishment. She looked at Ling Wuchen, recalling the humiliation of being abandoned, and a trace of hatred involuntarily surfaced in her eyes. Chapter 496. I saved you. Shouldn't you thank me? Lin Xiaofan said, I didn't do much, just blew up your cousin. Didn't you hear? He asked me to kill him, and I'm someone who always follows others' requests. I wouldn't refuse. Lu Wushuang was silent for a moment and said, You're dead for sure. No one can save you. I'm telling you. Lin Xiaofan replied, Is that so? Then come over. I'm waiting for you. Lu Wushuang didn't say anything. Lin Xiaofan waited for a while and said, Or you can tell me a place. I can come find you. While speaking, he locked onto the sound transmission stone, trying to pinpoint Lu Wushuang's general location. Lin Xiaofan, just wait. From this moment on, you will become my target for pursuit. You will have no way to escape, whether in heaven or on earth. Bang! As soon as Lu Wushuang's words fell, the sound transmission stone suddenly exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. Lin Xiaofan frowned slightly. Lu Wushuang had clearly noticed his small movement. This person was indeed cautious. Although he was confident, he was unwilling to expose his location, likely wanting to maintain absolute initiative. Such people are generally hard to deal with. Lu Wushuang, you don't need to hunt me down. I'll find you first. Lin Xiaofan stared north, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 497. Cloud Mist Forest. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Xiaofan performed the void great teleportation and headed north. He wanted to drag Lu Wushuang out and eliminate the threat in its infancy to prevent her from harming the disciples of the super sect. However, he only captured a rough location and wasn't sure how far away it was. Moreover, Lu Wushuang couldn't possibly stay in one place. Finding this top genius of the Xianwolf domain wasn't going to be easy. Lin Xiaofan teleported dozens of times, each time covering hundreds of miles, searching as he moved forward. He killed quite a few fierce beasts, but not a single person was seen. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, he could still harvest experience points. So he took his time. After advancing several hundred miles, suddenly the sound transmission stone on him vibrated. Who sent the message? Lin Xiaofan stopped and took out the sound transmission stone to check. The disciples of the super sect entering the secret realm all carried sound transmission stones to communicate and explore the secret realm together. However, this didn't include him because he was used to acting alone. Before entering the secret realm, he had instructed that unless it was a matter of life and death or absolutely necessary, the disciples of the super sect should not contact him casually. The secret realm has opportunities and risks, and everyone relies on their own abilities, bearing the dangers themselves. Lin Xiaofan couldn't be a babysitter, which is why no one had contacted him after being in the secret realm for so long. Chapter 498. Is it already over? Lin Xiaofan said, I found them. Follow me. After saying that, Lin Xiaofan grabbed Ziluo's arm. Ziluo blushed, but didn't struggle. Lin Xiaofan said, Don't overthink it. This is just a normal hand-holding. Ziluo shyly replied, I wasn't overthinking it. Lin Xiaofan chuckled and directly performed the void great teleportation, taking Ziluo to halfway up the mountain. Who are you? As soon as they landed, a deliberately lowered voice came from nearby, followed by 5 figures rushing out from the depths of the mist surrounding them. The leader was a young man in a blue outfit. Upon seeing Ziluo, he was momentarily stunned, Then, overjoyed, his eyes burning with excitement. So it's you, little girl. I didn't expect you to dare come back. The other four laughed and teased. Brother Yun, she probably couldn't bear to leave you. So she came back to throw herself into your arms. Brother Yun, why don't you just take her in? Such a beautiful woman would be too regrettable to use as bait. Who is this kid beside her? Is he a lover? Brother Yun, your rival has appeared. Be careful not to be cuckolded. Ha ha ha. The group joked recklessly, completely disregarding Lin Xiaofan and Ziluo. Chapter 499. Dark Abyss in the Qian Kuan Secret Realm. Deep in the cloud mist forest, Duo Luo Xian charged through, striking any fierce beast in his path with ice spikes, shattering them while freezing them into ice sculptures. He kept his head down, moving straight in one direction, seemingly heading somewhere specific. He didn't know how long it had been, but he stopped because there was no road ahead. A massive abyss over 100 feet wide appeared before him, pitch black and bottomless, stretching out into the mist on both sides, its length unknown. This should be the place. Duo Luoxian took out a map and studied it for a while, excitement appearing on his face. He cautiously approached the abyss and looked down. Nothing could be seen except endless darkness. Suddenly, a low wailing sound echoed from below the abyss, like the howling wind or the cries of ghosts, sending chills down his spine. At the same time, a chill blew up from the bottom of the abyss, like the wind from the ninth underworld, bone-chillingly cold. Duo Luoxian couldn't help but shiver. Why does it feel so terrifying? Is this dark abyss really cut out by a holy artifact? Duo Luoxian felt uncertain. He always had the feeling that something beneath the abyss was watching him. Chapter 500. Sacred Artifact Li Hong. Emperors of the Dark Abyss seemed to stretch infinitely deep. Duo Luoxian flew for a long time without reaching the bottom. Surrounding him was endless darkness, where he couldn't see his own hand, eerie and silent, the coldness penetrating his body, making his skin crawl. Chun Jingwei was getting closer, and he could already hear the sound of air breaking behind him, and he was about to be caught. Is heaven trying to cut me off? Duo Luoxian felt anxious, just about to turn back and fight, when suddenly he felt an inexplicable tremor. Something below seemed to be calling him, a sensation from his bloodline. Is this the sacred artifact Li Hong? Duo Luoxian was overjoyed. Gathering all his strength, he accelerated downwards. As he got closer, the sensation from his bloodline became stronger, and Duo Luoxian felt as if his blood was about to boil. Suddenly, a large expanse of white light appeared below, dispersing the endless darkness, revealing a scene of ice and snow before Duo Luoxian's eyes. At the bottom of the dark abyss, the ground was frozen, and everything was silent. 1,000-foot-long, 9-clawed purple dragon lay on the ground, covered in a thick layer of ice, forever sleeping here. A faint dragon might linger around, and the sound of dragon roars echoed in the void, captivating. This is a 12th-tier fierce beast, the purple flame demon dragon. Chapter 501. A fat sheep is here. After leaving the cloud mist forest, Lin Xiaofan continued north, searching for Lu Wushuang's trace. This feeling, could it be that a sacred artifact is about to appear? Lin Xiaofan turned around and saw that the direction of the misty forest was pitch black, which startled him for a moment. However, when he looked closely, everything returned to normal, as if the darkness he had just seen was merely an illusion. What happened in the misty forest? Lin Xiaofan was a bit surprised. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to have any illusions. The area where the misty forest was located had indeed darkened for a moment, indicating that something had happened. He even faintly sensed an aura similar to that of the Emperor's sword, suggesting that a sacred artifact might have appeared. Should he go back and take a look? Lin Xiaofan used the Void Great Shift and returned to the misty forest once more. Is someone fighting? As soon as Lin Xiaofan appeared in the misty forest, he immediately sensed the aftermath of a battle. It seemed that both sides in the conflict were quite powerful. Even from a distance, he could feel the space trembling and roaring. Lin Xiaofan moved in the direction of the battle, and after 3 silent shifts, he arrived at the battlefield unnoticed. How could there be such a huge abyss here? Lin Xiaofan stared into the abyss, which seemed to be staring back at him. Below was pitch black, with strong waves rolling, indicating that the combatants were right below. Chapter 502. Did I let you go? Lin Xiaofan said, You're quite arrogant. Aren't you? Do you know I was here first? Peng Peng sneered. So what if you were here first? Only the weak care about who came first. True strong ones speak with their fists. Lin Xiaofan replied, You're not wrong. The weak have no rights. The bigger the fist, the harder the truth. Yang Xiao scolded. Lin Xiaofan, stop wasting time and get lost. Lin Xiaofan's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yang Xiao, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him high. You dare talk to me like that? Do you want to die? Yang Xiao was shocked. Lin Xiaofan's speed was too fast, and he had no time to react before feeling a terrifying force surge into his body, instantly sealing and shaking him all over. He had no chance to resist and was completely subdued, feeling as if his neck was about to snap. Let go of me. Yang Xiao's face turned pig liver color. Let go of my junior brother. Peng Peng shouted, also feeling shocked. Yang Xiao was a chaos supreme, and he was captured in one move. Although there was suspicion of sneak attack, it was still astonishing. This kid's cultivation level might not be below his. That Sanglong domain is just one of the middle 3 domains. Yet there is such a genius? Chapter 503. The Dragon Corpse belongs to me. You can forget about it. Boom. The sword light did not sweep over Peng Peng and Xiaoling, but suddenly exploded, sending both flying. Puffed. Both of them spat out blood as they fell to the ground, with dozens of wounds torn open by the sword energy, blood gushing out and staining large areas of their clothing. You two stay there and don't move. If you dare to run away again, I guarantee you'll turn into a pile of fragments. Lin Xiaofan said coldly. Peng Peng and Xiao Ling turned pale, having just walked through the gates of death. They could not comprehend the immense terror of that moment. That sword light was too terrifying, completely shattering their psychological defenses. Peng Peng and Xiao Ling were now terrified, trembling on the ground, looking at Lin Xiaofan with fear in their eyes. Lin Xiaofan snorted coldly and ignored the severely injured duo, continuing to slap Yang Xiao. Slap. Yang Xiao, are you going to talk or not? Stop hitting. I'll talk. I'll talk. Yang Xiao shouted in terror, blood filling his mouth. He saw that even the great sage-level Peng Peng could not withstand Lin Xiaofan's sword, and with his last support gone, he no longer dared to be stubborn. Lin Xiaofan casually threw Yang Xiao to the ground and said, if you had said this earlier, it wouldn't have had to come to this. Why go through all that trouble? Chapter 504. The dragon's roar shocks the heavens. Capturing the demon dragon, Lin Xiaofan raised his hand and virtually grasped, sending a force through the air. Xiao Ling cried out in pain as the storage ring on her finger flew out. Lin Xiaofan caught it, quickly checked it, frowned, and then threw it back. You woman, why are you so poor? Lin Xiaofan said, somewhat displeased. Xiao Ling's face turned beet red as she stammered. I just ran out of resources. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand and said, you can go now. The three of them felt as if they had received a great reprieve, no longer daring to say any pleasantries, and hurriedly fled. Lin Xiaofan focused his attention on the purple flame demon dragon. At this moment, the surrounding ice layer had melted significantly, and water had begun to accumulate at the bottom of the abyss, with part of the demon dragon's body submerged. However, the ice covering the demon dragon showed no signs of melting. Lin Xiaofan wanted to break the ice, but if his power was too weak, it would be ineffective, and if it was too strong, he worried about shattering the purple flame demon dragon inside as well. After hesitating for a while, Lin Xiaofan suddenly had an idea. His small world was extremely hot, with the eternal burning heaven and boiling earth. Wouldn't it be able to melt the cold ice? However, he wasn't sure if the purple flame demon dragon could be taken into his small world. His small world still couldn't accommodate living beings. But since the demon dragon was already dead, it shouldn't count as a living being, right? Chapter 505. Let us make a bet. The loser becomes a mount. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, I'm rescuing you to get dragon essence and also to taste dragon meat. If I don't eat you, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? The purple flame demon dragon shouted angrily. Who asked you to save me? The sacred artifact, the Li Shang knife, was taken away by someone. The mysterious ice that sealed me can't hold me for long. I just need a little time, and I can break free. You're just being unnecessary. Lin Xiaofan said, so you were sealed by that Li Shang knife. It seems your strength isn't that impressive, a dignified 12th tier ferocious beast. And you can't compare to a mere knife. The purple flame demon dragon roared. Well, you know, a century ago, the avatar of the Silent Emperor wielded the sacred artifact, Li Shang knife, and fought me for 7 days and nights. Yet I ultimately killed him. He paid the price of an avatar, and even with the help of the sacred artifact S divine might, he could only barely ice seal me. You dare say my strength isn't impressive? If your human emperors are capable, they should fight me one-on-one without using the creation's sacred artifact, and see if anyone can handle me. Lin Xiaofan retorted, "You're just boasting. If you were really strong, how could I have captured you alive? That's just because I've been sealed for too long, and I'm currently in a weakened state. My strength hasn't recovered." Chapter 506. No one will save you even if you scream your throat out. Lin Xiaofan did not immediately release his grip. He asked, "Do you surrender? So you agree to become my mount?" "I agree. I agree." The purple-flamed demon dragon felt as if its body was about to explode in the next second. At this life-and-death moment, it didn't care about anything else and quickly agreed. Only then did Lin Xiaofan ease his strength. As soon as he loosened his grip, the purple-flamed demon dragon fell to the ground, lying limply, completely out of it. "So you're still a body-refining martial artist, but only at the 11th transformation level, equivalent to a physical body master. Why is your strength so great?" The purple-flamed demon dragon looked at Lin Xiaofan, fear reflected in its dragon eyes. At this moment, the demon dragon was no longer the proud creature it once was. It was an excruciating pain, with many scales falling off and blood flowing profusely, looking utterly miserable. Lin Xiaofan said, "Then you don't need to know. You are my mount now, and must obey me. Grow a bit larger for me. I want to experience the feeling of riding a dragon through the sky." The purple-flamed demon dragon remained silent and did not transform. Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. "What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts?" The purple-flamed demon dragon indeed regretted it. Its dragon eyes darted around, desperately thinking of a way to escape. The level of power it had just encountered, it had only seen in human creation strongholds. Without regaining its peak strength, it could not compete. Chapter 507. 3 people compete for treasure, deceit, and schemes in a certain area of the western region of the Qingquan secret realm, atop an unnamed peak. Ji Xingyun and 2 young men were facing off. The 2 young men looked identical, the only difference being their hair. One was silver-white like snow, the other pitch-black like ink. These 2 young men were the unparalleled talents of the Black Wolf domain, Zhu Wuyo and Zhu Wubi. Not far from the 3, there was a cave 3 zhang wide. Inside was pitch dark, and a vague figure could be seen lurking within, with 2 enormous blood-red eyes exuding a bloodthirsty glow. Fixated on the 3, occasionally letting out a low, beastly roar. Within 100 zhang outside the cave, the ground was a mess, strewn with scattered stones and fallen trees, along with patches of blood. Clearly, a brutal battle had taken place here not long ago. All 3 were injured, their breaths a bit weak. Among them, Ji Xingyun was more seriously injured, with his chest torn open and blood pouring down, yet he remained oblivious, coldly staring at Zhu Wuyo and Zhu Wubi, his eyes full of vigilance. "Ji Xingyun, are you still not giving up? I admit you have some strength, but compared to us, you are still far behind." Zhu Wubi said coldly. Ji Xingyun replied, "That 1,000-year spirit milk is an unowned item. Those who see it share it. It's impossible for you to monopolize it. If you want to fight, let's fight. No need for more words." Chapter 508. The one who laughs last after discussing for a while. The 3 began to execute their plan to lure the snake out of its hole. A ferocious beast is still a ferocious beast. Even if it has the strength of the Dominator realm, as long as it hasn't transformed, its intelligence won't be too high, making it not too difficult to lure out. The problem lies in whether they can successfully escape after drawing it out. Ji Xingyun hid first, while Zhu Wuyo and Zhu Wubi directly provoked the demon ape. Beast. D. The 2 didn't use any schemes. Right in front of the demon ape, they threw out dozens of punches, simple yet brutal, all their strength crashing into the cave. Boom! The cave shook violently, about to collapse. Countless stones crumbled down as if it could collapse at any moment. Roar! The blood-eyed demon ape was indeed provoked. It roared and charged out, fiercely pounding its chest. The demon ape, over 10 feet tall, had majestic and powerful beastly form. Its overwhelming aura made the peak tremble, and its blood-red eyes shot out fierce light, piercing through the void, directly targeting Zhu Wuyo and Zhu Wubi. "Go!" Zhu Wuyo called out, and the 2 turned and ran. Roar! The demon ape howled at the sky, extremely frenzied. It was indeed foolish enough to see no other bipedal beasts around and disregarded its territory, charging after the 2. Boom! 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 The 2 and the ape dashed down the mountain, charging straight ahead, knocking down large trees in their path, creating a thunderous uproar. Chapter 509. The demon dragon mount in the cloud and mist forest, the purple-flamed demon dragon had returned to its 1,000-foot-long dragon form. Lying on its back with its belly up, injured all over, dragon blood flowing, the stench of blood wafting. For dozens of miles around, broken trees were toppled. The ground collapsed, pockmarked, and crisscrossed with ravines, a complete mess. Lin Xiaofan stood not far away, holding the human emperor's sword, looking relaxed as he said, "Purple flame, demon dragon, do you submit?" The purple flame demon dragon was already on the verge of death. It struggled in resistance, but ended up getting beaten badly. This human was terrifyingly strong. Not only was the human emperor's sword deadly with every strike, but his physical body was also extremely powerful. It couldn't withstand the opponent's punches and kicks. Its defensively unparalleled dragon body was beaten to multiple broken bones. And at this moment, it had completely lost its temper. "I submit to this human." The purple flame demon dragon trembled as it spoke. As soon as it said this, it felt endless humiliation. A dignified 12th tier holy dragon was actually subdued by a human kid, and the other party was a young dominator realm individual who hadn't even matured. If it weren't for experiencing it firsthand, it would never believe that a human dominator realm could be this powerful. Although it wasn't at its peak state and couldn't even unleash its 11th tier strength, its dragon body was supposed to be invincible. Yet it ended up being beaten like a dog. Chapter 510. Don't be angry, it's just a ton of blood. Forget it, considering this demon dragon is injured. Let it lie on my shoulder. Lin Xiaofan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Little Purple, do you know where I can find the heaven and earth fruit?" Although that black magic worm said that all the heaven and earth flowers in the secret realm had withered, it's worth listening to, not to be fully trusted. Who knows if it's lying? This demon dragon should be a local overlord in the secret realm. Perhaps it knows some hidden truths. The purple flame demon dragon was still not used to the new name Little Purple. Feeling a bit awkward, it muttered, "I don't know. I've been sealed in ice for 100 years, and I'm not too familiar with the situation here." Lin Xiaofan wanted to ask again, but suddenly felt a warmth on his shoulder, a sticky sensation. This damned demon dragon. Could it be that it was urinating on his shoulder? Lin Xiaofan's face darkened. He turned to look and found that dragon blood was dripping on his shoulder, sizzling and emitting smoke, not only burning through his clothes but also touching his skin, giving him a feeling of being burned. "You've dirted my body." Lin Xiaofan was a bit unhappy. The purple flame demon dragon said, "I didn't do it on purpose. If you hadn't attacked so hard, I wouldn't be bleeding. Besides, I'm bleeding holy dragon blood, which contains a trace of purple flame dragon essence. Many people seek a drop and can't get it. And you actually think it's dirty?" Chapter 511. The Heaven and Earth Mountain appears. The talents of the 9 domains gather. The purple flame demon dragon raised its dragon head high, proudly saying, "That's right. I have stayed in the Heaven and Earth Mountain for thousands of years. That is my home." Lin Xiaofan said, "I see. So you are quite familiar with the Heaven and Earth Mountain? Then take me in and help me find the Heaven and Earth fruit." The purple flame demon dragon dejectedly said, "I can't help you. There are restrictions in the Heaven and Earth Mountain, and 12th tier ferocious beasts cannot enter. I was forced out because I broke through to the 12th tier." Lin Xiaofan frowned. This was not good news. If he entered the Heaven and Earth Mountain, but the purple flame demon dragon was blocked outside by the restrictions. With the dragon's temperament, wouldn't he escape? Lin Xiaofan currently had no means to restrain the purple flame demon dragon. If it escaped, with the abilities of a 12th tier ferocious beast, finding it again would be difficult. "Can you help me with one thing?" The purple flame demon dragon suddenly said. Lin Xiaofan asked, "What is it? Tell me." The purple flame demon dragon said, "There's a core fire vein in the Heaven and Earth Mountain that periodically condenses fire crystals. I need this item. The more, the better." Lin Xiaofan asked, "What do you need the fire crystals for?" Xian demon dragon said, "I absorb the energy from the fire crystal, which allows me to recover my strength faster." Chapter 512. Do you want to live or die? Lin Xiaofan laughed and said, "I am a disciple of the super sect. What do you want?" The young man in black sneered, "Good. Finally met a disciple of the super sect. You can die now." Lin Xiaofan said, "Can you kill me?" The young man in black laughed wildly, "Kid. A year ago, the young experts of the Songlong domain had already been grasped by us. Except for Dongfang Bubi of the Supreme Teaching, everyone else from your Songlong domain is trash. I've never even heard of the super sect. I can kill you like slaughtering a dog. I am Jun Wuji of the Xianling domain. Remember my name well." So you won't even know who killed you when you die. You. Slap. Lin Xiaofan struck the young man's right cheek with a palm from midair. Ah. Jun Wuji screamed as he fell from the sky to the ground, crashing into a huge, deep pit. You bastard. How dare you sneak attack me? In the chaos of earth and stone, Jun Wuji was furious. A dignified, chaos, heavenly sovereign, and a genius of the upper domain. Actually being slapped in the face by a piece of trash from the middle domain. How could he endure this? He circulated his energy and jumped 10 zhang high, roaring to the sky, Kid, I will tear you to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw a huge handprint suddenly materializing in the void ahead, fiercely slapping towards him. Chapter 513. Waiting to get rich at the entrance of Tiandi Mountain, Jun Wuji trembled all over, nearly having his heart jump out in fear. He stiffly turned around, forcing a smile. What do you want to follow me for? Lin Xiaofan said, I'm not following you. I just happened to be walking this way, and coincidentally heard what you just said. Jun Wuji nervously said, I was just joking. You must not take it seriously. Lin Xiaofan laughed. That doesn't matter. I just need to kill you. Whether it's a joke or not is irrelevant. Jun Wuji was horrified. You have already taken the Xian crystal stone and said you would let me go. Do you want to go back on your word? Lin Xiaofan said, How could that be? I have always kept my word. I would never go back on my promise. Jun Wuji was stunned for a moment. Then what do you mean? Lin Xiaofan smiled. Haven't I already let you go? It's just a pity you have bad luck and ran into me again. This is our second accidental encounter. Killing you doesn't count as going back on my word. Jun Wuji was dumbfounded. How could there be such a shameless person? Clearly this guy chased after him intentionally. Yet he had the nerve to say it was a second accidental encounter. So shameless. Jun Wuji's face turned ashen. He angrily said, Lin Xiaofan, you are despicable and shameless. Untrustworthy. Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world? Chapter 514. There are divine names on the heavenly ranking, Xian Demon Dragon said. Are you really planning to stay here and collect entrance fees? If you do this, you will inevitably offend the warriors of the 9 domains and become a target for everyone. Lin Xiaofan laughed. So what? Do you think I'm afraid? Xian Demon Dragon thought of Lin Xiaofan's terrifyingly abnormal combat power and fell silent. If he doesn't create opportunities, this child is invincible. I'm afraid even all the warriors in the secret realm together won't be a match for this guy. This child is indeed arrogant, but he has the capital to be arrogant. Xian Demon Dragon said, Are you not afraid of wasting time? People have already entered. If the tinny fruit is all taken away, then it would be a loss. Lin Xiaofan said, Taken away? How can they take it away? As long as I guard here, who can take the tinny fruit out? Xian Demon Dragon was dumbfounded. This guy not only wants to collect entrance fees, but also wants to sit back and enjoy the fruits. Waiting for others to get the tinny fruit and then intercepting it at the exit to rob it? This is too shameless. Xian Demon Dragon was no longer calm. This child is not only powerful, but also despicable and shameless. Wouldn't he, being his mount, be a disaster? Xian Demon Dragon suddenly felt that the road ahead was bleak, and in the next 1,000 years, its dragon life would surely be dark. Chapter 515. 10,000 per person. Please pay up. What does that mean? The man was stunned for a moment. Lin Xiaofan said, It means, Senior brother, is that the Tiandi ranking? The one on the left is the Tian ranking, right? The people on it are all strong practitioners from the upper domain, right? The girl suddenly interrupted Lin Xiaofan, her eyes sparkling, staring intently at the Tian ranking. The man glanced at Lin Xiaofan and said, I'm not very sure, but it should be. The girl admired. That's amazing. If only I could make it to the Tian ranking. The man smiled wryly. Junior sister, you better not get your hopes up too high. No one from the lower 3 domains has ever made it to the Tian ranking, so you should set your sights on the D ranking. The girl confidently said, Just because no one has done it before doesn't mean no one will in the future. Senior brothers Waya and Wubi are so powerful. They will definitely make it to the Tian ranking this time. The man's eyes sparkled. You're right. Senior brother Waya and senior brother Wubi are extraordinarily gifted. Truly have a chance to make it to the Tian ranking. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but interject. You two, stop chattering. Are we going to enter Tiandi Mountain or not? The girl said unhappily. Why are you so fierce? Whether we go in or not has nothing to do with you. Chapter 516. Conquering with strength. If not, then fight, Lin Xiaofan said. Hey, I remind you, if you haven't paid the Xian crystal stone, don't cross the boundary line on the ground, otherwise you will die. The person was a rugged young man with a scruffy beard. After hearing Lin Xiaofan's words, he paused, staring at Lin Xiaofan for a long time, seemingly unable to figure out his depth, and couldn't he help but look back at several companions. Yuanye, just go ahead. With so many of us, are we afraid of just one person? Exactly. Songlong domain is in the middle domain, and we're also in the middle domain. Our statuses are equal, and besides, the overall strength of the Qilang domain is even better. There is no need to look at his face. Yuanyi, don't weaken the momentum of the Qilang domain. Just cross that boundary line now. Let us see what he can do to you. The people from the Qilang domain shouted and clamored. So-called many people give courage. Yuanyi's blood boiled, and he strode forward proudly. Kid, I just crossed the line. What can you do, whoosh? Lin Xiaofan raised his hand and waved. The sword light split the air. Before Yuan, you could finish his sentence. He was sliced in half symmetrically by his sword. Boom! The two halves of the corpse fell to the ground, blood splattering. The whole place fell silent. Experience points 5,000,000. Chapter 517. Now do you understand why? Whoosh! The sword energy flew past Ling Rong's ear. A few strands of hair slowly drifting down. Ling Rong swallowed hard. Her eyes filled with fear, too scared to move. Duan Yu almost couldn't catch his breath. Feeling sticky on his back. In that instant, he was drenched in cold sweat. This child acts without any restrictions, treating human life like grass, whether man or woman. Killing whenever he wants. It's impossible to guess what the other party will do next. It's truly terrifying. Although it was just a false alarm, Ling Rong and Duan Yu felt extreme fear. The killing intent just now was not fake. Lin Xiaofan could kill again at any time. Two people looked at Lin Xiaofan, feeling so nervous they could hardly breathe. Lin Xiaofan stared at them and said, So, do you still want to find a place to heal? Ling Rong panicked and said, No. I'm not healing anymore. My injuries aren't that severe. I can hold on. Lin Xiaofan replied, Since you're injured, don't force yourself. I don't like to make things difficult for others. Ling Rong's delicate body trembled. Not making things difficult meant he wanted to kill her. Her pretty face turned pale as she said, I'm really fine. My injuries are stable now. Lin Xiaofan was finally satisfied and said, Very good. Then you will be responsible for collecting the Xianjing stones later. Don't be afraid of offending anyone. If anyone dares to speak up, just kill them. If you can't handle it, leave it to me. Chapter 518. Kill Lin Xiaofan? Buzz. A powerful aura approached from afar, shaking the space and putting immense pressure on everyone present. Chaos Realm. Finally, a prodigy from the Chaos Realm has arrived. Now there's a good show to watch. Wasn't that guy very arrogant? With a prodigy from the Chaos Realm here, let's see if he still dares to collect entrance fees. The crowd stirred, all looking forward to the direction from which the aura was coming. They saw a figure flying at high speed, so fast it was hard to see, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before everyone. The newcomer had a slightly pale complexion and a handsome, charming appearance. It was none other than Hua Lushui, who had been saved by Lin Xiaofan not long ago. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit disappointed. How come it's this guy? Hua Lushui looked down at the crowd, full of arrogance. Since his line of sight was blocked by the crowd, he didn't see Lin Xiaofan and didn't feel any aura from the same realm. So he recklessly released his Chaos Realm pressure, suppressing everyone. What are you all doing gathered here? Why aren't you entering Tianyi Mountain? Hua Lushui's voice thundered, making everyone's ears ring. Seeing their eyes filled with awe, his vanity was greatly satisfied, and the shame of being hung on a tree finally dissipated somewhat. Chapter 519. Immo Wentian. One sword questions the heavens. Hua Lushui continued. As for the entrance fee, I wholeheartedly support it. Who has an opinion? Step forward and see if I don't kill you. The venue fell silent. No one spoke up. The Supreme Realm had been killed with a slap. Who would dare to step forward? Since no one is speaking, I'll take it as your agreement. If anyone dares to cause trouble again or whines about not paying the entrance fee, they will be killed without mercy. After threatening everyone, Hua Lushui took a deep breath and then turned to Lin Xiaofan, his authoritative demeanor gone, replaced by a bright smile. Lin Xiaofan. They agreed to pay the entrance fee. Lin Xiaofan watched this farce, not knowing what to say. This Hua Lushui had quite a strong will to survive. Managing to get to this extent was a sign of face-saving. Lin Xiaofan asked, Do you want to enter Tianyi Mountain? Hua Lushui replied, Of course. But I didn't bring Xianjing stones with me. How much is the entrance fee? Can I owe it first? Lin Xiaofan thought, This guy still dares to ask for credit? Forget it. You can go in. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand. He had planned to let those from the Songlong domain off the hook anyway. Hua Lushui was taken aback. No charge? Lin Xiaofan said, we're all on the same side. No charge. Chapter 520. If you can move your hands, don't move your mouth. Mo Wentian heard the crowd's exclamations, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. He unleashed his sword aura, breaking through the sky, with a momentum that made him look like a towering war god, looking down on all. He looked down at Lin Xiaofan and shouted arrogantly, Lin Xiaofan, with one sword, I question the heavens, slashing up to the heavens and down to all living beings. All things in heaven and earth can be extinguished with one sword. Since I mastered this sword technique, no one has been able to withstand my sword and not die. Kneel down now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, this secret realm will be your burial ground. Mo Wentian's voice echoed through Tiandi Mountain, incredibly domineering, causing the warriors from the Songlong domain to boil with excitement. Unable to contain their loud cheers, Mo Wentian, the prodigy of the age, invincible, kill Lin Xiaofan, annihilate the Songlong domain warriors, raise the prestige of our Songlong domain, standing alone among the three domains. The warriors from the Songlong domain united against a common enemy, their voices shaking the heavens. Shut up, Lin Xiaofan shouted, suppressing all sounds. He looked at Mo Wentian and said, you guys from the Songlong domain talk too much. If you can move your hands, don't move your mouth. If you have the ability, try to slash me. Mo Wentian said, very well. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll let you strike first. Chapter 521. I want to collect entrance fees. Do you agree? Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, don't be nervous. I'm a good person and won't kill innocents indiscriminately. As long as you all honestly pay the entrance fee, I guarantee nothing will happen to you. If everyone is killed, who will go look for the Tiandi fruits? Tiandi Mountain is so vast. Lin Xiaofan doesn't want to waste time looking for it himself. The people in front of him are all treasure hunting tools, still very useful. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. This guy's a good person? He won't kill innocents indiscriminately? Look at all the blood on the ground. Isn't this nonsense? But when one is at the mercy of others, the strong are always right. As for the entrance fee, might as well just pay it. Just 10,000 Xianjing stones. It's not a lot anyway. There's no need to lose one's life over it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from afar. Everyone was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. In the sky, far away, three figures rushed over and soon appeared before everyone. The newcomers were two men and one woman, exuding powerful auras. Especially the two men, their presence shook the void, captivating everyone. One of the men, though missing his right arm, had the strongest aura, like a blazing sun, making people afraid to look directly at him. Chaos Realm. Everyone's hearts trembled. Finally, another prodigy from the Chaos Realm had arrived, and there were two of them. The situation had changed again. Chapter 522. The Earth Ranking Changes. The top spot changes hands. Lin Xiaofan was astonished. He didn't expect Peng Peng to be so reasonable. He had initially planned to beat the other party until he submitted, but now it seemed he wouldn't need to exert that effort. How many of you are there? Lin Xiaofan asked, taking advantage of the situation. With a Chaos Great Sage actively leading the way to pay the entrance fee, the others should not dare to pick any more flaws. Peng Peng looked around and said, among the disciples of the Tiamat sect here, there are only 4 of us. Lin Xiaofan said, so are you going in now? 10,000 each. A total of 40,000. I'll pay this right now. Peng Peng took out 40,000 Xianjing stones and handed them to Lin Xiaofan. Under everyone's gaze, he felt aggrieved but didn't dare to show it. He had already been scared by Lin Xiaofan, and 40,000 Xianjing stones were nothing. As long as he entered Tiandi Mountain, he could easily earn it back with just one piece of heavenly material or treasure. What did it matter if he lost face? It was better than losing his life. Endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast. Peng Peng consoled himself like this, and immediately felt much better. Good. As expected of the prodigy of the Molong domain, you're truly straightforward. Lin Xiaofan smiled with satisfaction, finally receiving the first entry fee. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and now is his time to make big profits. Chapter 523, Blood Profit. The goal of 10 billion achieved. Hua Lushui looked at the heaven and earth ranking with fiery eyes, glanced back at Lin Xiaofan, and then plunged into the light gate. The people from the Canlong domain saw Hua Lushui enter and no longer hesitated, entering the heaven and earth mountain one by one. Others watched anxiously, but with Lin Xiaofan, the god of death, guarding the entrance, they could only stare in frustration. Lin Xiaofan said with a smile, "Everyone, the people from the Demon Wolf domain and Canlong domain have already entered. Time waits for no one. If you delay, you might miss the opportunity that originally belongs to you. How much longer will you hesitate? It's just 10,000 mysterious crystal stones you have to give to gain. With such a small price, you can get the chance to enter the heaven and earth mountain to seek treasure and also venture into the forbidden area, making a name on the heaven and earth ranking. No matter how you think about it, you won't lose." Lin Xiaofan's voice echoed throughout the venue, filled with temptation. The crowd fell silent. This bastard is truly shameless. Clearly, it's robbery, but he speaks so grandly. To pay or not to pay? Among the crowd, some were still hoping for the arrival of the Chaos Realm geniuses from their domain to suppress this arrogant guy. But after such a long time, those who should have come have already arrived. The Chaos Realm experts are incredibly fast. Those below the Supreme Realm have already arrived, and the Chaos Realm certainly wouldn't lag behind. Chapter 524. My nephew is unparalleled, possessing a fortuitous nature. Xianlang Domain, entranced to the Qian secret realm. The Phantom of the World tree overshadowing the sky. Major forces from the Xianlang domain gathered around the entrance, subtly respecting the white-haired elder in the center. This elder is Lu Xiantong, the supreme elder of the Xianlang domain's first sect, the Xuantian sect, a rare powerhouse of the creation realm. Lu Xiantong sat cross-legged, eyes closed and silent, while others chatted and laughed. In this grand event, the middle three domains and lower three domains couldn't stir up much of storm. But the Demon Wolf domain and the Heavenly Wolf domain have been gaining momentum lately. Especially the Demon Wolf domain, which has 9 great geniuses, poses a huge threat to us. Don't let others gain strength at the expense of your own glory. Our younger generation in the Xianlang domain will definitely suppress the other 8 domains, continuing the glory of 100 years ago. Exactly. In the contest of the 9 domains, only the Xianlang domain leads the way. Well said. Whether in strength or the potential of a younger generation, our Xianlang domain will always be the undisputed number 1 among the 9 domains. Why don't we make a bet? Bet on what? Let's bet on how many heaven and earth fruits our Xianlang domain can obtain. I think 4. You underestimate the capabilities of the younger generation too much. 5 would be more appropriate. Chapter 525, Demon Wolf Domain. The storm clouds gather. Clap. Silver light exploded, and a shining name appeared before everyone. Yun Batian. Demon Wolf Domain's Yun Batian. The people from the Xianlang domain were extremely disappointed. The second place ultimately went to another family. This Yun Batian has some ability, but that's all. He couldn't reach the top. The first place still belongs to our Xianlang domain. I think the second position suits the Demon Wolf domain well. They love being second. Ha. The crowd swept away their gloom, bursting into laughter. In the Demon Wolf domain, at the entrance to the Qian secret realm, like the Xianlang domain, the Phantom of the World tree also overshadowed the sky, and the heaven and earth rankings hung in the sky. Major forces led by the Tiandiang Palace gathered here, with demonic flames raging. At this moment, everyone looked at the top 2 names on the earth ranking, their faces dark. No first in literature, no second in martial arts. The Demon Wolf domain's martial strength has surged in the past 100 years, believing they have surpassed the Xianlang domain and stand unrivaled among the 9 domains. Yet, just as the heaven and earth rankings emerged, the Demon Wolf domain was suppressed by the Xianlang domain. This was like a slap to the face, causing the mentality of the Demon Wolf domain to explode. Unable to accept this fact, what is that Yun Batian doing? Why can't he reach first place? Chapter 526. If you refuse, I'll kill you. Lu Feng listened to the discussions of the crowd, his expression always calm and composed, like a mountain suppressing a region, unmovable amidst the storms. After a while, when the arguments had subsided, Lu Feng finally cleared his throat. The crowd immediately fell silent. The venue plunged into silence. Lu Feng stood firm like a mountain. The presence of a creation realm powerhouse was everywhere, as if he were the center of the world, drawing attention at all times. He slowly scanned the crowd and spoke loudly. Stop your noise. Is it just the first and second places on the Earth ranking? No need to be so surprised. The contest for the Heaven ranking is the main event. The Xianling domain and the Demon Wolf domain are only temporarily ahead. To laugh until the last moment is to be the true winner. I believe in Chenjing. He will surely rise above and reclaim the honor that belongs to us for the Heavenly Wolf domain, recreating the glory of the Heavenly Wolf era 1,000 years ago. The words of the creation realm powerhouse resonated like the voice of heaven and earth, stirring the hearts of the crowd. The disciples of the major forces were invigorated. Their emotions instantly ignited. The Heavenly Wolf domain will surely return to the peak. The Heavenly Wolf domain is invincible. The winds and clouds of the heaven and earth mountain rise again. Let us see which of the 9 domain geniuses will dominate. At the same time, in the Songlong domain, Supreme Teaching Mirror Lake, Dongfang Huaji and others looked at the heaven and earth rankings, their eyes filled with both expectation and loneliness. Chapter 527. Supreme Town Prison Tower. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Don't worry. You really don't learn your lesson. Is it that I didn't hit you hard enough last 2 times? Or do you think that after breaking through to the Chaos Realm, you can stand on the same level as me? So you're getting arrogant? Mo snorted coldly. Lin Xiaofan, I know I'm not your opponent, but with Brother Dongfang and so many junior brothers assisting, you might not be able to win against us. So, you want to win by numbers? Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, causing the void to shatter. Dongfang Bubi and Mo felt nothing, but the dozen or so disciples behind them were struck as if hit hard, flying several dozen feet and crashing heavily to the ground, groaning and unable to get up for a long time. Lin Xiaofan, you're truly shameless. Actually launching a sneak attack. Dongfang Bubi and Mo's faces changed dramatically. Lin Xiaofan said, I'm just using action to tell you that if your strength is lacking, it doesn't matter how many people you have. A glint of cold light flashed in Mo's eyes. Brother, you and I team up to fight him. Today we must make him pay. Dongfang Bubi's gaze flickered, staring at Lin Xiaofan, his expression eager to try, but seemingly wary. Lin Xiaofan said in surprise, You're quite arrogant, huh? Just breaking through to the Chaos Realm, your strength skyrocketing several times, and you think you've forgotten your surname? You think you can fight me? Do you even qualify? Chapter 528. Defeat the enemy. Seize the weapon. I want to see how powerful your supreme teaching's treasure is. Lin Xiaofan did not dodge, allowing the suction force to envelop him. His clothes instantly turned to dust and scattered, and the purple flame magic dragon on his shoulder was also blasted away. A powerful force like a giant net enveloped him, trying to tear him apart. Is this the might of a holy artifact? It's nothing like that. Lin Xiaofan's body emitted a series of intense crackling sounds. The tearing force was indeed extremely powerful, but it was not enough to shake his indestructible golden body. Lin Xiaofan. A trace of shock flashed in Dongfang Bubi's eyes as he crazily infused the power of the world into the Tower of Suppression, causing the black vortex to spin faster and faster. Lin Xiaofan immediately felt the tearing force multiply, and the Tinjiang void where he stood twisted violently, with countless fine cracks spreading out. Dongfang Bubi, is this all the power you can exert from the Tower of Suppression? Lin Xiaofan smiled, his whole body glowing with golden light, and despite the surrounding space continuously twisting and shattering, he remained unharmed, casually saying, If this is your limit, then you are too weak. How is this possible? Dongfang Bubi's expression finally changed. Weaklings only say it's impossible, while the strong shatter everything. Chapter 529. The ancestor of the Supreme Sect after a stick of incense. A drop of blood seeped out from the Tower of Suppression, pulsating as if it had a spirit of its own. Extinguish. Lin Xiaofan lightly called out, and that drop of blood immediately turned to dust and dissipated. Dongfang Bubi's whole body trembled, his eyelids twitched, but he still did not awaken. Lin Xiaofan did not hold back and continued to infuse the power of the world. The Tower of Suppression trembled more and more violently. That drop of blood was not the mark left by the true master of the Tower of Suppression, but belonged to Dongfang Bubi. It was precisely because of this drop of blood that Dongfang Bubi could activate the Tower of Suppression. Lin Xiaofan's goal was not to erase Dongfang Bubi's blood, but to eliminate the mark of the true master and completely seize the Tower of Suppression. Half an hour later, another drop of blood was forced out. This drop of blood was not simple. A faint golden light flickered within it. And as soon as it was exposed to the air, it began to pulsate rapidly, causing the surrounding space to rumble and shake. Extinguish! Lin Xiaofan shouted again, and with a virtual grasp of his hand, the space in front of him compressed, forming a light membrane that pressed toward that dark golden blood. The dark golden blood seemed to sense the danger and pulsated even faster, revealing a pair of deep pupils within, staring at Lin Xiaofan across the endless void. Chapter 530. What do you mean? I'm talking about you. Lin Xiaofan looked at Dongfang Bubi and smiled. Do you also want to be thrown out? Dongfang Bubi's heart trembled, and he said sharply, Lin Xiaofan, don't be too arrogant. Lin Xiaofan said, your ancestor from the Supreme Sect just communicated through the bloodline mark in the Tower of Suppression, saying that as long as I leave the Qianquan secret realm, he will kill me. Dongfang Bubi's spirit perked up. Our ancestor communicated across space? Lin Xiaofan. Then you are dead for sure. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiaofan wondered. You can still laugh? Your ancestor wants to kill me, so we are enemies. I not only want to be arrogant, but I also want to kill you, and all your dozen or so fellow disciples must die too. Everyone was shocked. A trace of panic flashed in Dongfang Bubi's eyes. He said sharply, you dare? What do I have to be afraid of? Lin Xiaofan flashed forward and slapped down on his head. Dongfang Bubi roared in anger and raised his arms to block. Crack! The moment they made contact, the force collided, and Dongfang Bubi's arms instantly broke, screaming as he flew out, crashing to the ground, dust swirling. Senior brother, the disciples of the Supreme Sect exclaimed. And someone wanted to rush over to check the situation, but was frightened into inaction by Lin Xiaofan's sharp gaze. Chapter 531. The Forbidden Wall. Lin Xiaofan entered the light gate, feeling as if he was swimming through water, with a slight sense of stagnation. At the same time, an omnipresent, invisible force brushed against him, as if probing his cultivation level. The power of the restriction? Lin Xiaofan's whole body tensed. Just as he was about to move, that force suddenly receded like a tide, and the feeling of stagnation disappeared. He felt a brightness in front of him and suddenly stood on solid ground, appearing in a strange place. Is this the interior of the Tiandi Mountain? Lin Xiaofan looked around. Towering giant trees surrounded him, with faint mist swirling, giving him a feeling of being in a deep cloud. Looking back, the light gate was still there, indicating that it was not a random teleportation. The entrance and exit of the Tiandi Mountain were fixed here, allowing him to leave at any time. Lin Xiaofan saw no one. He estimated that those who entered were eager to search for treasures or had ventured into restricted areas. Looking up, the mountain peaks were steep, their heights unknown. Above the sky, the dual rankings of heaven and earth hung high, illuminating all directions, clearly visible from any position. Is this to stimulate the warriors of the 9 domains to strive for the rankings? Lin Xiaofan gazed at the Tian ranking, noticing that the names had not changed. Chapter 532. Kill without mercy. Lin Xiaofan waited for a while. The black and white duo remained stunned without reacting. He laughed. Why aren't you taking action? If it's because I'm here that you feel embarrassed, I can step aside. The pale-faced man came to his senses, looked at the miserable woman, and anger flashed on his face. Bastard, what are you doing? How can you be so ruthless to a woman? Lin Xiaofan said, you are going to assault her. You can do such shameless things, but have a nerve to say I'm too harsh? The black-faced man coldly snorted. You've beaten our prey like this. How can we still have the interest to assault her? You must compensate. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Can't you just say you're robbing me? Since you've seen through it, there is nothing more to say. The pale-faced man also stopped pretending, immediately revealing his true colors, and sneered. Are you going to hand over your storage ring voluntarily, or do we have to take action? Lin Xiaofan wondered. Aren't you afraid of being killed for robbing like this? The black-faced man laughed wildly. Kid, it seems you don't understand anything. This is outside the forbidden zone. Only those below the 7th layer of the Transcendence realm, who can't even pass the first restriction gate, would mingle here. Chapter 533. The Earth Ranking Competition. Lin Xiaofan stored the mysterious crystal stone and looked up at the Earth Ranking. This time he unexpectedly learned about the existence of a Tiandi fruit, regardless of whether it was true or not, that Yin Ruo Shuang needed to be particularly noted. If she really has the Tiandi fruit, then just snatch it. Lin Xiaofan read through the names on the Earth Ranking from start to finish, but did not find Yin Ruo Shuang's name. Yin Ruo Shuang from the Tianlang domain. Duo Luoxian should know this person. I'll find a chance to ask him. But that Duo Luoxian didn't make the ranking either. Could he have been taken down by Chunjing? Lin Xiaofan shook his head and continued toward the restriction gate. Not long after, a bright light suddenly fell from above. He looked up and saw the earth ranking glowing, and a silver light shot up, rising to the 10th position before stopping, revealing a sparkling name. Peng Peng. Oh, this guy is quite quick. It hasn't been long, and he has already entered the 6th restricted area. Lin Xiaofan was a bit surprised. The Chaos Great Saint Realm can only rank 10th on the Earth ranking, perhaps due to more and more people breaking into the 6th restriction gate. Lin Xiaofan hurried along, and the Earth ranking occasionally glowed. Each time the light shone, it indicated that someone had made it onto the rankings. Chapter 534. You're not bad. I got your back. Mo Lingxiao said expressionlessly. Are you joking? Bali Changkong replied. Who's joking with you? You don't want to give it? That's fine. I'll just block the way here. If I can't get the Xianjing stone, no one can go in. Of course, that excludes those above the Supreme Realm. Mo Lingxiao's expression darkened. By Li Changkong. I respect you 3 points, but don't push your luck. I've already let you in for free. What more do you want? Do you really want to go against the Tianjue sect? Bai Li Changkong sneered. Don't use the Tianjue sect to pressure me. Inside the secret realm, it all depends on ability. No matter how strong your background is, it doesn't matter. If you don't agree, then let us just waste time here. By the way, I need to remind you, although most of the Chaos Realm has already entered the Forbidden Area and no one can deal with you, Lin Xiaofan is still outside the Tinny Mountain. It's been 2 hours. He should have collected the entrance fee by now and will probably come in soon. If he sees you charging fees here, just think about what the consequences will be. Mo Lingxiao's expression changed. In fact, he was also worried about this. So he initially planned to quickly collect a wave of Xianjing stones and then retreat. Chapter 535. The Emperor's Mystery, the Illusory Body. As soon as Lin Xiaofan entered the Forbidden Area gate, a dark void space appeared before him, empty all around, and an invisible force descended, forming a transparent chain that bound him tightly. Is this the power of the prohibition? Lin Xiaofan felt the prohibition chain crazily contracting, constantly squeezing his body as if it wanted to crush everything. However, that power was too weak and couldn't shake his 11-turn indestructible golden body at all. Lin Xiaofan gradually understood. If he could not withstand the squeezing power of this prohibition chain, he would be forcibly sent out of the prohibition gate, which would be equivalent to failing the challenge. Isn't this too easy? Lin Xiaofan thought the prohibition gate had some special features, but it turned out to be just the prohibition of Tiandi Mountain condensed into a chain to test the challenger's strength. It's simply pathetic. Or is he too strong? Lin Xiaofan felt a bit disappointed. The prohibition power here was too weak and posed no threat to him. However, this was only the first prohibition gate. As he went further, the power levels of the prohibition chain should increase. Who goes there? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the void, cold and majestic, as if it were the voice of a deity, making it undeniable and instinctively prompting a desire to respond. Chapter 536. I am Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan paused, suddenly realizing something. This Emperor's Mystery is not a real person, but a manifestation of the prohibition. It cannot be harmed. How to kill it? Or is it that the 2 swords just now were not powerful enough to slay the Emperor's Mystery at the 8th heaven of the heavenly realm? If that's the case, then this top of the heavenly ranking is indeed extraordinary, although he only used the strength of the 8th heaven of the heavenly realm. The Wuxiang Jia sword's divine ability was at the great perfection level and was not weakened by the prohibition, even against those of the Supreme Realm. He was confident he could slay them, but the Emperor's Mystery actually withstood it, which was a bit unexpected. Is this the true battle strength of the Emperor's Mystery? Emperor's Mystery. I want to see how many of my swords you can take. Lin Xiaofan was filled with battle intent, and the Wuxiang Jia sword was unleashed again, the sword light shining through the void. He had already seen that this Emperor's Mystery, manifested from the prohibition, would not dodge at all. So he disregarded any techniques and simply began to slash madly. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, the Emperor's Mystery met his sword with a blade of its own, and the 2 fought fiercely, each move colliding head-on, shaking the void and causing the earth to tremble. Although the Emperor's Mystery was powerful, it was still pushed back step by Lin Xiaofan. Every time it took a sword, it would be pushed back 100 zhang. Although it wasn't injured, The bursts of light emanating from its body became more and more numerous, and its strength gradually diminished. Chapter 537. If you lack strength, don't talk big. Lin Xiaofan rushed for half an hour, encountering many ferocious beasts along the way, which he conveniently slaughtered, earning a small wave of experience points. The ferocious beasts in this first forbidden area seemed to be considerably more than those outside the forbidden area, but unfortunately, most of them were low-level beasts, resulting in not much experience gained. Who goes there? This place has an owner. Please detour. Just as Lin Xiaofan was focused on his journey, someone suddenly shouted to block his way. Due to the cover of the jungle, he couldn't see the person and could only hear the voice, which sounded a bit familiar, prompting him to stop. He peered through the gaps in the jungle and saw a man and a woman standing on a branch of a large tree, scanning the surroundings warily. The two were Duan Yu and Ling Rong from the Black Wolf domain. Indeed familiar faces. Hey, what a coincidence. We meet again so soon. Lin Xiaofan greeted them with a smile and slowly walked over. Duan Yu and Ling Rong recognized Lin Xiaofan at this moment, and their expressions changed drastically. Lin Xiaofan, this area has been under the control of the Black Wolf domain for 10 miles. Please leave immediately. Duan Yu said nervously. Lin Xiaofan stopped 10 steps away, glancing at the two behind him. In the depths of the jungle, a red light flickered, and he sensed the aura of a ferocious beast, which made him curious and asked, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 538. The human emperor's sword emerges. One sword defeats twin stars. Oh, Lin Xiaofan said in surprise. Are all of you from the Black Wolf domain so arrogant? Senior brother, save me. Ling Rong's expression was pained, nearly suffocating as she cried out, "Kill him. Quickly kill him." 1. Zhu Wuyo's gaze grew colder, and as he exhaled, a powerful aura spread, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Are you serious? Lin Xiaofan laughed. Do you want me to help you count? 2. Zhu Wuyo said, Lin Xiaofan, I'm not joking with you. Although you have some strength, in front of me, it's not enough to see. 2. Lin Xiaofan stopped speaking, quietly watching Zhu Wuyo show off. His hand around Ling Rong's neck showing no signs of loosening, just waiting for the other to finish counting the last word. 3. As Zhu Wuyo's voice fell, the gust of wind stopped, and the big tree became still. Lin Xiaofan still did not loosen his grip, and Ling Rong's face turned purple for being choked. Unable to speak, the scene fell into a dead silence. Zhu Wuyo and Lin Xiaofan stared at each other, tension between them palpable. A battle on the verge of breaking out. The atmosphere pressed to the extreme. Duan Yu was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead. Ling Rong seemed to sense something was wrong. Lin Xiaofan did not release her, and the hand gripping her neck only tightened, an uncontrollable chill rising from her heart. Chapter 539. Please start your performance. Lin Xiaofan smiled. I'm just being overly aggressive. What can you do about it? Having strength means you can do as you please. Well, you are helpless. You. Zhu Wuyo was furious, unable to suppress his injuries any longer, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother, say less. I'll talk to him. Zhu Wuyo didn't confront the human emperor's sword directly. His injury would be much lighter. He pulled Zhu Wuyo behind him and said, Lin Xiaofan, we have no grievances or enmities. There's no need to escalate things to this extent. I wonder if you still remember when the 9 domains projection appeared. Facing the threat of Yunbatian, we spoke up for you. Zhu Wubi is nothing like the cold and unfeeling Zhuwian. He always wears a faint smile, speaks in a calm tone, and gives off a friendly vibe that makes people unconsciously like him. However, Lin Xiaofan would not be deceived. In his eyes, such a person is even more threatening, and he immediately labeled Zhu Wubi as a smiling tiger. Lin Xiaofan said, So what? You don't think that just because you said a few words for me, we are friends now, do you? Zhu Wubi replied, At least we're not enemies, right? Lin Xiaofan said, I have killed 2 of your fellow disciples. Isn't that enough to be enemies? Chapter 540. Blood-colored spider egg. Lin Xiaofan was a bit tempted. He didn't care about the 11th rank, but the 12th rank was different, as it equated to the strength of the transformation realm. But is it really that easy to recognize a master? The purple flame demon dragon has not recognized a master, and he still doesn't have complete control over it. Lin Xiaofan asked, Do you know how to make fierce beasts recognize their master? Zhu Wubi replied, Of course. Otherwise, why will we waste time here? We would have already gone to compete for the rankings in the heavenly and earthly list. Lin Xiaofan was tempted. The human-faced sky spider was whatever, but just thinking about the ugly image of a spider made him dislike it, and just hearing the name made him feel repulsed, especially knowing it had a human face. But if he could learn the secret method to make fierce beasts recognize their master, then he could completely control the purple flame demon dragon. Lin Xiaofan sheathed the human emperor sword and asked, "Where is the human-faced sky spider?" The two let out a sigh of relief. And Zhu Wubi said, "It's just behind us. We will take you there." Zhu Wubi and Zhu Wuyin led the way ahead, while Lin Xiaofan followed a few steps behind. The three walked a few hundred zhong, passing through a gloomy forest, and suddenly their surroundings brightened. "Is this spider silk?" Lin Xiaofan curiously looked around. The area ahead became bright, not because of sunlight, but because it was illuminated by a blood-red glow. Chapter 541. Beast-controlling blood seal Zhu Wubi shook his head and said, 2 hours is too short. It definitely 1T work. Lin Xiaofan said, "I don't care. I will start timing now. I'll give you an incense sticks time to prepare. If you don't act by then, I 1T wait and will directly kill you." Threatened again. The two had extremely ugly expressions, but there was nothing they could do. This guy was too strong, and they could only submit. "Big brother, your injuries are too severe. Let me do it." Zhu Wubi urged Zhu Wuyin to sit aside to heal, took a deep breath, and slowly walked within 10 feet of the blood-colored spider egg before sitting cross-legged, beginning to perform the beast-controlling heavenly technique. Lin Xiaofan's perception enveloped the entire area, his gaze not leaving Zhu Wubi for a moment, not missing any subtle changes. He had already mastered the secret method of the beast-controlling heavenly technique and was observing Zhu Wubi's performance, his mind as clear as a mirror, understanding everything. Any issues would be immediately apparent, and he didn't have to worry about being deceived. Zhu Wubi was relatively honest, meticulously gesturing the seal technique, his blood and energy boiling violently, and blood mist gradually seeped from his entire body, slowly condensing in front of him, forming a blood-colored figure the size of a palm. That blood-colored figure was remarkably similar to Zhu Wubi, with eyes and nose that were strikingly alike. Although it was small, it was a concentration of essence. Chapter 542. The Sky Spider Awakens. Heavenly punishment descends. Lin Xiaofan gestured, and the blood-colored figure quickly rushed toward the spider egg. Upon touching that layer of slime, the situation was the same. The bright red slime surged and rolled, transforming into a blood-red maw that instantly swallowed the blood-colored figure. But buzz! The blood-colored figure thrashed violently, infinite golden light radiating. With a flash, the slime collapsed, bursting apart with a crackling sound. "What?" Zhu Wuyin and Zhu Wubi's pupils contracted. "Go!" Lin Xiaofan lightly shouted, his whole body's blood and energy swelling. Under the pull of his bloodline, the blood-colored figure surged with golden light, suddenly charging forward, piercing through the defensive layer of the spider egg and lunging at the curled-up figure inside. Hiss! At that moment, a piercing scream came from within the spider egg, and the curled, blurry figure quivered lightly, as if a long-sleeping existence had been awakened, a brutal aura rising, climbing higher and higher, shaking the heavens. Boom! Above in the sky, the rolling dark clouds seemed to be stirred, suddenly flashing and thundering, resonating throughout the firmament. At that moment, the figure within the spider egg suddenly opened its mouth, revealing sharp, glistening teeth, and swallowed the blood-colored figure in one bite, chewing a few times with a crunch. Chapter 543. Is this the human-faced sky spider? Lin Xiaofan looked at the scorched scene before him, his heart startled. The last time he touched the forbidden wall, the induced punitive lightning was nowhere near this powerful. It seems that the punitive lightning from the heavenly and earthly mountains restrictions varies depending on the situation, and its power can differ vastly. That last strike of punitive lightning absolutely bore the might of transformation, if it had fallen on him. Escaping unscathed wouldn't have been so easy. I wonder if this level of punitive lightning is the strongest attack of the heavenly and earthly mountains restrictions. Lin Xiaofan's thoughts raced. If the power of the punitive lightning could be even stronger, then he would have to be doubly cautious. He shifted his gaze to Zhu Wubi and Zhu Wuyin. The two hovered several miles away in the void, looking at the devastated scene, their faces filled with shock. They didn't take the opportunity to escape. Lin Xiaofan's expression shifted. Such a good opportunity, and they didn't run? Were their an anomaly, their a demon? Zhu Wubi and Zhu Wuyan were clearly not honest and must have hidden something from him. Lin Xiaofan used spatial movement and instantly appeared beside the two. "What are you looking at?" Lin Xiaofan asked with a smile. The two were startled and instinctively retreated several dozen zhang. That human face guy spider really doesn't dare to come out. Look, it has become obedient again. Chapter 544. The Grudge of the Obstruction. No death, no peace. Isn't this the human face sky spider? How did it become your ancestor? Lin Xiaofan flew closer, secretly on guard. A 12-rank fierce beast can transform into a human. Perhaps the fierce beast before him has already transformed? But that doesn't make sense. If this person were truly a transformed fierce beast, why would Zhu Wubi and the others call it their ancestor? Moreover, the punitive lightning in the sky neither fell nor disappeared, and the power of the punishment continued to intimidate the world, likely still holding uncertainties. Lin Xiaofan, why are you doing this? Zhu Wubi glared at Lin Xiaofan. His eyes filled with immense hatred. Our Zhu family has been plotting for 1,000 years. We were on the verge of achieving great things, with transformation in sight. But you destroyed everything with a single sword. Lin Xiaofan replied innocently. Although I don't know what you're talking about, what does it have to do with me? You clearly told me this was the human face sky spider and even considered it an opportunity to gift to me. So naturally, it should be mine to dispose of. Now that I don't want it, I killed it with a sword. Is there a problem? There's absolutely no problem. Zhu Wubi's eyes turned red. A bit frenzied. Who told you to strike? If you don't want it, can't you just give it back to us? Lin Xiaofan said. What you said is really interesting. Why should I return it to you if I don't want it? Chapter 545. The Secret Technique of Seizing Bones, Heaven and Earth Mountain. The entrance to the second forbidden zone. Brother, are we going in now? Two young men dressed in green stood at the entrance of the forbidden zone, looking eager to try. Yeah, let's go in together. Inside, it's a separate space, and we won't run into each other. We can only pass the trials individually. Brother, the guardian of the first forbidden zone is the #1 on the heaven ranking. Huang Xuanji. I wonder who the guardian of this second forbidden zone is. It wouldn't be the second on the heaven ranking Tianqian, would it? Who knows? But just thinking about fighting against such extraordinary powerhouses at the same level is exciting. Yeah, it's a pity I can only barely take 10 moves. I can't fight for 300 rounds. As the two were talking, they suddenly sensed something and turned to look to the left, 10 feet away. The void twisted, and 3 figures dropped out. Who are they? The two young men were shocked, but before they could finish their words, one of them exploded into a mist of blood. Poof! Zhu Renwang had just killed 2 people and opened his mouth to spit out a blood arrow. Ancestor, are you okay? Zhu Wubi and Zhu Wuyo were still shaken and hurried to support Zhu Renwang. I'm fine, just a mouthful of congealed blood. Chapter 546. The commotion of the first gate. Zhu Renwang lightly waved his hand, and the skeleton left in place instantly turned to ashes. He looked at Zhu Wubi and coldly said, I'm going to enter the second forbidden zone. Are you coming? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Wubi dropped to the ground. Big brother. Zhu Wubi ignored Zhu Renwang and staggered to the place where Zhu Wuyo had died, reaching out to hold a lump of flesh and blood, weeping bitterly. Compassion for a woman won't lead to greatness. You should take care of yourself. Zhu Renwang snorted coldly and turned to step into the forbidden zone. Zhu Renwang. Zhu Wubi looked at the disappearing figure of Zhu Renwang, his eyes burning with fury. Running pretty fast, Lin Xiaofan followed the spatial fluctuations, teleporting several times but still couldn't track him down. Zhu Renwang was very cunning, constantly changing positions and well-versed in the art of escape. However, Lin Xiaofan was not to be trifled with, as long as it was a spatial escape. He would not let him escape from his grasp. Lin Xiaofan continuously cast the Void Great Teleportation and finally tracked down the entrance to the second forbidden zone. Zhu Wubi, why are you the first one here? As soon as Lin Xiaofan appeared, he saw Zhu Wubi kneeling in front of a pool of flesh and blood, holding his head and crying. Is this where Zhu Wuyo died? Chapter 547. The projection of the first gate in Mo Lingxiao was not wrong. The illusory body is not a real person. Every move has traces to follow, and the techniques used in each battle are the same. Moreover, many people's true cultivation has long surpassed the 8th level of the heavenly realm, although they are forcibly suppressed to the same level by restrictive chains. Their vision and combat power are definitely not something an ordinary 8th level can compare with. So, even if it's Huang Xuanji, the number 1 on the heaven ranking, as long as he battles a few more times, he can find a breakthrough and thus withstand the 10 moves. Of course, this is under the condition that the strength difference is not too great. If the foundation and roots differ too much, even knowing how the opponent strikes, one still cannot block it. Someone couldn't help but retort, "Mo Ling Xiao, it's easy for you to say. If you have the ability, try going in yourself. I bet you won't last 10 moves and will be defeated." As soon as these words came out, those who failed the trials resonated deeply. People were already dissatisfied with Mo Ling Xiao charging fees for guarding the gate, and now they found a chance to mock him, immediately joining in. How could he possibly withstand 10 moves? 8 moves will be impressive. I bet he can only take 7 moves. 6 moves. No more than that. Is it possible that he can't even take one move like us? Chapter 548. Is that Lin Xiaofan? Dongfang Bubi, full of fighting spirit, laughed heartily. "Thank you, junior brother. I will certainly not disappoint expectations, even if I have to exhaust all my strength." Huh? Before he finished speaking, suddenly a bright light shone from the sky, and a scene rapidly appeared, showing Mo Ling Xiao stepping into the projection of the first gate. This is the projection of the first gate? Dongfang Bubi was shocked. I heard the elders in the sect say that great powers can communicate with the world tree at a certain cost, connecting to heaven and earth mountain and revealing the scenes inside the forbidden zone. Which great power is behind this? The disciples of the Taishang sect were all astonished and couldn't help but discuss in low voices. "Senior brother, is this the internal space of the first gate? Why is there nothing? Who is the challenger? Where's Huang Xuanji's illusory body? Hey, he is out. He is out." In the projection, a figure quickly solidified. The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately became excited. The number 1 on the heaven ranking, world-renowned. Who wouldn't want to catch a glimpse? Even if it's just an illusory body, being able to see it once could become a lifetime bragging point. At this moment, even Dongfang Bubi stopped his actions. Breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on that figure, filled with heat and desire. Chapter 549. Defeating Lin Xiaofan? Are you kidding? The blood demon ancestor disdainfully said, "Your perspective is too low. At such a time, still holding prejudices against super sects, so what if we are outsiders? At least our sect master now represents the Songlong domain, and everything he does in heaven and earth mountain will carry the mark of the Songlong domain. And it will never fade." Songlong domain Lin Xiaofan defeated Huang Xuanji of the demon wolf domain at the first gate of heaven and earth mountain, stepping on the number 1 on the heaven ranking. From now on, even after 1,000 or 10,000 years, this fact will not change. Future generations will pass it down, forever remembering this glorious moment, and the Songlong domain will benefit from this. Perhaps it will stand out from the 9 domains of the Greedy Wolf Star and leap to become one of the upper domains. The blood demon ancestor spoke passionately, growing more excited as he continued, showing no sign of stopping. The crowd listened in astonishment. This guy is just praising his own sect master. Yet he dares to say that the Songlong domain will become an upper domain. Lin Xiaofan merely defeated the illusory body of Huang Xuanji. He hasn't really become the number 1 in the world. There should be a limit to bragging. Chapter 550. The Land of Endings. Everyone was stunned by this statement. Dongfang Bubi can't withstand a single move? Isn't that too arrogant? And the Land of Endings. Does this mean Dongfang Bubi will stop here? The pride of the Songlong domain, the strongest disciple of the current number 1 sect, the Taishang sect, the unparalleled genius of the Chaos Great Saint realm, can't even pass the first gate of heaven and earth mountain? This not only mocks Dongfang Bubi, but also disrespects the Taishang sect. After a brief silence among the disciples of the Taishang sect, their anger surged, and they were filled with rage. Silence. Dongfang Huaji let out a loud shout, suppressing the soon-to-be riot among the Taishang followers. He couldn't hold back his anger anymore, and slowly stood up with a dark expression. "Arrogant fool, sharp-tongued. Are you looking down on the Taishang sect?" Dongfang Huaji coldly stared at the blood demon ancestor, his dominating aura spreading out, intimidating everyone present. The blood demon ancestor immediately felt immense pressure, beads of sweat quickly forming on his forehead, his face turning pale, and his body swaying unsteadily. Is your Taishang sect only capable of oppressing others with power? Yang Xianfeng appeared beside the blood demon ancestor in a flash, and without any apparent movement. The surrounding pressure instantly dissipated. The blood demon ancestor secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated behind Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 551. The anger of the heavenly evil, true monarch. The impact of the void projection from the first door reached its peak after Lin Xiaofan struck that sword. Everyone who saw that sword was stunned. Can I block this sword? In the sixth forbidden area, Lu Wushuang stared at the void image in the sky, his expression changing unpredictably. He murmured to himself, Lin Xiaofan, I underestimated you, but I don't believe you can be this strong at every realm. What's the use of being powerful in the Tongtian realm? The chaotic realm is the true leap in strength. Under the law of creation, I am invincible. You will ultimately only become my stepping stone. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Lu Wushuang, Yun Batian slapped away Hua Lu Shui and laughed wildly. Kid, you can't do it. You're too weak. Hua Lu Shui spat blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He angrily shouted, Yun Batian, I haven't offended you. Why are you chasing me? Blame Lin Xiaofan. He dared to provoke me, simply seeking death. In the Canlong domain, I kill anyone I see. Yun Batian looked up at the sky, his gaze locking onto that figure, his fighting spirit soaring. Lin Xiaofan, you actually managed to defeat the illusory form of the heavenly evil emperor, which truly surprised me. That sword just now was quite something. You qualified to be my opponent. Chapter 552. Worrying about what comes. Is this kid's strength really that strong? Could he possibly have the demeanor of an emperor? The heavenly evil, true monarch's eyes flickered. He had been paying attention to Lin Xiaofan, knowing that this child was extraordinary and likely came from the 9-star realm. Some time ago, a space crack appeared in the heavenly evil palace, connecting to the 9-star realm, and he was already aware of this matter. 1,000 years ago, he had invaded the 9-star realm, and for certain reasons, he had left a descendant in that world. After so many years, he wondered if that descendant had multiplied. At that time, he passed down a secret method that, once cultivated to the chaotic realm, could temporarily open a passage between the two realms. That space crack was likely the work of that descendant or their offspring. However, this method had a high cost. Once used, one's life would be at risk, and the one who cast the spell was likely already dead. There are rumors now that someone from the 9-star realm crossed the endless starry sky to arrive at the Greedy Wolf Star. This matter was confirmed by the Celestial Patrol, causing a stir for a time, but it eventually faded away, because they could not find the invader. And the Greedy Wolf Star had always looked down on the 9-star realm, thinking that the martial arts level there was backward. Even if someone crossed over, they would not stir up much trouble, so it was not taken seriously. Anyway, the two realms would soon encounter each other, and a great battle was inevitable. It would not be too late to capture the invaders then. Chapter 553. The second door, space passage. Chun Jing screamed in agony, blood staining the sky. A beam of forbidden light timely fell, blocking the subsequent attack of the sword light. The void fluctuated, and a space crack appeared, with the heavily injured Chun Jing plummeting into it, disappearing without a trace. Challenge failed. 2 moves. Defeated. The people of the Tianlang domain were silent. Even Lu Feng, a powerful being of creation, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. How is this possible? No one dared to believe what they had just witnessed. The number 1 genius of the Tianlang domain, a chaotic dominator, Chun Jing, was actually defeated in just 2 moves, and, judging by the situation, if it weren't for the barrier's obstruction, he might have been killed on the spot. Lin Xiaofan is actually this strong? Terrifying. Chun Jing's defeat was so brutal and decisive that it was hard to believe he could withstand 10 moves after trying a few more times. If even a chaotic dominator couldn't pass the first door, what hope does any of the 9 domain geniuses have? A bone-chilling coldness rose from the hearts of the people in the Tianlang domain, and a more terrifying thought couldn't help but emerge. Those who are still stuck at the first door may never get the chance to enter the Forbidden Zone again, and have completely lost their qualification to challenge the heavenly ranking. Moreover, 1,000 years later, when the heavenly mountain reopens, if the first door is still under Lin Xiaofan's control, all the geniuses of the 9 domains are likely to return empty-handed. Chapter 554. The Treasure Without a Master. Those with fate shall obtain it. Lin Xiaofan immediately sensed his surroundings, hoping to find the absolute human king, but he was disappointed. With the absolute human king's strength, passing through the space passage of the second door would have been effortless, and he didn't know where he had been randomly sent. He looked up at the Earth ranking. There were changes among the people there, but the top three were still Lu Wushuang, Yun Batian, and Ji Xingyan. The absolute human king was not on the list. Nor was he. To ascend the Earth ranking, one must pass through the sixth door. No matter how fast the previous challenges were, they were still outside the top 1,000. Nameless on the list, Lin Xiaofan didn't waste much time earlier. Even if the absolute human king passed through the second door first, he wouldn't be much faster than him. And he should still be in the second forbidden area. First, let's search around and see if he can be found. Lin Xiaofan left the peak, following the guidance of the Heavenly Mountain's restrictions, moving towards the direction of the third door. He estimated that the absolute human king would continue to challenge. So tracking towards the third door should be correct. While hurrying, Lin Xiaofan felt the peculiarities of the second forbidden area. It was also filled with a mysterious power that could accelerate the cultivation speed, doubling the effect compared to the first forbidden area. Unfortunately, he didn't need to cultivate, which felt a bit wasteful. Chapter 555, A Beating Otherwise How? You tell me. While Lin Xiaofan spoke, he flashed in front of that flaming strange plant and reached out to grab the heavenly fruit. Only by obtaining what is in hand does it truly belong to oneself. You seek death. The woman in white was furious, waving her delicate hand, and the sword energy broke through the air, directly slashing towards Lin Xiaofan. Get lost. Lin Xiaofan formed his fingers into a sword, making a hissing sound. The sword light shot into the sky, cutting through the incoming sword energy and with unyielding momentum. The sword light swept down directly at the chest of the woman in white. The woman in white was startled, hurriedly crossing her sword to block. Boom! With a loud bang, the woman in white screamed, her long sword flying out of her hand, and she was sent flying more than 10 meters, rolling several times upon hitting the ground, landing in a very awkward position. Lin Xiaofan said, "So weak? Didn't you say you had already glimpsed my sword path divine ability?" You. The woman in white was exasperated, her face changing between blue and white, and she finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, holding the heavenly fruit in his right hand and gently plucking it. The heavenly earth fruit was in hand, warm to the touch, and a trace of mysterious power seeped into his body, causing the small universe to tremble slightly, showing signs of sublimation. Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt an impulse to swallow the heavenly earth fruit. This was not his will, but a primal need of his body, stemming from the deep-seated desire of the small universe. Chapter 556. The man of Yin Rushuang. Lin Xiaofan curiously asked, "Your man? Who is he? Tell me. Let's see if I know him." Yin Rushuang seemed to regain her confidence all of a sudden and said, "You must know him. He is just like you, having entered the Qian Kuan secret realm from the Tsang Wolf domain, and he has already broken through to the Master Realm. You're not talking about Duoluo Xian, are you?" Lin Xiaofan was greatly surprised. The only one related to this woman from the Tsang Wolf domain, besides Duoluo Xian, was no one else. However, he did not believe that Duoluo Xian had reached the Master Realm. How could he break through 2 realms in such a short time? Going straight from Chaos Heavenly Sovereign to Master? Impossible. This woman was definitely bragging, and her purpose was obvious, to intimidate him. Yin Rushuang proudly said, "That's right. Duoluo Xian is indeed my man. We have already contacted each other, and he is on his way here now. You have beaten me like this. He will definitely not let you go. If I were you, I would leave now. Otherwise, when he arrives, you won't be able to leave." Lin Xiaofan laughed and said, "So Duoluo Xian is your man. What a surprise. It's like the flood swept away the Dragon King Temple. A family member doesn't recognize a family member." Yin Rushuang was taken aback. "Family member?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "Isn't that a family member? When Duoluo Xian first came to the Tsang Wolf domain, we became good friends. He was able to obtain the qualifications for the secret realm as a disciple of the heavenly refining sect, and I was the one who strongly facilitated it." Chapter 557. Is it important to be shameless or not? Lin Xiaofan said, "So that's how it is. No wonder you have such confidence. But the trump card you mentioned, I actually know about it. Isn't it the creation sacred artifact, the Lishang blade?" Duoluo Xian's laughter stopped abruptly. He stared at Lin Xiaofan and frowned. "How do you know?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "That is not important. I ask you, now that your strength has increased, are you planning to be my enemy?" Duoluo Xian hesitated for a moment, thinking of Lin Xiaofan's unfathomable strength, and still felt some dread. He said, "You let her go. and from now on, we will go our separate ways." Before Lin Xiaofan could speak, Yin Rushuang was already unhappy. She said anxiously, "Lin Xiaofan hit me and took my heavenly earth fruit. It can't just end like this." Duo Luo Xian's gaze sharpened, and a strand of energy locked onto Lin Xiaofan as he asked, "Do you have the heavenly earth fruit?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "So what if I do?" Duo Luo Xian's eyes flickered. He was tempted. The heavenly earth fruit was a rare treasure of the universe. Although it could not be used to break through realms, it could enhance the foundation of the small universe, and its effect was incredibly significant, even rarer than the materials for breaking through realms. As for how much the foundation of the small universe could be enhanced, it varied based on individual circumstances. The size of the small universe at the time of its initial opening determined the extent of the enhancement. Chapter 558. I let you show off. Rushuang, how are you? Duo Luo Xian looked anxious, rushing forward a few steps before stopping, as Lin Xiaofan was standing next to Yin Rushuang, staring at him fiercely. He did not dare to act recklessly. "Lin Xiaofan, the heavenly earth fruit is yours. Just don't kill me." Yin Rushuang's voice came from below, sounding panicked as if she was greatly frightened, her feet kicking wildly, trying to break free. Lin Xiaofan stomped heavily on the ground, releasing his power, causing the earth to shake. Yin Rushuang's body also trembled for a while, and her kicking legs suddenly became stiff and motionless. Duo Luo Xian angrily shouted, "Lin Xiaofan, what are you doing?" Lin Xiaofan said, "Can't you see? Of course, I'm doing your woman. You." Duo Luo Xian was nearly spitting blood. How could this bastard say such things? What does it mean to do your woman? Well, man could bear that. It was simply outrageous. Duo Luo Xian was furious. His woman was beaten in front of him, and the pride of a man shattered on the ground, pushing him to the brink of rage. Go to hell. Duo Luo Xian finally couldn't hold back, throwing a punch from a distance, and a powerful force compressed the air, forming a shockwave that surged toward Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan slightly tilted his body, swung his palm sideways, and with a loud bang, the sound echoed. Chapter 559. Being strong is what truly matters. Look at you. Showing off again. I just angered you. What can you do to me? Lin Xiaofan punched the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The earth shook violently, the surface undulating like waves, rapidly spreading outward, turning everything into dust. In just a blink, a radius of several dozen miles was reduced to a sea of fine gravel. The might of a single punch shattered the earth. Yin Rushuang happened to fly back from afar, and upon seeing this scene, her face changed in fright. She did not dare to approach any closer and nervously retreated a distance, watching from afar. The surroundings fell into silence, and Duo Luo Xian was also speechless. Lin Xiaofan's gaze locked onto a spot 10 feet ahead, smiling. Duo Luo Xian, how much power do you think I used in this punch? Boom! A pillar of sand shot into the sky, and Duo Luo Xian emerged from the ground, his whole body covered in a layer of transparent ice, emitting extreme cold air. As countless ice shards fell down, and snowflakes danced wildly in the sky. Lin Xiaofan, I don't care how much power you used, no matter how strong you are. What of it? After I broke through to the Master Realm, I comprehended the Xianbing protective technique, able to withstand a blow from the creation without breaking. Covered in Xianbing armor, his defense was unparalleled. What could you do to me? Ha ha! Chapter 560. Die or kneel. Duo Luo Xian glanced at Yin Rushuang, a flash of shame crossing his face. But in the face of death, such humiliation was nothing. The burden of reviving the Duo Luo family rested entirely on his shoulders. He absolutely cannot die like this. Yin Rushuang, you should leave. Duo Luo Xian's expression was blank. This humiliating scene of begging for survival was seen by her, and he had no face to confront Yin Rushuang anymore. Yin Rushuang coldly said, Duo Luo Xian, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death, willing to kneel just to survive. I was truly blind back then to have chosen a man without backbone like you. I now declare that our engagement is hereby annulled. We shall be like strangers from now on. Duo Luo Xian's face suddenly turned extremely ugly, and he said, Yin Rushuang, don't go too far. If it weren't for saving you, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. Yin Rushuang sneered. Who asked you to save me? I was just using you. You were never worthy of me. Yet you want to eat swan meat like a toad. You were just lucky to have broken through to the Master Realm, and even with a sacred artifact in hand, you were still defeated. Such a waste. How can you be worthy of being my Yin Rushuang's man? Just wait here to die. Goodbye. Chapter 561. Setting a small goal for you, Duoluo, Xian gasped, awkwardly saying, I was just expressing my determination, and I will definitely follow through. Lin Xiaofan said, You'd better do so. I can spare your life, but there's one condition. From now on, your task is to gather information about the heavenly earth fruit. I want all 10 heavenly earth fruits. How is that possible? Dolo Xian frowned and said, No one can obtain 10 heavenly and earthly fruits alone. Even the top of the heavenly ranking, Emperor Xuanji, only got 4 back then. Moreover, no one has ever entered the 9th forbidden zone. The heavenly and earthly fruits inside are simply unattainable. Lin Xiaofan replied, You don't need to worry about that. I don't need you to snatch the heavenly and earthly fruits. You just need to find out who got them and tell me. Then your task will be complete. Dolo Xian understood this meant robbery. However, this guy's strength was so formidable that if he truly acted recklessly, no one would be able to resist. But doing so would inevitably offend others. And those who could obtain the heavenly and earthly fruits were all distinguished talents with backgrounds. If they were robbed of the fruits, how could they let it go easily? Once they left the Qian Kuan's secret realm, there would be endless troubles. Chapter 562. It's just sparring, not life and death. The heavenly ranking hadn't changed. So far, no one had made the list. As for the earth ranking, many new names had appeared, with 2 newcomers in the top 10, but he didn't know them. Why hadn't Chunjing's name appeared yet? Lin Xiaofan found it strange. Chunjing's strength was comparable to Lu Wushuang and Yun Batian, so he should have no problem entering the top 10 of the earth ranking. Now that he hadn't made it, could it be that he was dead? Lin Xiaofan recalled the dark abyss, where Chunjing had fought Dolo Xian, causing space to tear apart and disappearing without a trace. Perhaps that had delayed him. Now that Dolo Xian had appeared, if Chunjing hadn't been killed, he should show up soon. But if Chunjing hadn't passed the first gate yet, that would be interesting. Lin Xiaofan suddenly thought of Dongfeng Bubi and Mou, the 2 geniuses of the Taishang sect, who had also fallen behind him. He knew their strengths well. They definitely wouldn't pass the first gate. The top genius of the Taishang sect in the Chaos realm couldn't even pass the first gate. Wouldn't that be laughable? I wonder how the Taishang sect would react upon learning this. Hee. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but chuckle. Would Dongfeng Bubi, the unfortunate guy, be so furious that he spits blood? Chapter 563. Entering the 6th gate, what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Are you crazy for fame? Lin Xiaofan laughed. He didn't even try to scheme against him, yet someone dared to plot against him. It was simply seeking death. Feng Bueling shouted loudly, What? Are you afraid? Afraid of losing face to me? Lin Xiaofan said, Feng Bueling, do you think that just because you challenge me publicly, I won't dare to kill you? It's just sparring, unrelated to life and death. Who do you think you are? A mere nobody, trying to set rules in front of me. After saying that, Lin Xiaofan slowly raised his hand, and a sword aura shot out from his fingertip, directly aimed at Feng Bueling. Feng Bueling immediately felt a sharp aura locking onto him. The overwhelming might of the Chaos realm intimidating the entire venue. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Lin Xiaofan, what do you want? I want to spar with you at the same level, not engage in a life-and-death duel with all my strength. You are a well-known figure. Do you really want to pressure people with your realm? Lin Xiaofan laughed. Once I make a move, I won't hold back. If you want to challenge me, you must be prepared to die. Feng Bueling hurriedly said, I won't fight with you anymore. You're late. As soon as Lin Xiaofan's voice fell, the sword aura suddenly surged, reaching 10 zhang away and instantly piercing Feng Bueling's forehead, emerging from the back of his head. Chapter 564. The first change of ownership. 11th on the heavenly ranking. The people from the lower domain felt their faces heat up. Although they were unconvinced, they had no power to refute. Duan Shiji then looked at the central domain camp and coldly said, And you from the central domain, do you think Lin Xiaofan is very strong? In the 8th layer of the Tantian realm, he might really be invincible, but in the Chaos realm, he may not be the strongest. I can responsibly tell you that his strength is far inferior to our senior brother Lu Wushuang. It's already impressive for him to enter the top 10 of the Earth ranking. As for the first place, don't even think about it. Buzz. Before Duan Shiji's words were finished, the Earth ranking, which hung high in the sky, suddenly shook violently. A silver light soared up, illuminating the world in all directions, turning the entire sky into a silver ocean. This grand momentum was even greater than the commotion caused by the Absolute King just now. The crowd was in an uproar. Duan Shiji's face also changed dramatically. He had a vague guess, but thought it impossible. Lin Xiaofan had only just entered the sixth gate. How could he? Under the astonished gaze of everyone, that silver light surged unabated, forcefully breaking into the top 10 without any sign of stopping, ultimately pushing down Yun Batian, Lu Wushuang, and the Absolute King, directly claiming the top spot. Chapter 565. One man guards the pass. 10,000 cannot open at the first gate of Tianyi Mountain. The number of people gathered here kept increasing, and they crowded the first gate tightly. Among them, many were injured, looking dispirited and defeated. These injured individuals were all martial artists from the 9 domains who had failed the trials, including disciples from the Lin Tian sect and super sects. What to do? Lin Xiaofan's illusory body is too strong. I can't get through. The strongest disciple of the Lin Tian sect, Xiao Yi, wore a worried expression. She also bore several sword wounds, clearly having failed the trial as well. She had had a fortuitous encounter in the secret realm and had now broken through to the Chaos Supreme realm. With such strength, she would have definitely ranked on the Earth ranking before, but now she couldn't even pass the first gate. Gong Rushue said, "Senior sister, if you can't get through, just let it be. It's also good to cultivate outside the Forbidden Zone. The cultivation speed here is twice as fast as outside." Xiao Yi frowned and said, "I am in the Chaos realm. If I can't even make it to the Earth ranking, it'll bring shame to the Lin Tian sect." Gong Rushue replied, "What is the big deal? Dongfang Bubi and Mo, you can't pass the first gate either. Dongfang Bubi is a Chaos Great Saint. If he can't make the list, the sect surely won't blame you." Chapter 566. The Seventh Gate. Yun Batian, in the Sixth Forbidden Zone, in a certain forest. The space twisted, and Lin Xiaofan slowly appeared. Is this the Sixth Forbidden Zone? Lin Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings while circulating his cultivation method to sense the differences and discovered that the cultivation speed had increased by another factor compared to the Fifth Forbidden Zone. He was becoming more and more curious about Tianyi Mountain. If such a cultivation treasure land could be moved back to the super sect and become the sect's divine mount, that would be perfect. Lin Xiaofan was daydreaming, but he knew that the likelihood of that happening was slim. Tianyi Mountain was too vast. Even his small world couldn't contain it. Even if he could break the restrictions of Tianyi Mountain, moving the entire mountain back would be an impossible task. The best approach would be to find the entrance and have control over it. That way, disciples of the super sect could come and cultivate at any time. However, that possibility was also slim. The major sects of the 9 domains weren't fools. If there really were so-called free entrances, they would have been controlled long ago. Lin Xiaofan looked up at the Earth ranking, where his name hung at the top. Is this the first place on the Earth ranking? A smile crept onto Lin Xiaofan's lips. Chapter 567. Kneel and call me Grandpa. Lin Xiaofan ignored Yun Batian and looked at the crowd, asking, "Have any of you seen the king of Absolute Men?" The crowd exchanged glances, but no one answered. Lin Xiaofan spotted a familiar face in the crowd and directly called out, "Peng Peng, have you seen the king of Absolute Men? Did he enter the 7th gate?" Peng Peng was very wary of Lin Xiaofan, even leaving a psychological shadow, and he honestly shook his head, saying, "I haven't seen him. He should still be in the 6th forbidden area." What about Lu Wushuang? Lu Wushuang entered the 7th gate and hasn't come out yet. Yun Batian couldn't stand it any longer and mocked, "Peng Peng, you're supposed to be a top talent from our Demon Wolf domain. How can you be so submissive to a kid from the Central domain? You're bringing shame to the Demon Wolf domain." Peng Peng's expression darkened. "Yun Batian, my matters have nothing to do with you. Take care of yourself first." The relationship between the Demon Wolf domain's Heavenly Demon Sect and Heavenly Evil Palace has never been good, and the two immediately clashed. Yun Batian coldly said, "You bring shame to the Demon Wolf domain, and I will care about that." Peng Peng scoffed, "You're already acting like a grandson to someone else, and you still have a nerve to say that? Who is really bringing shame to the Demon Wolf domain?" Chapter 568. So you're afraid of death too? Yun Baishan's anger flared, and he shouted, "Lin Xiaofan, don't go too far." Lin Xiaofan replied, "Am I going too far? Isn't that what you just said? I'm just returning the favor." Yun Batian was momentarily speechless, choked by Lin Xiaofan's words. Lin Xiaofan said, "Call for help. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Yun Batian took a deep breath and suddenly calmed down. He looked up and stared intently at Lin Xiaofan, coldly saying, "I don't believe you dare to kill me." Lin Xiaofan extended a finger, and a sword aura shot out. With a gentle swipe, Yun Baixian's left arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood splattered on the ground. Yun Baixian, though in pain and his face twisted, gritted his teeth and stifled a scream. At this moment, the crowd, who had retreated several dozen miles away, sensed the battle's end and quietly flew back, just in time to see Yun Baixian's left arm being chopped off, gasping in shock. Yun Baixian was defeated. He had lost both arms. This was too tragic. Lin Xiaofan was surprisingly powerful, easily defeating even Yun Baixian. Who among the younger generation of the 9 domains could rival him? The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Chapter 569, Great Annihilation Finger. Transformation Realm Divine Ability. Yun Baixian was breathing rapidly. As a proud son of heaven, when had he ever been threatened like this? He was both furious and unwilling. But he couldn't fight back, and the small world was suppressed. What could he do but endure? A cruel expression appeared on Yun Baixian's face as he humiliatedly said, "Fine, I'll give you the heavenly fruit. But you must let me go first. The small world is sealed, and I can't take it out. Letting you go is fine. But you mustn't pull any tricks, otherwise you'll die a miserable death." Lin Xiaofan released Yun Baixian. Yun Baixian immediately felt a rush of relief as the power suppressing the small world retreated like a tide, and he could once again mobilize the power of the world. Lin Xiaofan, Godi, Yun Baixian roared, and a phantom of the small world appeared above his head. The vast earth, mountains, and boundless power shook the heavens and the earth. This space seemed unable to bear its overwhelming might, suddenly shaking violently. That was Yun Baixian's small world. It was said that Yun Baixian was a prodigy with extraordinary talent, commanding a small world of 300 miles in the dominance realm, looking down upon his peers. The aura of this small world was terrifying. The crowd was suppressed by Yun Baixian's small world, as if they were caught in turbulent waves, with waves of power crashing relentlessly, shaking them to their core. Chapter 570. Fourth on the earth, ranking Yun Baixian's head was severed, and he hadn't died yet. His face was filled with fear and twisted in rage, hatred boiling his eyes as he shouted, "Lin Xiaofan, the heavenly evil palace will definitely avenge me." "You shut up." Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, and a beam of sword light sliced through the air, exploding Yun Baixian's head, red and white brain matter splattering everywhere. Blood soaking the ground. Experience points. 50,000,000. Lin Xiaofan gained experience points. The first genius of the Demon Wolf domain, Yun Baixian, had fallen. He checked his personal panel, and his total experience points had accumulated to over 600 million, with over 20 million Xian crystal stones he had plundered, which also equated to over 600 million experience points. This meant that his net worth had reached around 1.3 billion. The small target of 1 billion had been achieved. Now he would set a bigger goal of 2 billion. Lin Xiaofan was in a good mood. With his secret realm event ending, both his physical body and cultivation were expected to break through simultaneously, making it possible to sweep through the 9 domains. The invasion of the greedy wolf star into the 9-star realm? Not a chance. Lin Xiaofan planned to completely suppress the greedy wolf star domain before the 2 realms clashed, eliminating the war between the 2 realms. In the future, the 9-star realm and the greedy wolf star domain would be dominated solely by the super sect. With his plans set, Lin Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings, slightly furrowing his brow. Chapter 571. Who did this? In the Demon Wolf domain, at the entrance of the Xuantian secret realm, people from various forces looked at the top 2 names on the Earth ranking, their expressions somewhat grim. Lin Xiaofan and the King of Absolute Men occupied the 1st and 2nd spots, while the Tsang Wolf domain and Black Wolf domain were making a splash, leaving the people from the Demon Wolf domain feeling embarrassed. The Demon Wolf domain prided itself on being the best in the 9 domains, yet their strongest genius, Yun Baixian, could only rank 4th on the Earth ranking. This was simply a slap in the face. If he had been surpassed by geniuses from the other 2 upper domains, that would be one thing, but the 1st and 2nd were from the Central domain and Lower domain. How could the Demon Wolf domain bear this? The heavenly evil, true monarch, however, maintained a calm expression as a transformation realm expert who had seen many storms. It was hard for anything to shake his emotions. He spoke slowly. "Everyone, there's no need to panic. The competition for the heaven and earth rankings has just begun, and temporary rankings mean nothing. The loss on the Earth ranking is just a momentary setback. The competition for the heaven ranking is what truly matters. Please remain patient. I can't speak for others. But Yun Baishan's strength is evident to all, and he will certainly ascend the heaven ranking and bring glory to our demon wolf domain. Please stay tuned. Upon hearing the heavenly evil, true monarch say this, the crowd's confidence surged. Chapter 572, The Seventh Forbidden Area Bang. Golden light exploded, revealing 3 dazzling golden characters. Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan. Lu Xiantong suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing the heavens, captivating all. The members of the Xian Wolf domain were also in an uproar. Lin Xiaofan had made it onto the heaven ranking. He was 3rd on the heaven ranking, surpassing Lu Wushuang. The Tsang Wolf domain had now had 2 people named on the heaven ranking consecutively. Was this going against the heavens? Where did this Lin Xiaofan come from? Why was he so strong? Lu Xiantong stared at the heaven ranking, silent, a look of seriousness on his face. Unlike others who only saw the surface, he could see deeper layers of meaning. Lin Xiaofan ranked 3rd, and compared to Lu Wushuang in 4th place, the difference may seem small, but in reality, it is like heaven and earth. Lu Wushuang being 4th means that someone has previously passed the 7th gate faster than Lu Wushuang. Lin Xiaofan being 3rd suggests he might be the fastest person ever to pass through the 7th gate. The only reason he is ranked 3rd is that he has not yet attempted the 8th gate, thus placing him beneath the heavenly evil emperor and the Xuantian emperor. Lin Xiaofan, what kind of monster are you? Lu Xuantong's eyes flickered, his mind racing. Chapter 573. The beast in the magma. Lin Xiaofan activated the indestructible golden body, enveloping himself in dazzling golden light. To be safe, he also summoned the power of the world to form a transparent protective shield, isolating the high-temperature magma outside, ensuring that not even a drop of magma could seep in within a radius of 10 feet. Lin Xiaofan quickly dove down, and as he went deeper underground, the temperature of the magma increased, reaching a terrifying level at a depth of 1,000 feet, causing the protective shield to sizzle from the heat. Why hasn't he reached the bottom yet? Lin Xiaofan halted. The magma seemed bottomless, rolling like a vast ocean. Finding the fire crystal might not be so easy, and he was contemplating whether to continue. Suddenly, a strange sound came from below, as if something was sliding past quickly. Lin Xiaofan was startled. Could there be living creatures in such a high-temperature place? After hesitating for a moment, he focused on the fluctuations ahead and pursued without letting go. After a short chase, Lin Xiaofan noticed that the source of the fluctuations drifted left and right at times and sank rapidly at others, moving extremely fast, and he couldn't catch up. I want to see what you are. Lin Xiaofan became a bit impatient and directly used the void great teleportation to close the distance instantly. Chapter 574, Punching Out the Crimson Flame Beast, fire crystal in hand looking to die. Lin Xiaofan exhaled and unleashed the Wuxiang robbery sword in a single strike. The sword light illuminating the sky as it met the beast claw coming at him, cleaving downward. The sword light was unstoppable, directly splitting the beast claw into 2 symmetrical halves, magma mixed with blood, spraying into the air. A mournful beast roar followed, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently and bulge upward like waves. Lin Xiaofan felt the beast was about to emerge and quickly flew into the air. Bang! The ground bulged to its limit and suddenly exploded, sending dirt and stones flying and magma shooting up. Roar! Amid the thunderous beast's roar, a crimson figure burst forth from the ground, its massive body gradually revealing itself, towering hundreds of feet high. Crimson Flame Beast, 11th Tier Peak Beast. Lin Xiaofan's face broke into a radiant smile. More experience points are coming my way. An 11th Tier Peak Beast gives 50 million experience points. The Crimson Flame Beast resembled a lion, its entire body fiery red, engulfed in raging flames, emanating a scorching aura that twisted the very air around it. Although Lin Xiaofan hovered high in the air, the Crimson Flame Beast's height surpassed him, its massive figure imposing and overwhelming. Chapter 575. Half-Step Creation Realm? Not so impressive, Lin Xiaofan said. You dare to appear before me. Are you not afraid I will kill you? The King of Absolute Beings snorted coldly. Do you have that ability? You don't think that just because your ranking is above mine on the heavenly ranking, you can count on me, do you? Young man, you are still too naive, Lin Xiaofan replied. Is that so? Then why did you run away like a stray dog last time? The king of absolute beings, furious and ashamed, retorted, that was because I was injured at the time. Now that I have recovered to peak condition, how could I fear you again? Lin Xiaofan stared at the king of absolute beings, sensing that his aura seemed somewhat different from the last time they met. Previously, when the king of absolute beings emerged from his cocoon, he appeared youthful due to practicing the heavenly spider transformation secret technique, but deep down, he exuded an air of aging. However, now he was completely different. The king of absolute beings exuded vitality, giving him a very youthful feeling. Could it be that he has rejuvenated? This might explain why the king of absolute beings could ascend both the heavenly and earth rankings without being repelled by the prohibitions of heaven and earth. Lin Xiaofan thought of Zhu Wuyo, who had suddenly died. It was indeed suspicious. Moreover, Zhu Wubi's attitude towards the king of absolute beings had also changed significantly, even stating that the king of absolute beings killed Zhu Wuyo. Chapter 576. I hope you can cooperate. Lin Xiaofan decided to give it a try. Success would be great, and failure wouldn't matter. He could always just kill him. Plus, he could verify if the beast-controlling heavenly technique was truly useful, to avoid any accidents when controlling the purple flame demon dragon in the future. Where is he? Lin Xiaofan approached and saw that the large pit contained only a pool of blood, with no trace of the king of absolute beings. He spread out his senses, searching in all directions, and soon caught a trace of energy that was rapidly moving away underground at a depth of 100 feet. The king of absolute beings was using the earth escape technique to flee. King of absolute beings, you absolutely won't escape my grasp this time. Lin Xiaofan's gaze turned towards the distance, a cold smile appearing on his face as he used the void great teleportation, his figure flashing and then disappearing. 1,000 miles away, in a deep mountain forest, the ground beside a large tree suddenly cracked open, and the king of absolute beings poked his head out, nervously looking around. After confirming no one was there, he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaofan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The king of absolute beings spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with lingering fear as he muttered to himself. It seems that unless I break through to the creation realm, I won't be able to kill you. Wait for me. The day I break through will be your downfall. Chapter 577. Half-human, half-beast. Lin Xiaofan silently recited the beast-controlling heavenly technique, once again condensing the bloodline imprint and striking it towards the king of absolute beings. I'll fight you. Hiss. The king of absolute beings suddenly opened his eyes, smashing the bloodline imprint with a single slap and letting out a strange hissing sound. You actually pretended to be dead? Lin Xiaofan's 2 consecutive bloodline imprints were forcibly destroyed. His essence blood diminished, causing his chi and blood to surge in reverse, making him feel a bit uncomfortable and somewhat angry. King of absolute beings, you are forcing me to use deadly force. Lin Xiaofan, I will kill you. The king of absolute beings' eyes widened in anger, his face twisted, his throat writhing rapidly as he let out a low, pained roar. What are you doing? Lin Xiaofan sensed something was off. The king of absolute beings let out a scream as his body suddenly inflated like a balloon, with popping sounds as 8 blood holes exploded from his ribs. For on each side, symmetrically. Self-destruct? Lin Xiaofan was startled. He was just about to stop it when he suddenly saw a bizarre scene. 8 curved, segmented legs stretched out from the 8 blood holes, and the king of absolute being's abdomen swelled into a round shape, with protruding, eerie lumps appearing all over his body, his skin quickly turning a shade of blood red. Chapter 578. Are you still alive? 1 hour later. Success. Lin Xiaofan smiled as he looked at the still unconscious Zhu Renwang, feeling that everything was under his control, and with a thought, he could decide his life and death. At this moment, the bloodline imprint had completely merged with Zhu Renwang, and now, with just a thought, the blood within Zhu Renwang's body would transform into sharp blood blades, cutting tendons and bones, causing unbearable pain, even leading to his explosive death. Why not test the effect? A dangerous glint shot from Lin Xiaofan's eyes. He felt it was necessary to let this spider monster experience what it meant to suffer worse than death. Lin Xiaofan urged his own vitality and activated the beast control secret technique. Hiss! Zhu Renwang suddenly arched his beastly body, and the intense pain instantly awakened him. He couldn't help but scream in agony, feeling as if thousands of knives were frantically slicing inside him, causing his soul to tremble in pain. Lin Xiaofan, how dare you? Zhu Renwang's voice trembled, gritting his teeth in anger. He immediately sensed the abnormality within his body and understood what had happened during his unconsciousness. At this moment, Zhu Renwang was filled with despair and rage, his heart filled with hatred, and under the stimulation of the excruciating pain, he wanted to destroy this world. Chapter 579. You two go together. Lin Xiaofan continued towards the 8th gate, with Zhu Renwang as his puppet. He no longer needed to waste time looking for Lu Wushuang and Ji Xingyun. He would let Zhu Renwang fight for the heaven and earth fruit in the 7th restricted area. He could just sit back and enjoy the results. Lin Xiaofan decided to challenge the 8th gate, not because he cared about the heaven ranking, but because he wanted to see if he could clear the 9 gates of heaven and earth with his strength. Of course, this was also for the heaven and earth fruit. The 8th and 9th restricted areas each had a heaven and earth fruit, and if no one could enter, it would be a waste of natural resources. Furthermore, no one had ever been able to pass the 9th gate, even the top 2 on the heaven ranking. Huang Xuanji and Di Tianshan had stopped at the 8th restricted area. What kind of scene was the 9th restricted area? Lin Xiaofan wanted to see it. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Half an hour later, the 8th gate was in sight. Who was fighting? Lin Xiaofan's expression changed as he sensed 2 auras continuously clashing ahead, the waves of battle impacting in all directions, shaking the void within 100 miles. Currently, there were only 4 people in the 7th restricted area. Besides him and Zhu Renwang, there were only Lu Wushuang and Ji Xingyun left. The identities of the 2 fighting ahead were about to be revealed. Chapter 580. Violently beating Ji Xingyun. What right do you have to say that to me? You want me to help you block Lin Xiaofan so you can escape? You despicable coward. Lu Wushuang shouted angrily. Ji Xingyun sneered. Aren't you claiming to be the number 1 in the 9 domains? I'm just giving you a chance to prove yourself. Are you really afraid of Lin Xiaofan? Lu Wushuang's eyes turned sharp. Shut up. Lu Wushuang. Fear no one and will never be used by anyone. You still have a mood to argue. Are you ignoring me? Lin Xiaofan shifted again, appearing right in front of Ji Xingyun. Too fast. Ji Xingyun was horrified and quickly retreated while shouting. Wait, do you dare to duel with me at the same realm? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. A duel at the same realm? Ji Xingyun could fight evenly with Lu Wushuang, showing his impressive combat strength. At the level of the Chaos Great Sage realm, he was already among the top existents, but to compare with him, he was still far from it. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Is it that your battle with Lu Wushuang earlier boosted your confidence, making you think you're invincible at the same realm? Lu Wushuang frowned slightly. That remark was a bit hurtful to his pride. It would be good for these 2 to fight. First, see how strong Lin Xiaofan is, then decide what to do. Chapter 581. Thunder Seal, Lu Wushuang. You want to run too? Lin Xiaofan threw down the half-dead Ji Xingyun and shifted through the void, appearing in front of the 8th gate in an instant. Lu Wushuang was shocked and hurriedly landed on the ground, stopping. Lin Xiaofan, what do you want? Lu Wushuang was a bit nervous. He had already witnessed Lin Xiaofan's spatial shifting ability and had been on guard, yet he was still blocked. This technique was truly unpredictable and arrived in an instant, making him even more apprehensive. Lin Xiaofan said, "You've already issued a kill order against me. Why are you asking what I want?" Lu Wushuang's heart sank as he recalled the tragic scene of Ji Xingyun being beaten. If his fate were to be the same, then I can take back the kill order. In fact, my relationship with Ling Wuchan is not that good. If he dies, it's no big deal. Lu Wushuang's face turned hot as he spoke. As a proud son of heaven, when had he ever lowered himself like this in front of others? But he had already seen Lin Xiaofan's strength. It was simply outrageous, and even if he used his trump cards, he probably wouldn't win. If he couldn't win, what could he do? A true man can bend and stretch. What is a moment of humiliation? When I break through to the creation realm, I will return it 100-fold. Chapter 582. A great change in woman. Ji Xingyun suddenly opened his eyes, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiaofan frowned. This smile made him feel very uncomfortable. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones grinding echoed from Ji Xingyun's body. The concave chest slowly recovered, and the injuries on his body healed at a visibly rapid pace. Your self-healing ability is quite strong, but it's useless. Even if your injuries heal, what can you do? If your strength is insufficient, You will still be beaten down by me again. I advise you not to waste your effort. Obediently hand over the heaven and earth fruit, and I can give you a quick death." Lin Xiaofan did not stop him. Ji Xingyun's body felt a bit strange. He had noticed it from the earlier beating, and his recovery ability was astonishing, almost like an unkillable cockroach. He was curious and decided to observe for now. Whoosh! Ji Xingyun stood upright. In just a short while, his injuries were mostly healed. Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, "Ji Xingyun, your physical body is quite different from before. Have you gained some kind of opportunity?" He. Ji Xingyun suddenly let out a sharp, ear-piercing laugh. Lin Xiaofan was startled by this laughter because it was not Ji Xingyun's voice, but a woman's laugh. Chapter 583. Undying Body No One Can Kill You? Lin Xiaofan laughed. "What Inyan Divine Body? I've never heard of it. From what I just saw, it only has an astonishing recovery ability. Since this woman is so confident, then let us give her something fierce." Lin Xiaofan suddenly struck out. 2 sword lights slashed out, moving at extreme speed. Liao Nishang had no time to react. In the instant the sword light appeared, her arms were severed at the shoulders. Blood sprayed out, and the severed arms were thrown away, and before they hit the ground, they were shredded to pieces by the sword energy. Liao Nishang's expression was calm. As if her arms had not been cut off, she did not scream in agony, but instead wore a strange smile and said, "Lin Xiaofan, when I took over this body, I had already erased the sense of pain. If you want to make me yield through physical pain, you are bound to be disappointed, because I feel nothing." "Ha ha ha," Lin Xiaofan said. "Is that so? I hope you can still laugh later." Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more sword lights slashed out, and Liao Nishang's legs were also severed, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Bang! Liao Nishang lost her support and fell to the ground with a crash. Blood flowing everywhere. Lin Xiaofan said, "Keep laughing if you have the ability to do so." Liao Nishang, ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Chapter 584. Are you foolish? Can you blame me? Sure enough, she hasn't died yet. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes, and his killing intent intensified. Those particles were indeed transformed from Liao Nishang's flesh and blood, seemingly turned to dust, but actually still drifting in the void. With his current ability, he could only achieve this level and could not completely erase her. Liao Nishang's immortality was surprisingly strong, akin to his mysterious blood's indeterminate body technique. Lin Xiaofan absolutely could not allow such an enemy to exist, no matter what. This woman must die today. Finally, Liao Nishang revived once again, and she looked at Lin Xiaofan and laughed wildly. "Lin Xiaofan, you are very strong, really strong. Under the laws of creation, you have no opponents. But you just can't kill me. Aren't you angry?" Lin Xiaofan laughed. "I never believe that there are people in this world who cannot be killed. If I can't kill you once, then I'll kill you twice. If I can't kill you twice, then I'll kill you 10 or 100 times." After saying that, he punched fiercely, shattering a Tenjong space, and Liao Nishang instantly exploded, turning to ash. However, not long after, Liao Nishang unexpectedly revived again, even more proud. "You can't kill me." Boom! Lin Xiaofan did not give her a chance to speak and punched explosively again. Chapter 585. Seizing the body, the black and white vortex spun rapidly, like a distorted mirror, slowly revealing Liao Nishang's fierce and crazy face. "Lin Xiaofan, do you think I would die so easily?" As Liao Nishang's voice rang out, the blood on the ground seemed to be pulled, rising rapidly into the black and white vortex, starting to reassemble her flesh and blood. "Liao Nishang, you are indeed not that easy to kill, but you want to resurrect, and it won't be that easy." Suddenly, a crack opened in the void, and Lin Xiaofan stepped out, a mocking smile on his face. "Lin Xiaofan." Liao Nishang gritted her teeth. The rotation speed of the black and white vortex doubled, and the speed of her flesh reassembling also accelerated. "Don't struggle in vain. You will definitely die today." Lin Xiaofan punched fiercely, distorting and collapsing the space, and the reassembling flesh exploded, turning into a rain of blood, scattering in all directions. "Lin Xiaofan, I am an immortal body. You can stop me from condensing my flesh, but you can never kill me." Ha ha ha. Liao Nishang laughed madly. "No, I will definitely kill you." Lin Xiaofan sneered, reaching out with his hand, and the splattered flesh rolled back, forming a huge blood ball. Chapter 586. The Storm of the Heavenly Rankings, Tianyi Mountain, 8th Forbidden Area. Ha 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 ha. I finally entered the 8th forbidden area. Lu Wushuang was completely charred, electric lights swirling around his body, looking severely injured, but he didn't care at all, instead laughing wildly. His aura soared to the heavens, echoing throughout the 8th forbidden area, and his powerful presence spread across the world, even stronger than before entering the 8th gate. He spread his arms wide, embracing the sky, and shouted, "In the past 10,000 years, I am the third person to enter this place. Moreover, I broke through my own limits within the 8th gate and advanced to half-step creation realm. I ask among the proud of the 9 domains today, who can compete with me?" Ha ha ha. Lu Wushuang's loud laughter spread far and wide, startling countless ferocious beasts. In this place that had not been trodden for 5,000 years. An uninvited guest had arrived, and the disturbed beasts roared, their voices converging, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire 8th forbidden area was in chaos. Lu Wushuang laughed for a long time, venting his excitement before stabilizing his emotions. He looked up at the heavenly rankings, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Third in the heavenly rankings? I have done my utmost. My speed through the gates was fast enough. Yet I still couldn't surpass the heavenly evil emperor and the Xuantian emperor. Chapter 587. Change of the first place in the heavenly rankings in the magic wolf domain. The heavenly evil palace had fallen 4 mixed chaos realm geniuses, and heavenly evil Xinjuan had a gloomy face. The various sects around did not dare to make a loud noise, all shrinking their heads in silence. The atmosphere was very oppressive. During this time, Ji Xingyun was removed from the heavenly rankings, and the people in the magic wolf domain were secretly amused, but they only dared to whisper a few comments, not daring to make too much noise for fear of provoking heavenly evil Xinjuan's anger. Until Lu Wushuang entered the 8th forbidden area and ranked 3rd in the heavenly rankings. The silence was finally broken. The crowd in the magic wolf domain stirred, both envious and jealous. Lu Wushuang is 3rd in the heavenly rankings. He has entered the 8th forbidden area. He is the 3rd genius to enter the 8th forbidden area in 10,000 years. Lu Wushuang's potential and talent are terrifying, likely on par with the heavenly evil emperor and the Xuantian emperor. Could it be that Xuantian's sect will produce another emperor? Damn it! The Xianyue domain is stealing the spotlight again. If Yun Batian were still alive, he would definitely have entered the 8th forbidden area before Lu Wushuang. Why did he have to die? Sure. Do you want to die? Stop talking. Suddenly, everyone felt a terrifying aura enveloping the entire area, scaring them into silence. Heavenly evil Xinjuan's cold gaze looked down at everyone, pausing slightly on the person who mentioned Yun Batian. Chapter 588. The 8th Gate Tinny Mountain, 8th Forbidden Area. What? Lin Xiaofan actually topped the heavenly rankings? Lu Wushuang looked at the name at the top of the heavenly rankings, completely stunned. Lin Xiaofan actually passed the 8th gate so quickly. How is this possible? Lu Wushuang felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of fear rising uncontrollably from his heart. He had been severely injured while breaking through the 8th gate and found a place to heal. However, he did not expect that in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, there was movement in the heavenly rankings. He did not want to pay attention at first, but ultimately could not suppress his curiosity, looked up, and was shocked to find Lin Xiaofan had risen to the top. What kind of speed is this? Lu Wushuang was truly stunned. It took him a full 2 hours to break through the 8th gate, and when he entered the 8th gate, Lin Xiaofan was chasing the heavenly fruit, then returned to kill Ji Xingyun. Ji Xingyun's combat power was extremely strong, and it was difficult to kill him in a short time because the opponent had a perverse recovery ability and was not afraid of injury. He had already experienced this. If Lin Xiaofan wanted to kill Ji Xingyun, it would take at least an hour, right? This means Lin Xiaofan entered the 8th gate an hour later than him. Yet he almost simultaneously entered the 8th forbidden area and surpassed the heavenly evil emperor and the Xuantian emperor, reaching the top of the heavenly rankings. Chapter 589. The 8th Forbidden Zone. When Lin Xiaofan reappeared, he found himself in the 8th Forbidden Zone. The surroundings were filled with jagged rocks and towering trees, and a fierce aura permeated the air. The power of the prohibitions was everywhere, acting like a catalyst, prompting the power of his inner world to operate spontaneously. As soon as he began to cultivate, his speed of training surged hundreds of times. Incredible! Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but be amazed. He was increasingly envious of the heavenly earth mountain. If he could claim it for himself, in a few years, the super sect would undoubtedly become a top-tier sect. However, it was just a thought. Who could take such a colossal entity away? Lin Xiaofan looked up at the heavenly ranking and saw his name hanging at the top, revealing a smile. Finally, first. The fact that Huang Xuanji and Di Tianqian had occupied the first and second places for so many years showed how difficult it was for the prodigies of the 9 domains to enter the 8th forbidden zone. But he felt it was quite easy breezing through the 8th gate. Was it really because he was too strong? Lin Xiaofan felt good about himself, in a great mood. And looked down. Lu Wushuang's ranking had dropped to 4th place. Great. As long as you're still in the 8th forbidden zone, you're done for. Lin Xiaofan was even happier. The 9 forbidden zones of the heavenly Earth Mountain had no reverse channels. One could only advance, not retreat. Chapter 590. Punching and Kicking. Strong suppression. Lin Xiaofan laughed. It seems you are quite confident, so let's do this. Lu Wushuang's eyes were cold as he said, Lin Xiaofan, I will give you one more chance. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Once I make a move, you will have no way out. Even if I can't kill you today, the Xuantian sect will send experts to deal with you in the future. You better think it through. Lin Xiaofan squinted. Look at you. You've revealed your true thoughts. Even if we call it a truce, once you return to the Xuantian sect, they will still send experts to trouble me. Lu Wushuang's expression changed. He indeed thought so. Since he was exposed, there was nothing more to say. Lin Xiaofan, go die. Lu Wushuang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the heavenly thunder seal trembled violently. A bolt of lightning howling towards Lin Xiaofan. You relied on the heavenly thunder seal to get past the 8th gate, didn't you? Lin Xiaofan chuckled lightly, not dodging or avoiding it. He activated his indestructible golden body and punched fiercely at the lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the lightning exploded, scattering bolts of thunder everywhere. What? Lu Wushuang was taken aback. After breaking through to the half-step creation realm, his strength surged, and with the heavenly thunder seal's attack, the power doubled. Yet he still couldn't do anything to Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 591. One step closer to the big goal. Lin Xiaofan said, It's not about how. It's better to just kill you and be done with it. Lu Wushuang threatened. I'm not like other disciples of the Xuantian sect. You better think twice. My uncle, Lu Xiantong, is a supreme elder of the Xuantian sect and has the cultivation of the creation realm, with strength that reaches the heavens and the earth. If I die here today, the world will know you killed me, because there are only you and me in the 8th forbidden zone. At that time, my uncle will definitely take revenge for me. The wrath of the creation realm will leave countless corpses. You and your super sect, everyone related to you, will have to accompany me in death. Lin Xiaofan clicked his tongue. Is your uncle really that powerful? Lu Wushuang replied arrogantly, Of course. Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, I'll consider it, but you have to show some sincerity first. Lu Wushuang was delighted. As long as he could escape today, he would repay it 100-fold in the future. He quickly asked, How to show it? Do you have any Xian crystal stones on you? Lin Xiaofan felt like he hadn't robbed anyone in a long time and was a bit itchy. It wasn't that he didn't want to rob. He just really enjoyed the thrilling feeling of hitting hard and killing with one strike. Sometimes he accidentally exploded someone, leaving nothing to rob, which was quite frustrating. Chapter 592. A storm is coming. What is going on? Lu Wushuang is dead. Everyone was stunned. Following Yun Batian, another Chaos Sovereign Realm prodigy, had fallen at this event. This was an unprecedented heavy loss in 10,000 years. Who could have killed Lu Wushuang? Everyone's gaze slowly moved upward, finally locking onto the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, Lin Xiaofan. There were only 2 people in the 8th forbidden zone, Lin Xiaofan and Lu Wushuang. If Lu Wushuang didn't die at the hands of a ferocious beast, then it could only be Lin Xiaofan who killed him. A Chaos Sovereign Realm prodigy killed by a ferocious beast? The likelihood of that was extremely low because there were no 12th tier ferocious beasts in the heavenly Earth Mountain. And it was basically impossible for an 11th tier ferocious beast to kill Lu Wushuang. Therefore, the possibility of Lin Xiaofan being the murderer was very high. This was a disastrous event. Once the Xuantian sect learned of this, they would surely be furious. Could Lin Xiaofan, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, stand against such a colossal entity as the Xuantian sect? Definitely not. This meant Lin Xiaofan was finished. Lin Xiaofan, you idiot. Dongfang Booby was ecstatic and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had previously seen Lin Xiaofan at the top of the heavenly ranking and was so jealous he could go mad. wishing he could kick Lin Xiaofan down. But now he didn't have to be jealous. Lin Xiaofan had killed Lu Wushuang and provoked the Xuantian sect, and he was definitely doomed. Chapter 593. The Ninth Gate. Fighting against oneself. Is this the Ninth Gate? Lin Xiaofan stared blankly at the scene before him. After entering the Ninth Gate, he arrived at this place, which was empty, with nothing but the vast earth around him. Looking around, the land rose and fell, boundless and endless. He tried to fly forward, but after flying for a long time, he still saw nothing. No mountains, no trees, no water. It was completely a dead land. How was he supposed to break through? Lin Xiaofan frowned. He wasn't afraid of difficult challenges. Even facing a creation realm gatekeeper wouldn't scare him. But not knowing what the challenge was made it hard to start. As if sensing Lin Xiaofan's thoughts, the void ahead rippled, like the surface of water, clearly reflecting his figure. Finally here, Lin Xiaofan's spirit perked up. What was the ninth challenge? Lu Wushuang had the creation's sacred artifact, the Heavenly Thunder Seal, yet he couldn't get through. This showed that the final challenge would definitely be difficult. However, the more challenging it was, the better. If it were like the eighth gate, with no challenge at all, it would be meaningless. Lin Xiaofan waited quietly for a while. The void was silent, and nothing unusual occurred. However, the space ahead continued to tremble, creating ripples, really like the surface of water, and the reflected figure was also swaying and distorting. Chapter 594. Qi penetrating 9 gates, pressuring Heavenly Earth Mountain. What happened? Why is the Heavenly Earth Mountain shaking? Why was I thrown out of the Prohibition Gate? I was also blasted out by a force. I was so close to passing the gate, just a little bit more. It really made me furious. In the various forbidden zones of the Heavenly Earth Mountain, everyone was in an uproar. The first gate, still struggling, Chunjing, Dongfang Bubi, and Mo, you were also thrown out, landing painfully and in a sorry state. Someone is attempting the 9th gate. Chunjing, being the #1 genius of the Tianlang domain, was well-informed and powerful enough to discern some clues from the direction of the tremors and the terrifying aftermath of the battle. Dongfang Bubi said, Lin Xiaofan is attempting the 9th gate? How do you know that? Currently, only Lin Xiaofan is in the 8th restricted area. If someone is trying the 9th gate, it must be Lin Xiaofan. Chunjing replied coldly. Why should I tell you? You people from the Songlong domain are like frogs at the bottom of a well, only seeing a small piece of the sky above. How could you know the vastness of the world? Some things you cannot touch and will never know. Dongfang Bubi, displeased, said, What are you so arrogant about? Isn't it just a good background and knowing a few more secrets? What's so great about that? Chapter 595. A deadly strike in the 8th restricted area. Lin Xiaofan fell out of the 9th gate, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. Too strong. I can't win. Lin Xiaofan gasped for breath. Having fought for 3 days and nights, nearly exhausted, and he lay directly on the ground, unwilling to move. At this moment, there was not a single intact part of his body. His indestructible golden body, which was renowned for its defense, had been severely damaged, covered in wounds, and bleeding profusely. He had been defeated by himself, tasting failure for the first time in his life. This 9th gate was simply impossible to pass. Lin Xiaofan frowned tightly. No wonder the Tianxi Emperor and Xuantian Emperor also stopped at the 9th gate. This level was too difficult. The illusory body had no wisdom, only brute force. And whatever the illusory body could do, he could also do. If it were just that, he would definitely be able to win. But what frustrated him was that the illusory body had an advantage he could hardly reach. Its power was inexhaustible, no matter how long the battle lasted. It remained at its peak state without any consumption. Meanwhile, he would continuously consume power and grow weaker, unless he could end the fight quickly and crush it from the start. Otherwise, as time dragged on, his chances of winning would only diminish. Chapter 596. Is Lin Xiaofan dead? The warriors of the 9 domains within Tianyi Mountain were lamenting, especially those who were attempting to break into the Tianyi rankings. Each one filled with righteous indignation, but helpless. Indeed, having strength allowed one to act at will, while others could only watch helplessly. Just as everyone thought Lin Xiaofan had failed again, suddenly the ground shook at the location of the 9 gates of Tianyi Mountain. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared simultaneously on the 9 gates, as if they were about to shatter. The barrier gates were about to break. What is happening? Is Tianyi Mountain going to collapse? Everyone was in a panic. Lin Xiaofan, what on earth have you done? Chunjing looked at the first gate, which was on the verge of collapse. With a face full of shock and disbelief, Lin Xiaofan forcefully attempted the ninth gate, causing the 9 barrier gates to be on the verge of destruction. The barriers of Tianyi Mountain were immensely powerful. How could Lin Xiaofan, relying on his own strength, destroy the barrier gates? He couldn't believe it. However, the truth was right before his eyes. Disbelief was not an option. Buzz. Just then, Tianyi Mountain suddenly shook, and countless beams of light fell from the sky, merging into the 9 barrier gates. The gates immediately stopped shaking, and the cracks quickly disappeared, soon returning to their original state. Chapter 597. The greatest genius of the age, Lin Xiaofan, who was on the brink of death, instead fully revived and successfully passed through the 9th gate, becoming the first person to enter the 9th restricted area. From this moment on, Lin Xiaofan completely surpassed the Tianxia Emperor and Xuantian Emperor, becoming the unmatched existence on the Tianbang. This event caused an uproar in Tianyi Mountain and spread through the projections of the Tianbang, sweeping through the 9 domains like a hurricane, shaking the entire Tanlang star domain. In the 7th restricted area of Tianyi Mountain, Duo Luo Xian, holding the holy weapon Lihong Blade, was confronting the king of absolute people. Both of them were injured, the surrounding ground was devastated, and traces of battle were evident, indicating that they had fought a fierce battle. Duo Luo Xian and the king of absolute people did not focus on each other, but rather on the Tianbang, specifically on Lin Xiaofan's name. Lin Xiaofan, I never expected you could enter the 9th restricted area. The greatest genius of the age is none other than you. The king of absolute people had a complex expression. Lin Xiaofan's strength repeatedly exceeded his understanding, giving him a sense of urgency and crisis. With this kid's talent and potential, his future was limitless. As long as he did not fall midway, achieving the status of an emperor was basically a certainty. Even if he broke through to the creation realm, could he really escape the other's control? The king of absolute people suddenly felt uncertain. Such an unparalleled genius truly should not be made an enemy. Chapter 598. 9th Restricted Area, World Tree. In Tianyi Mountain, 9th Restricted Area. Lin Xiaofan stepped out from the void, looking around and discovering he was on the peak of a mountain. The barrier wall was like a dome, inverted on the ground, isolating all directions, forming a closed space with a diameter of 10,000 zhang. In the very center, a towering giant tree stood proudly, its trunk nearly 1,000 zhang in diameter, with branches spreading out, shading the sky and covering the entire space. Is this the 9th restricted area? Lin Xiaofan was a bit surprised. He had thought the 9th restricted area would be as large as the others, but he did not expect it to be so small, easily seen at a glance, and there were no fierce beasts. However, none of this mattered. His gaze was immediately drawn to the towering giant tree that occupied 1/10 of the 9th restricted area. The World Tree? Lin Xiaofan's spirit was lifted, and he carefully observed it. The tree was as straight as a peak, with a densely patterned surface that seemed chaotic and irregular, yet exuded an inscrutable aura. The outspread branches resembled the lines of heaven and earth, each leaf seeming like a small world, faintly flowing with the rhythm of the Tao. A mysterious energy permeating the space. Just a glance at it deeply attracted Lin Xiaofan, causing the small world within him to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 599. Barrier Light Diagram. Lin Xiaofan received a vast amount of information from the World Tree, feeling both surprised and delighted. First of all, there was Tianyi Mountain. Tianyi Mountain was the foundation of the World Tree, existing as one with it. By mastering the World Tree, he essentially controlled Tianyi Mountain. At this moment, a light diagram was flickering in his mind. It was the core information the World Tree fed back to him, named the Barrier Light Diagram, which would allow him to control Tianyi Mountain. The 9 restricted areas, the barrier wall, the barrier gates, and so on were all contained within the Barrier Light Diagram. As long as he focused his thoughts, he could appear anywhere in Tianyi Mountain, and the barriers would no longer be an obstacle. He could even mobilize the barrier power to attack. The so-called barriers of Tianyi Mountain were actually the self-defense mechanisms evolved by the World Tree. No matter who it was, as long as they could pass through the 9 barrier gates and stand before the World Tree, they would be able to obtain everything. In this secret realm of heaven and earth, the greatest treasure was the World Tree, which had even given birth to a trace of spiritual intelligence. A treasure with spirit chooses its own master. The Secret Realm Grand Assembly is essentially a test for the World Tree to select its master. As for why the world tree chooses a master, it is because it reached its limit of growth 10,000 years ago, just a step away from transforming into a spirit. Chapter 600. Outside the Heaven and Earth Mountain, conflict resurges. Boom. The Heaven and Earth Mountain trembled again. This time it only shook once, but the consequences were severe. What is happening? What is this? Help! Everyone inside the Heaven and Earth Mountain, regardless of their location or cultivation level, was suddenly sucked into a space vortex that appeared out of nowhere. The crowd screamed in terror, unable to resist, and could only be dragged along, traversing through the void and falling into an unknown place. After a dizzying spin, figures fell out with screams, and the remaining martial artists of the 9 domains, numbering in the thousands, all appeared on a huge platform. Where's this? Why am I here? Who did this? The sudden change left everyone panicked, and the scene became chaotic. Isn't this the entrance to the Heaven and Earth Mountain? How do we come out? Someone realized they had left the Heaven and Earth Mountain and couldn't help but shout. The crowd fell silent. They looked around and indeed saw the entrance to the Heaven and Earth Mountain, along with the Heaven and Earth rankings towering on either side. We've been teleported out? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 601. Who's not satisfied? Step forward. The light gate rippled as if the surface of water, and then a figure stepped out calmly. Hey, hello, everyone. Lin Xiaofan waved and smiled as he scanned the crowd. After a stir, everyone curiously examined Lin Xiaofan. Before the assembly, aside from the martial artist from the Xuantian domain, no one knew who Lin Xiaofan was. But at this moment, Lin Xiaofan had already made a name for himself in the Heaven and Earth Mountain, his fame spreading across the 9 domains, shining with various enviable titles. The newly promoted #1 on the Heaven ranking, a peerless genius whose potential and talent surpassed that of the Sky Evil Emperor and the Xuantian Emperor, the first in 10,000 years to break through the 9th gate, and the first to enter the 9th forbidden area. Of course, Lin Xiaofan had also done other shocking things, such as guarding the entrance to the Heaven and Earth Mountain and collecting entrance fees, killing the top genius of the Demon Wolf domain, Yun Batian, and also slaying the top genius of the Xian Wolf domain, Lu Wushuang. There were even rumors that Lin Xiaofan had transformed into a bandit in the Heaven and Earth Mountain, specifically robbing others of their Heaven and Earth fruits, and anyone who dared to refuse would be killed on the spot. Now, he had at least 5 Heaven and Earth fruits in his possession. Each of these deeds alone was enough to stir the world, but now they all belonged to one person, making it hard for Lin Xiaofan not to become famous. Chapter 602. Are you not coming over? The King of Absolute Men was extremely annoyed. He had been hiding in the crowd to avoid contact with Lin Xiaofan, yet he was still dragged out. What does this guy want? The King of Absolute Men did not dare to disobey and walked out with a stiff face. Suddenly, he felt a hostile gaze and turned to see Zhu Wubi staring at him. Oof. The King of Absolute Men snorted coldly, a hint of chill appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiaofan took in the scene of hidden animosity between the two and became even more certain that there was a rift between them. He pointed to his left and said, King of Absolute Men, stand to my left. The King of Absolute Men lowered his head and silently walked to stand on Lin Xiaofan's left side, obediently following orders, looking almost like a little follower. The crowd was wide-eyed in disbelief. They had thought a grand battle was about to break out, but the result was utterly surprising. The King of Absolute Men was ranked 4th on the Heaven ranking, conservatively estimated to be at the beginning of the Chaos Master realm, a true son of Heaven. But why did he act so obediently in front of Lin Xiaofan? Did he really have no temper at all? Where was the pride of a Heaven ranking genius? Where was the self-esteem of a martial artist? What was going on with the King of Absolute Men? Chun Jing's eyes flickered, his expression full of doubt. Chapter 603. What are you looking at? Seeing that Dongfang Bubi and the others were not picking up on the situation, Lin Xiaofan didn't pay much attention and clapped his hands, saying, All right, let us get down to business. The crowd tensed up. Business? What business? Lin Xiaofan had pulled the people from the Xuantian domain over, creating a standoff with the martial artists from the other 8 domains, making it clear that this was not a good sign. The crowd felt a bit anxious. The #1 on the Heaven ranking had a powerful presence, and he had just killed a Chaos Great Saint without batting an eye, which was somewhat frightening. Moreover, the King of Absolute Men and Duoluo Xian seemed to be on the same side as Lin Xiaofan. The three of them on the heaven ranking were all masters of the Chaos Realm, and just standing there exuded immense pressure. Even Xuantian felt a bit nervous. Although the two sides were vastly outnumbered, with his side holding an absolute advantage, nearly 10 times the number of the Songlong domain. He was the only one at the Master Realm. High in combat power was 3 against 1, and he would definitely be crushed. The situation seemed a bit grim. Lin Xiaofan looked at Duoluo Xian and said, I know you have obtained a heaven and earth fruit. Hand it over to me. Duoluo Xian was reluctant, but still took it out and handed it to Lin Xiaofan. He did this after careful consideration. On one hand, it was to keep his promise, and on the other hand, it was for future planning. Chapter 604. The Emperor's Sword Descends, shocking the crowd. Xuantian, you dare to kill our disciples from the demon sect? Peng Peng was both shocked and angry. Xuantian's voice was cold. What if they are disciples of the demon sect? If you dare to mock me, you must be prepared to die. Peng Peng retorted angrily. The one who mocked you just now was not a disciple of the demon sect. I have no objections to you killing that person. But why harm the innocent? Our 5 disciples were merely standing next to that person and were brutally killed by you. You must give an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, Xuantian interrupted. Otherwise what? I killed them. What can you do to me? If you're not satisfied, come and fight. You. Peng Peng was so angry his nose was crooked. Xuantian had the cultivation of a master realm, and he was not a match at all. So how could he dare to start a fight? Evil sex, step aside, or I will wipe you out. Xuantian was filled with arrogance, and all the grievances he had accumulated from Lin Xiaofan were vented on Peng Peng, releasing his anger and feeling somewhat better. Peng Peng, however, was not feeling good. His face turned red as he stared at Xuantian, wanting to explode, but unable to fight back. A breath stuck in his chest, nearly causing internal injuries. Lin Xiaofan said unhappily, You two stop arguing, be quiet, and don't disturb me from doing my business. Chapter 605. Major Goals Achieved. Breakthrough in sight. Lin Xiaofan looked at Dongfang Bubi and the others, frowning and saying, Why aren't you handing over your things? Dongfang Bubi said, Don't the martial artists from the Songlong domain not need to hand anything over? Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. Who said that? When did I say that? I don't recall saying anything like that. Dongfang Bubi's face turned red as he pointed at the super sect and others, saying, They didn't hand anything over, did they? Lin Xiaofan said, Are you stupid? The super sect is my sect. Do they still need to pay? Dongfang Bubi pointed to the disciples of Lin Tian's sect and other major forces in the Songlong domain, angrily saying, They haven't paid either. Lin Xiaofan replied, They're my allies, so of course they don't need to pay. Upon hearing the word allies, the people of the Songlong domain felt energized, and suddenly they felt different. It was incredibly rare to hear the word allies from Lin Xiaofan, who was known for being cold and brutal. The people of the Songlong domain felt both flattered and surprised, and they suddenly felt courageous. Just moments ago, they had felt timid and hesitant in front of the 8 domain warriors, even avoiding eye contact, but now they were completely unafraid. Many even stood tall, their gazes fearless as they swept over the 8 warriors, as if to say, What can you do to me? Chapter 606. The Creation Realm Achieved. The small universe revealed Duoluo Xian stepped forward, standing side by side with the king of No Absolute, and said, Xuantian, if you want to fight, I'm happy to oblige. Xuantian replied sternly, Duoluo Xian, are you also going to stand with its Songlong domain? Duoluo Xian smiled. You seem very angry? I originally didn't want to take sides, but as long as it makes you uncomfortable, then I'm happy. I'll stand with its Songlong domain. What do you do about it? Xuantian's heart sank. If the king of No Absolute and Duoluo Xian teamed up, he would definitely not be their match. What to do? There will be a battle between us sooner or later, but not today. There are less than 5 days until the end of the grand event, and I need to enter Tiandi Mountain. I don't have time to waste with you. Xuantian did not want to confront the 2 top talents directly, so he threw out a few formal words and quickly flew toward the entrance of Tiandi Mountain. The others also realized that Tiandi Mountain appears once every 1,000 years, and there wasn't much time left to waste. They stopped bothering the Songlong domain warriors and hurriedly followed Xuantian. Xuantian was the first to reach the entrance. Because he had been thrown out by Lin Xiaofan earlier, he was now on guard, and a protective shield rose around him as he cautiously approached the light gate. However, as soon as the shield made contact with the light gate, it shattered instantly, and he was thrown back out. Chapter 607, Golden Body, 12 Transformations, Physical Creation. Lin Xiaofan turned his attention inward to his small universe. With a formless and intangible power of the world permeated every inch of emptiness, omnipresent and completely under his control. With just a thought, he could move mountains and seas, turn the world upside down, and even shatter the void, annihilating stars. Within the small universe, he was like a god, capable of ruling heaven and earth. As Lin Xiaofan concentrated, a figure suddenly materialized in a certain part of the small universe, looking exactly like Lin Xiaofan. It was not his true self, but a projection of his clone that could traverse the small universe at will. This feeling was not much different from the real world. Lin Xiaofan's clone projection stood in the void, arms outstretched, sensing the cosmic energy. Everything felt so intimate and real. The peak of martial arts, the realm of creation, truly could create a universe. Although this small universe was very small, only 2 million miles in size, and had only one planet, compared to the boundless universe where his true self resided, filled with countless stars, it felt insignificant like dust. But it was indeed a real universe, not an illusion. Lin Xiaofan's gaze turned to that one and only planet, and everything in his sight, from mountains and rivers to tiny particles of dust, was captured in his eyes. Chapter 608, Mastering Tiandi Mountain. Look, Tiandi Mountain is shrinking. Suddenly someone exclaimed. The crowd, who were panicking and retreating, quickly looked up, and everyone was shocked with their mouths agape. They saw that in the sky, with every rotation, Tiandi Mountain shrank by half, and after spinning dozens of times at an insane speed, the originally massive mountain became the size of a palm in the blink of an eye. Bang! As everyone stared in disbelief, the void twisted with a soft sound, and Lin Xiaofan's figure appeared without warning, grabbing Tiandi Mountain in his hand. The crowd couldn't help but gasp, as if Lin Xiaofan had seized not just Tiandi Mountain, but the hearts of everyone present, leaving them with a suffocating feeling. What is happening? Tiandi Mountain has been taken away, that which had existed for over 10,000 years, stretching for miles, filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and was a sacred place for cultivation, was actually taken by Lin Xiaofan. The crowd couldn't believe it, nor did they want to believe it. This isn't real. This can't be real. Chun Jing muttered to himself, his eyes red and fixed on Lin Xiaofan, with jealousy burning fiercely in his heart, feeling as if it were bleeding. That was Tiandi Mountain, a supreme divine object in the world. He had never imagined that someone could control it, not even in his dreams. Chapter 609, The Wind Rises in Songlong, Visitors from Other Realms. Songlong Domain. The projection of the dual rankings of heaven and earth hanging high in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the phantom of the world tree also vanished without a trace. What is going on? Why have the rankings of heaven and earth and the phantom of the world tree disappeared? Could it be that the secret realm grand event has ended? Impossible. There is still less than a month. The crowd was taken aback, and the venue was in an uproar. Splash! At that moment, the mirror lake suddenly surged, and the whirlpool in the center of the lake began to spin faster, with figures being flung out with shrieks. They had returned. The grand event had truly ended. The crowd became tense. All eyes turned to those being flung out, searching for familiar faces. The Qian Kuan secret realm had both opportunities and risks, and all major forces hoped that their sect's disciples would gain a lot, rather than die inside. Disciples of Lian Tian's sect, come over here. Disciples of Chao Tianfu, gather here. Disciples of Tian Lei's sect. However, the reality was harsh. As each participant appeared, the major sects gathered their disciples and found that the casualties were severe, with almost no sect being able to retreat unscathed, the death rate exceeding 40%. There were just over 1,000 who entered the secret realm that day, and now only about 600 had come out. Chapter 610. The two great talents of the heavenly rankings. Dongfang Huaji frowned and said, Zhu Ren Wang. That name sounds familiar. If I'm not mistaken, there was a clan leader in a certain generation of the Zhu family in the Black Wolf domain also named Zhu Ren Wang. What is your relationship with him? Zhu Ren Wang replied, You seem to know quite a bit, but I don't want to tell you. Dongfang Huaji coldly snorted. It doesn't matter if you don't say. I just want to know how you came to the Songlong domain and what your purpose is. Zhu Ren Wang said, I came whenever I wanted. What is it to you? Dongfang Huaji replied, The heavens and the earth are vast, and everyone is free to go. I indeed can't stop you. But this is the Taishang sect, and I, the sect leader, do not welcome you. Please leave immediately. Zhu Renwang said, What if I don't leave? Dongfang Huaji narrowed his eyes. Zhu Renwang, I know you have half a step into the creation realm, but thinking of causing trouble in the Taishang sect, that level of strength is not enough. Half a step into the creation realm. The crowd was in an uproar. This was already a top expert in the Songlong domain, almost invincible in the absence of the creation realm. No wonder he ranked fourth on the heavenly rankings. Indeed, he was an unparalleled talent. The Lord of the Absolute Man looked coldly at Dongfang Huaji, feeling that this person was not worth worrying about. But he sensed a powerful presence deep within the Taishang sect, likely at the level of the creation realm. Chapter 611, Gathering Spirit Array. The Change of Mirror Lake. Duo Luo Xian. Is what you said true? Dongfang Huaji's face turned extremely ugly, and his sense of crisis grew significantly. Duo Luo Xian said, Of course, would I lie to you? Dongfang Huaji then looked at the Lord of the Absolute Man and asked, Lord of the Absolute Man, have you also joined the super sect? The Lord of the Absolute Man frowned slightly, just about to say something when he suddenly sensed someone looking at him nearby. And that gaze made him feel a sense of panic. He turned around abruptly, and a pair of eyes as bright as stars met his gaze. The moment he saw the other person, he shuddered all over, almost blurting out the name Lin Xiaofan. Who are you? The Lord of the Absolute Man asked in uncertainty, feeling hot all over with the beast blood in his body boiling. I am Yang Xianfeng, an elder of the super sect, Lord of the Absolute Man. Welcome to the super sect. Yang Xuanfeng Smiled Sleek Flea. The panic in the Lord of the Absolute Man's heart dissipated with that smile, and the flow of blood throughout his body slowly returned to normal. Now he was even more shocked. He sensed a familiar aura imprinted in his bloodline. Just now, the beast blood seal in his body was restless, evidently related to Yang Xianfeng in front of him. Although it was not as strong as when facing Lin Xiaofan, he could distinctly feel the pressure of the bloodline. Chapter 612, Call your sect master out. I want to practice with him. Lin Xiaofan glanced around, a bit puzzled. What destroyed Mirror Lake? This has nothing to do with me. Dongfang Huaji couldn't listen to that. The loss of Mirror Lake was too serious. If the sect master blamed him, even he couldn't bear it. He just wanted to kill. Whoosh! Dongfang Huaji's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiaofan, grinning as he slapped down hard. Godi! Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as Dongfang Huaji's palm heavily struck Lin Xiaofan's head. The terrifying force exploded, shaking the void, and the surging palm energy shattered the ground, creating a shocking scene. The spectators watching from afar had their hearts racing. The shockwave that came through was soul-stirring, and some weaker cultivators were directly sent flying, spitting blood and fainting. The entire Taishang sect was shaken to its core. Screams erupted, and chaos ensued everywhere. Ha ha! Lin Xiaofan, aren't you very strong? How come you couldn't even dodge my palm? The number one genius on the heaven ranking is nothing more than that. Dongfang Huaji laughed triumphantly, waving his hand to disperse the flying debris and dust, focusing his gaze on the spot of impact, searching for Lin Xiaofan's figure. Amidst the ruins, Lin Xiaofan still stood in place, looking calm and unbothered, completely unharmed. Chapter 613, What I grab, that's mine. Lin Xiaofan said, Didn't hear clearly? Then I'll say it again. I can sell you the prison tower for 100 million Xian crystal stones. How about it? Quite a bargain, right? 100 million Xian crystal stones for a creation sacred artifact. Such a good deal is rare. You should seize the opportunity. The crowd listened dumbfounded. 100 million Xian crystal stones for a creation sacred artifact didn't seem like a loss. But the key point was that the prison tower was originally the Taishang sect's supreme treasure. Not only did Lin Xiaofan steal it, but he also wanted to sell it back to the Taishang sect for 100 million Xian crystal stones. This was simply a blatant slap in the face. Who could tolerate such humiliation? Dongfang Huaji's face turned from green to white, his body trembling with rage. Lin Xiaofan, you dare to look down on the Taishang sect like this? Do you really think no one could suppress you? Dongfang Bubi's face turned red, furious. Lin Xiaofan had said he wanted to strike a big deal with the Taishang sect last time, and he thought it was a joke. Now he finally understood. He not only stole the Taishang sect's sacred artifact, but also wanted to sell it at a high price. Dongfang Bubi was furious to the point of almost exploding. Lin Xiaofan said, "Look at you, how angry you are." I didn't look down on the Taishang sect. I just wanted to talk business. Actually, this is all because your strength is too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to steal the prison tower, right? Chapter 614, The Might of Creation. Shocking the entire scene, Lin Xiaofan said, "If you don't believe it, that's fine." He didn't want to explain anything, whether you believe it or not. Absorbing a heavenly fruit once a month is for ordinary people. I am a man with a system, and I swallowed 10 in one day, and the effect was immediate. Dongfang Huaji said, "So, this means the second condition can't be agreed upon either?" Lin Xiaofan said, "I think there's no need for us to negotiate conditions. Whether the Taishang sect is willing to coexist peacefully with the super sect is not important at all. If people don't offend me, I'll want to offend others. Whoever dares to provoke me, I will kill." Dongfang Huaji sneered. "You have quite a big mouth. Do you really think you are invincible in the world? You probably still don't know what you will face next, do you?" Lin Xiaofan said, "What will I face? Is the Taishang sect going to go to war with the super sect?" Dongfang Huaji said seriously, "Lin Xiaofan, I'm not exaggerating. You possess heavenly fruits and have taken the heavenly mountain. This matter will soon spread throughout the 9 domains. I can responsibly tell you, it won't be long before powerful beings from the upper 3 domains come to trouble you. If you agree to my conditions, the Taishang sect will form an alliance with you to bear all of this together. If you don't agree, then you can only face it alone." Chapter 615, Sacred Artifact Auction, still going to auction? The crowd looked at Lin Xiaofan in shock, as if he was about to completely tear his face with the Taishang sect. Dongfang Huaji had blood at the corner of his mouth, his face looking extremely grim. The sect's sacred artifact was about to be auctioned, and he didn't dare to speak, only able to watch helplessly. That previous gaze was too terrifying. He was already scared out of his wits. Anger, unwillingness, humiliation, and other negative emotions surged in Dongfang Huaji's heart, making him feel like he was about to explode with rage. Lin Xiaofan saw no one responding and couldn't help but frown. "Don't you all want the sacred artifact? 1 million Xian crystal stones to start the bidding. That is already very cheap." The crowd looked at each other, their expressions showing interest but their eyes flickering, hesitant. In the end, not a single person made a bid. Lin Xiaofan suddenly understood a bit. He turned to see Dongfang Huaji glaring fiercely at the crowd, his gaze filled with threats and warnings. It seemed that the various sects were very wary of the Taishang sect. The auction hadn't even started before it ended. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit frustrated, but he was not a man who easily gave up. "Don't you all like the prison tower? No problem. I have another sacred artifact." Lin Xiaofan took out the thunder seal and loudly said, "This is the creation's sacred artifact thunder seal, also starting at 1 million. Those who want it can bid." Chapter 616, The Sect Master of the Taishang Sect, a creation great being. That aura was omnipresent, permeating every inch of the void, yet nowhere to be found, as if a mountain was pressing down, suffocating. The crowd clearly sensed that an unimaginably powerful existence was crossing the void, and even before the person arrived, they could feel the overwhelming presence. At this moment, it seemed that all of heaven and earth had come to a standstill, and everyone present held their breath, tense. A creation-strong being? Lin Xiaofan's gaze sharpened as he looked toward a certain point in the void, coldly saying, "Come out. Stop playing tricks." Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void, and a figure stepped out. The newcomer had long white hair, was frail and old, but his complexion was rosy like that of a youth, especially his pair of eyes, which were both weathered and deep, reflecting the heavens and the earth, as if they could see through everything. As soon as he appeared, the space trembled with a roar, as if he were the center of the world, exuding an inexplicable magnetic field that irresistibly drew people in, instilling a sense of awe. Lin Xiaofan's heart jolted. He had finally encountered a true master of creation, and he suddenly felt a bit excited. "Master!" Dongfang Huaji exclaimed with great joy. "We welcome the master out of seclusion." The disciples of the supreme sect also cheered in unison, bowing down with fervor and excitement on their faces. Chapter 617, The Battle of Creation. Chaotic fists. Lin Xiaofan opened his palm, and a piece of mysterious crystal floated out, quickly flying towards Duga Haoyan. Thud! Duga Haoyan did not catch it, letting the crystal drop to the ground, rolling a few times. "What are you doing?" Duga Haoyan frowned. Lin Xiaofan replied, "Don't you want an explanation? This piece of mysterious crystal is my compensation. Compensation of a piece of mysterious crystal? This is hardly an explanation. It's simply teasing Xuantian. Everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lin Xiaofan. This young man had too much audacity, daring to tease the master of the supreme sect. Xuantian was indeed furious. He could no longer maintain the dignity of a master of creation, his face turning blue with rage. Lin Xiaofan, hand over the prison tower immediately, and leave behind the heaven and earth mountain and 10 heaven and earth fruits. Otherwise, today will be your burial ground. Xuantian had been in charge of the supreme sect for 1,000 years, his reputation spreading throughout the Songlong domain, suppressing an era. How could he have ever endured such humiliation? He dropped the pretense and showed his fangs directly. Lin Xiaofan laughed. You should have said that earlier. Robbery should be straightforward. Don't beat around the bush, or it will only make me look down on you. A fierce glint flashed in Xuantian's eyes. It seems you won't hand it over obediently. In that case, let this master show you. Chapter 6:18. The Duel of Small Universes, Lin Xiaofan. Are you enjoying this? Xuantian no longer struggled. He looked at Lin Xiaofan with a twisted face, his body riddled with blood holes, with the scenery behind him visible through his body. A dignified master of creation reduced to such a state was truly a sight to behold. Puffed. Lin Xiaofan punched through Xuantian's chest again, withdrawing his fist as blood gushed out. He laughed heartily. Enjoyable. Now it's my turn. Xuantian roared, grabbing Lin Xiaofan's fist in retaliation, unleashing the power of the world in a frenzied torrent. You want to compete in cultivation with me? Lin Xiaofan felt the opponent's world power like a surging river, continuously shaking his deepest small universe. The small universe of a master of creation is the source of power. Competing in cultivation is essentially a collision between small universes. This move was extremely dangerous, as it could determine victory or defeat, as well as life or death. If the small universe were destroyed, the person would be utterly dead, and even a master of creation would have no chance of resurrection. Therefore, unless there was absolute certainty, no master of creation would engage in such foolishness. Xuantian dared to do this, of course, because he was confident of victory. His small universe had been cultivated for 1,000 years. While Lin Xiaofan had just broken through, his small universe barely formed, making it easy for him to crush him. Chapter 6:19. Does this have anything to do with me? The onlookers from various sects were discussing animatedly, some shocked, others incredulous. Of course, some were gloating, as it didn't concern them. The outcome mattered little to them, and they were merely watching the spectacle. But the disciples of the supreme sect were different. Xuantian had always been an invincible presence in their eyes. Suddenly being defeated and having to humbly beg for mercy to save his life by offering 100 million mysterious crystals caused his lofty image to collapse. The disciples of the supreme sect were deeply affected, their expressions dazed, morale plummeting. Dad, didn't you say the master would make a comeback? How could this happen? Dongfang Bubi's voice trembled. Now that even the master had been defeated, he feared he would never have the chance to take revenge on Lin Xiaofan. Dongfang Huaji was shocked. I didn't expect Lin Xiaofan to be this strong. The Songlong domain is about to change. Dongfang Bubi, feeling lost, said, What should we do now? Lin Xiaofan might still come looking for trouble with us. Dongfang Huaji's eyes flickered. Let's observe the situation first, see how the master responds, and then make plans. Remember, do not provoke Lin Xiaofan again. Absolutely not. Dongfang Huaji's tone was stern. Although Dongfang Bubi was unwilling, he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Chapter 6:20. The arrogant blood demon ancestor Dongfang Huaji suddenly raised his head, glaring at the blood demon ancestor. A mere ant of the heavenly path dared to mock him? Born with a rebellious nature? Clearly a deputy, yet always wanted to do the right thing? It's absurd. At this moment, Dongfang Huaji had no intention of doing anything right. He just wanted to kill this crazy fool in front of him. But with Lin Xiaofan, the god of death, standing beside him, he didn't dare to act, his face turning ashen with rage. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the blood demon ancestor. This old fiend knew how to seize opportunities, inserting a knife when it mattered. Truly a master at infuriating others. Old demon, I still have matters to discuss with Xuantian. You take the disciples back first. Lin Xiaofan grasped Xuantian's shoulder, and with a flash in the void, the two disappeared. Just like that, they left. The blood demon ancestor was taken aback. seeing Dongfang Huaji's unfriendly expression and murderous aura. He couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. What do you want? The blood demon ancestor instinctively took a few steps back. Dongfang Huaji coldly said, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? You, a sycophant of the powerful, show me how arrogant you can be again." The blood demon ancestor, mustering his courage, replied, "I'm arrogant. What can you do about it? I am the deputy sect master of the super sect, and the most trusted aide of the sect master." Chapter 621, The Dark Domain. The void space in the distant horizon, for figures broke through the air, moving so fast that only faint afterimages were visible. They appeared above the great formation in the blink of an eye. The newcomers were 4 middle-aged men, each wearing clothes of black, white, blue, and purple, respectively, with a uniform style, clearly from the same force. The 4 had cold expressions, their powerful aura soaring to the clouds, shaking the heavens, causing the Supreme Sect's great formation to tremble continuously. "Looks like we found the right place. This is the Supreme Sect," the man in black said coldly, his tone indifferent, his chilling gaze piercing through the formation to stare at Dongfang Huaji with no trace of emotion. Half-step creation realm. Dongfang Huaji's heart trembled. The 4 before him were all at the half-step creation realm. The Supreme Sect claimed to be the best in the Songlong domain, but apart from Duge Haoyin, who had the cultivation of the creation realm, there wasn't even one person at the half-step creation realm. It is easy to imagine how powerful a force that can mobilize 4 and a half steps of transformation realm is. Dongfang Huaji immediately thought of the upper 3 realms, and his anger dissipated in an instant. He lowered his posture and said, "I am Dongfang Huaji, the vice master of the Taishang sect. May I ask for the names of the 4 distinguished guests? What brings you to the Taishang sect?" The evil palace of the demon wolf domain, Grand Protector Xiaozhan. Chapter 622. Space twist. Grabbing someone from 1,000 miles away, Duge Haoyin said with a dark face, "I haven't held power for too long, and these father and son are becoming increasingly audacious. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. No need, I'll handle it myself." Lin Xiaofan waved his right hand, tearing open the void, and he pulled Duge Haoyin and stepped out. "Master, Lin Xiaofan." Dongfang Huaji and his son were shocked to see Lin Xiaofan and Duge Haoyin suddenly appear. "You bastards!" Duge Haoyin shouted furiously, "What have you done just now?" Dongfang Huaji broke into a sweat and said, "Master, we didn't do anything." Duge Haoyin was even angrier. "Didn't do anything? Then what about all these injured disciples? What a great way to use a knife to kill someone. Do you want to die?" Only then did Dongfang Huaji and his son realize that Duge Haoyin and Lin Xiaofan had seen the previous scene, and they were immediately scared out of their wits. "Master, let me explain." Don't explain to me. Explain to Sect Master Lin." Duge Haoyin was exasperated. He didn't want to manage it anymore. If Lin Xiaofan wanted to kill, then let him kill, as he couldn't stop it anyway. In short, he had to clear himself of any involvement. It was hard to keep his life, and he absolutely could not be dragged down by these 2 incompetent fools. Chapter 623. This is too brutal. "Let go of me." Yu Renjie's face turned red as he struggled desperately, but couldn't he escape Lin Xiaofan's grip. He felt the fear of death. Lin Xiaofan said, "I can let you go, but first tell me what you want with me." Yu Renjie sneered, "I won't tell you. If you have the ability, just kill me. Since you insist, then I will grant your wish." Lin Xiaofan threw Yu Renjie to the ground, creating a loud crash in a large pit. Poof! Yu Renjie was violently shaken, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He tried to stand up, but found the small world was confined, and his strength was rapidly disappearing, leaving him feeling weak. "Lin Xiaofan, what have you done to me?" Yu Renjie roared. Lin Xiaofan replied, "You don't need to know. Anyway, you are about to die." Yu Renjie looked terrified, anxiously glancing at his companions. Xiaozhan wanted to check the situation, but was deterred by Lin Xiaofan's glare. "You better stay there and not move, or you'll end up like him." Xiaozhan suppressed his anger and said, "Lin Xiaofan, do you dare to fight us fairly?" Lin Xiaofan said, "Fairly? 4 of you against me. How is that fair?" Chapter 624. Is he the true Lord of Evil? I remember him. 3. As Lin Xiaofan's last word fell, the world fell silent, and the killing intent almost solidified, firmly locking onto Dongfang Huaji. "I will kill." Dongfang Huaji finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He roared and charged forward, drawing the Emperor's sword, and crazily slashed dozens of times at Yu Renjie. Bloodlight burst forth, and severed limbs flew. In just the blink of an eye, Yurinja was cut into pieces, dying a horrific death. Experience points, 100 million. Lin Xiaofan gained experience points and couldn't help but smile. He certainly wouldn't let Dongfang Huaji steal the kill. The Emperor's sword was his. Infused with his world power, it seemed that Dongfang Huaji killed Yurinja, but he was the true murderer. Huff huff. Dongfang Huaji gasped heavily, feeling the pressure release. The thrill of killing made him inexplicably exhilarated as he looked at the blood and severed limbs on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and appearing insane. As if he was not yet satisfied, Xiao Zhan, Wang Yang, and Xiu Yunlong did not expect Dongfang Huaji to truly dare to kill, their faces turning green with anger. Dongfang Huaji, you are so bold. To dare kill the protector of the evil palace. You have already paved your own path to death. Chapter 625. The Secret of Transformation. The Gate of Life. Lin Xiaofan said, "Don't be nervous. I just want to make you work a bit harder." When spreading the news, be sure to include your father's glorious achievement of forcefully killing the two protectors of the evil palace. This way, your father will become famous throughout the 9 domains. And everyone will know. Dongfang Buba opened his mouth, speechless. Dongfang Huaji's face looked grim. He knew Lin Xiaofan was reminding him that today's events would soon spread across the world, and it was impossible for him to distance himself from it. But at this point, he had no choice but to take it step by step. If it really didn't work, he might have to flee for his life. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Dongfang Huaji and said, "You seem very uneasy. Are you afraid of the evil palace? Don't worry. As long as you manage the Taishang sect well, and ensure to give me 10 million Xianjing stones on time each year, I will help you deal with the trouble of the evil palace." Dongfang Huaji perked up. "Really?" Lin Xiaofan said, "I keep my word. Of course. The premise is that you don't play tricks behind my back. Otherwise, you won't even need to wait for the evil palace to come for you. I will personally send you to hell." Dongfang Huaji's gaze flickered, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Chapter 626. The Small Universe of Silence. The power of confinement. Lin Xiaofan then asked some questions about the Gate of Life, but Dugu Haoyan knew little, and most of it was speculation. However, one thing was certain. As long as one cultivated to a certain level, they could sense the existence of the Gate of Life, but very few could actually open it. Looking at the entire Greedy Wolf Star, there were not many who could open the Gate of Life and break through to the Emperor Realm. Perhaps not even 1 in 10 Transformation Realm cultivators could do it. According to Dugu Haoyan, once one sensed the existence of the Gate of Life, they could stimulate the world power within their small universe and attempt to break it open. If the world power was not strong enough, they could also borrow energy from Xianjing stones. Dugu Haoyan had consumed 20 million Xianjing stones like that and ended up failing. Are you too wasteful? Lin Xiaofan felt a bit pained. 20 million Xianjing stones, 600 million experience points, wasted just like that. It would have been better to give it to him. Dugu Haoyan smiled bitterly. There's nothing that can be done. Without opening the Gate of Life, the small universe cannot expand, and one will be stuck in place for life. Lin Xiaofan said, "So, if the transformation realm cannot advance further, their strength won't increase?" Dugu Haoyan replied, "That's not the case. Even if the small universe cannot expand, the world power can still grow. It just grows slowly and has a limit. When reaching the limit of what the small universe can hold, then there really is no way to improve." Chapter 627. Transformation into Breaking Transformation. The Realm of Life and Death. Lin Xiaofan did not believe that there was anyone in this world who could evade his perception and leave a power projection within his small universe. The power of imprisonment may have naturally derived from the birth of the small universe, and from the very beginning. It was the bottleneck of martial arts that opened the door to life. As long as this bottleneck is broken, one can break through to the realm of the great Emperor of creation. The more Lin Xiaofan thought about it, the more he felt it was true. The path of cultivation in the realm of creation is about erasing the power of imprisonment within the small universe. Realizing this, he felt a sudden clarity in his heart, gaining a deeper understanding of his own small universe, and various martial arts insights flooded in. Lin Xiaofan calmed down, closed his eyes, and carefully comprehended. The small universe gently vibrated, as if it were cheering, and the power of the world grew rapidly. 2 days later, Lin Xiaofan woke up from his meditation, feeling that his cultivation had increased significantly. It seemed that the direction of erasing the power of imprisonment was correct. Just realizing this had enhanced his strength. In a good mood, Lin Xiaofan used the void great teleportation to return to Langi Mountain. The blood demon ancestor and others were slow and had not yet returned. Lin Xiaofan was stationed at the Langi Mountain base, and everything was normal. The sect's construction had already taken shape, resembling a major sect. Chapter 628, The Power of Creation. Startled system? Lin Xiaofan never expected that opening the door to life would actually bring forth a person. What shocked him the most was that he could see that figure. But the avatar was completely unaware and had no reaction at all. There was a mysterious and unfathomable power in the void that shielded the avatar's perception, putting it in a special state of confusion. The realm of life held great terror, although Lin Xiaofan did not know who that figure was. The intense sense of crisis made him realize that at this moment, he absolutely could not allow the avatar to break through to the great emperor realm. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The life door must be destroyed. Lin Xiaofan and the avatar were originally one, and there were countless connections between their small universes that allowed them to communicate with each other. He slightly moved his thoughts and directly used the Wuxiang robbery sword divine ability. His vast world power transformed into an incredibly large light sword, projecting into the avatar's small universe, and fiercely slashed at the life door. Sizzle. The Wuxiang robbery sword's full force strike tore open a terrifying void crack, splitting the life door and that figure in half, and the gaze overlooking the small universe quickly dissipated. Lin Xiaofan trembled all over, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed on the spot, fainting. Chapter 629. Returning to the heavenly refining sect 3 days later, the blood demon ancestor and others returned to the super sect. Lin Xiaofan immediately summoned Yang Xianfeng, consuming 150 million experience points to help him break through to the realm of creation. His two avatars had similar foundations, and Yang Xuanfeng's small universe was also 20,000 miles, with a hidden power of creation within. Do all martial artists in this world have the power of creation derived when they break through to the realm of creation? Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brows. This was equivalent to burying a time bomb within his body, but the system couldn't solve it, leaving him temporarily at a loss. However, he believed that there was no problem that could not be solved in this world. If there were, it must be due to insufficient strength. Therefore, the urgent task was to improve his strength. With two figures in the realm of creation stationed at the sect, he would have no worries and could boldly plunder the 9 domains, as long as he raised his realm to the pinnacle of martial arts. He believed he could handle even the mere power of creation. Lin Xiaofan then called for Duoluo Xian and the Absolute Man King, the realm of creation. The two's expressions changed as soon as they saw Yang Xianfeng and Lin Xiaofan. Just now, the aura of the small universe enveloped 1,000 miles, and they thought it was the commotion caused by Lin Xiaofan, but unexpectedly, it was Yang Xianfeng breaking through. Chapter 630. Collecting Mineral Veins. Creation descends. Lin Xiaofan asked, "How about it? Do you agree?" Yang Bufan stammered, Sek Masterlin. Can the 12th grade experience pill allow one to break through to the realm of creation? Lin Xiaofan nodded. It could be taken by those in the Chaos Sovereign realm to directly enter the realm of creation. Yang Bufan swallowed hard, his face turning red with excitement. Great. I agree. The mineral veins of the Matian mountain range now belong to the super sect. This temptation was simply too great for anyone to refuse, and Yang Bufan was already a bit impatient. As for the other sects that also had partial ownership of the mineral veins, both sides tacitly avoided mentioning it. Weakness meant having no say. They would take your things without notifying you. In fact, the heavenly refining sect had no say in front of Lin Xiaofan. He could completely seize the mineral veins. However, the two sects had a decent relationship and had developed some camaraderie. So he planned to give the heavenly refining sect a little benefit and use the experience pills as a bond, enticing them with profit to gradually cultivate the heavenly refining sect into the left and right arms of the super sect. Since that's the case, then it's settled. This is the 12th grade experience pill. Be careful catching it. Lin Xiaofan's right hand held out, and a purple pill slowly flew towards the two. Chapter 631. Lu Xiantong. Threatens Langi Mountain. At the Taishang sect, Dongfang Huaji was discussing matters with two elders when suddenly all three turned their heads to the west, their faces instantly changing. Could this aura be that a certain great emperor of creation from the upper domain has descended into the Canglong domain? Dongfang Huaji was shocked. Deputy Sect Master, if it really is a great power from the upper domain, then they must be here to find Lin Xiaofan. Huh, great. Lin Xiaofan is arrogant and does not take the Taishang sect seriously. Let's see how he deals with this. The two elders of the Taishang sect were gloating. Dongfang Huaji's eyes flickered as he said, "You all notify that recently, Taishang sect disciples must not go out freely. Those already outside must be recalled." After speaking, Dongfang Huaji hurried to the outside of Duga Haotian's cave, only to find the door tightly shut, causing him to frown slightly. With a great power descending into the Canglong domain, the sect master could not possibly be unaware. How could there be no reaction at all? Sect master, Dongfang Huaji has something to discuss. After a brief silence, Duga Haotian's voice came from inside. I already know your intentions. There's no need to be anxious or worried. Just watch the changes. Dongfang Huaji said, what if Lin Xiaofan is defeated? The super sect has 3 great emperors of creation. As long as the one who comes is not an emperor, anyone who comes will die. Chapter 632. 3 great emperors of creation inside the super sect. All the disciples looked up at the gigantic handprint above, all pale with fear. Lu Xiantong, Duo Luo Xian's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly summoned the Li Seng blade to protect himself. He looked around anxiously and asked, where's Lin Xiaofan? The super sect is about to be finished. Why isn't he out yet? The absolute man, King, gazed at the sky, his expression grave. This Lu Xiantong is even stronger than Dugu Haotian. I'm afraid Lin Xiaofan will find it hard to resist. A strike from the realm of creation could change the weather, and the death crisis enveloped the entire Langya Mountain. If this palm were to fall, the super sect would surely be reduced to ashes. Just then, Lin Howren's figure appeared in the air. He raised his hand and waved, and a sword light shot up into the sky like a flood dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring upwards. Elder Lin has made a move. The disciples of the super sect seem to have grasped a lifeline, and their fear eased a little. Under everyone's gaze, that astonishing sword light tore through the air, with an invincible momentum, slicing the massive handprint in half, and an endless wave of sword energy erupted, cutting through heaven and earth. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, and a massive handprint that blocked the heavens instantly shattered, with surging waves sweeping in all directions, causing the world to lose its color. Oh, not good. Run. In the distance, those who had rushed over to watch the excitement were swept away by the powerful waves, screaming as they fell to the ground like dumplings, creating chaos everywhere. Chapter 633. That wasn't an accident. It was me who killed him. Wait for me. On the day I return, it will be the day of the super sect's demise. Lu Xiantong soared into the vast sky, leaving behind a threatening remark that echoed through Langya Mountain. They've run away? Everyone was dumbfounded. Truly, they made a grand entrance, but vanished without a trace when it came to running. The disciples of the super sect cheered as they saw Lu Xiantong scared away by 2 supreme elders. Meanwhile, the spectators in the distance were greatly disappointed. The highly anticipated battle of the creation realm had ended before it even began. The thunder was loud, but the rain was light. It was really boring. Lu Xiantong, since you've come, you shouldn't think of leaving. Suddenly, a voice rang out as Lin Xiaofan stepped out from the void, raising his hand to strike at the empty space ahead. There was a thunderous boom as a powerful force exploded the air, compressing it into a terrifying shockwave that instantly pierced through dozens of miles. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently. A muffled groan followed, and a figure fell awkwardly from the void. It was Lu Xiantong. Lin Xiaofan. Lu Xuantong's face turned slightly pale. His expression filled with shock as he stared intensely at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes filled with a desire to devour, as if there was a grudge that spanned the heavens and earth. The crowd stirred, suddenly becoming excited again. Chapter 634. The small universe is indestructible. The physical body is eternal. Lin Xiaofan grinned, exerting force with his hand, his 5 fingers like steel hoops, twisting and deforming Lu Xuantong's neck with veins bulging, looking as if they were about to burst. Stop! Lu Xuantong's face turned crimson as he sensed the breath of death, his heart filled with extreme fear. You want to kill me, Then I will kill you. Accept your fate. Lin Xiaofan continued to apply pressure, and a cracking sound of bones echoed as Lu Xuantong's neck broke. Blood spurted out. Lu Xuantong's eyes were about to split. Lin Xiaofan, if you dare to kill me, the Xuantian sect will never let you go. Lin Xiaofan replied, I've already killed Lu Wushuang. The Xuantian sect would not let me go anyway. So why would I care about killing you too? Lu Xuantong's blood surged, and blood began to spurt from his mouth and nose as he said in terror, I can suppress this matter. As long as you let me go, we can clear our grudges. Lin Xiaofan said, You're not the Xuantian emperor. Can what you say count? Besides, you covet the heaven and earth mountain and the heaven and earth fruit. You will come looking for trouble sooner or later. Killing one now means one less enemy. So why should I let you go? Lu Xiantong angrily said, Do you really want to do this? No sect can bear the loss of a creation realm expert. If I die here, the super sect and the Xuantian sect will be in a never-ending feud. You better think it through. Chapter 635, The Fall of the Creation Realm. The power of the curse. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, taking everything away, and asked, Is there anything else? Lu Xiantong replied, No more. But the Xuantian sect still has a lot in stock. As a supreme elder, I can take some. If you want it, I can go back to the sect and get it for you. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, If you go back and come again, you will probably bring a group of experts to kill me, right? Lu Xuantong's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a straight face and said, How could that be? Since I'm not as skilled, I admit defeat and will not trouble you again. Only the dead will not cause trouble. Lin Xiaofan suddenly made his move, striking with the Wuxiang Jie sword, and countless sword energies howled. Before Lu Xiantong could react, he turned into a mist of blood. Lin Xiaofan, you deceitful villain who goes back on your word. The blood mist condensed but did not disperse, taking on the twisted and fierce face of Lu Xiantong, who roared like a vengeful spirit. Lin Xiaofan said, Don't slander my reputation. When have I ever gone back on my word? Lu Xiantong angrily retorted, You clearly took my Xian crystal stones, yet you still want to kill me. It's simply shameless. Lin Xiaofan replied, I did take your Xian crystal stones, but did I ever say I would let you go? You insisted on giving them to me, and I could only reluctantly accept. Chapter 636, The Crisis from the Upper Domain, Xian Wolf Domain, Xuantian Sect. Generally, the top forces creation realm experts will leave behind their life essence blood, guarded by designated personnel, and the Xuantian sect is no exception. The moment Lu Xiantong fell, the Xuantian sect received the news. What? The Supreme Elder is dead? Lin Xiaofan from the Canglong domain killed the Supreme Elder? This bad news was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, igniting the entire Xuantian sect, and the disciples were in an uproar. The Xuantian sect only had 3 creation realm experts. Besides the renowned sect master Xuantian Emperor, there were also the vice sect master Xia Yanran and the supreme elder Lu Xiantong. Now, with Lu Xiantong dead, the Xuantian sect had lost 1/3 of its fighting power above the creation realm, a truly unbearable heavy loss. In the main hall of the Xuantian sect, Xia Yanran sat high in the position of vice sect master, her beautiful face like a cold frost, her expression icy. Below her, Zhuge Buchuan and Ma Xiao stood with their heads down, both of whom were elders of the Xuantian sect, with half-step creation realm cultivation, and were also renowned figures. But in front of Xia Yanran, they bowed their heads and dared not look sideways, displaying their fear and trepidation. Before the secret realm event, Xia Yanran was ranked 4th on the heaven ranking, famous throughout the 9 domains, known by all. Now, being squeezed down to the 6th position by Lin Xiaofan and the king of absolute men, her reputation remained undiminished. Chapter 637, The Plot of the Heavenly Evil, True Monarch. Thank you for the vice sect master's teachings. I will definitely remember them and not disappoint your expectations. Chun Jing was extremely excited, the sense of despair in his eyes completely gone, and once again radiating brilliance. The potential of an emperor. So the vice sect master thinks so highly of him, believing he has the potential to become an emperor. Chun Jing's heart burned with passion, his eyes slightly red. Because he was nameless on the rankings of the event, he recently felt a subtle change in the attitude of his fellow disciples towards him, with some even gossiping behind his back. He thought the higher-ups of the sect also had an opinion of him, but unexpectedly, the vice sect master valued him so much. At this moment, Chun Jing completely became a loyal follower of Gu Yutian, ready to give everything. Gu Yutian revealed a slight smile and said, Very good. Young people should have sharp ambition. Being brave and striving for progress is the right path. No matter what happens, always remember not to waver in your martial heart. Chen Jing replied loudly, yes. Gu Yuqian seemed very satisfied, nodding and saying, I plan to lead a team to the Songlong domain to personally suppress Lin Xiaofan. You should come along too. At that time, you will witness Lin Xiaofan dying at my hands, completely eliminating the obstacles in your heart. This way, your future cultivation path will have no hindrance. Chapter 638, Warning. Unknown Dangers. Songlong Domain, Langya Mountain. Lin Xiaofan killed the creation realm expert Lu Xiantong, and his reputation reached its peak. The blood demon ancestor arranged a grand banquet for the disciples, celebrating for 7 days. The super sect finally had a creation realm expert to oversee it, and the sect master even secured the first place on the heaven ranking. How could the sect not celebrate? Of course, the joining of the 4th and 7th on the heaven ranking into the super sect is a huge event, and they also held a welcome banquet. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to dampen the disciples' spirits, so he let things be. However, he didn't participate fully. After 2 days of feasting and mingling, he returned to the Master's cave. It wasn't that he was proud or unsociable, but rather that he felt unsettled these past 2 days, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Could it be that the curse power was at work? Lin Xiaofan felt a bit confused. He had clearly removed the curse power and stored it in the Yanhuang realm, so it shouldn't be affecting him anymore. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofan remembered something and hurriedly released the purple flame demon dragon. If it stayed in the small universe any longer, it would turn into a dead dragon. The purple flame demon dragon still looked like a small snake. It slowly woke up and immediately sensed a significant loss of vitality, exclaiming in shock and anger, Lin Xiaofan, what have you done to me? Chapter 639, The Body Emperor. Changes in Langya Heaven. Lin Xiaofan hesitated for a long time, then suddenly had an idea. Since there was danger in improving his cultivation, what about enhancing his physical body? System. Upgrade the undying golden body. Lin Xiaofan said with anticipation. This time there were no beeping sounds. The system fell silent, but his total experience points silently decreased by 10 billion. Boom! Lin Xiaofan's entire body shook, and a terrifying power emanated from within him, causing countless fine cracks to appear in the surrounding space. The entire Kangwolf domain rumbled and trembled, and everyone changed color. What's going on? The heavens and earth are shaking. Could a major change be about to occur? I have an ominous premonition that a great terror is about to descend. The people of Kangwolf domain were in a state of panic, causing chaos everywhere. In the cave of the Supreme Teachings leader, Duga Haoyin looked shocked. Which peerless powerhouse is this? It can actually cause a resonance with heaven and earth. Could it be that a strong person from the upper domain has descended? Duga Haoyin was uncertain. He wanted to go out and check the situation, but felt it was inappropriate. Even if a powerhouse from the upper domain descended, it would be trouble for Lin Xiaofan, and he had no need to wade through this muddy water. Duga Haoyin walked to the cave entrance, but then turned back. At the same time, in the distant upper 3 domains, 3 powerful beings in closed-door cultivation seemed to sense something and opened their eyes simultaneously. Chapter 640, A Sword Breaking Through the Air. Lin Xiaofan. Useless. Do you think destroying the blood mark I left behind can stop me from collecting Langya Heaven? Just wait. I will come to find you soon. The blood drop was destroyed, but the voice of the celestial evil true monarch did not fade away, echoing throughout Langya Heaven. The disciples of the super sect within Langya Heaven were immediately alerted, and figures soared into the air, searching all around for the speaker. Lin Xiaofan said, No one can take my things. Your things? Ignorant child. This Langya Heaven is a trump card I left in the 9-star realm. You just happened to stumble upon it. Lin Xiaofan was startled and glanced around, coldly saying, What scheme do you have? Scheme? I do have a scheme. What harm is there in telling you? After all, you can't stop it. Back then, I killed a powerhouse from your 9-star realm, forcibly stripping away his small world and refining it into Langya Heaven through a special secret method, allowing it to slowly connect with the 9-star realm. After thousands of years of evolution, Langya Heaven should now have connected to the 9 main stars of the 9-star realm, and it's time to close the net. Chapter 641. The wind passes without a trace, quietly infiltrating you, brat. Another angry shout rang out, and a wave of ripples radiated from the center of the sky, filled with sword energy, sweeping in all directions. Where it passed, The sword energy exploded with loud bangs. In an instant, the sword energy crisscrossing the sky was completely obliterated, and a figure slowly emerged, standing proudly in the void, exuding a momentum that was earth-shattering, domineering, and arrogant. It was none other than the celestial evil palace master, celestial evil true monarch. Palace master. The members of the celestial evil palace were overjoyed to see their master safe. Xiao Moang sighed in relief, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared beside the celestial evil true monarch, frowning and asking, Palace master, what was that sword energy just now? Was it Lin Xiaofan? The celestial evil true monarch did not answer, his face dark and terrifying, slowly raising his hand as a trickle of blood slid down from his wrist. Xiao Moang's heart trembled. The members of the celestial evil palace were also shocked. The palace master was actually injured. In everyone's impression, the palace master had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, with unparalleled depth of cultivation, almost invincible below the emperor level. But now, not only was the dragon and tiger treasure card destroyed, but the palace master was also injured. What was even more terrifying was that the enemy had not even shown their face. They had simply struck from an immeasurable distance, destroying the dragon and tiger treasure card and injuring the palace master with a single sword. Chapter 642. Is this an old sixth sect? Brother Dragon, don't be agitated. I mean no harm, I just got lost. Feng Wuhan quickly said, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he wished he could slap himself. Such a powerful beast must have already awakened its intelligence. How could it possibly believe such nonsense? However, to his surprise, the purple flame demon, dragon, merely glanced at him indifferently, then closed its eyes to continue devouring the fire crystal energy, completely ignoring him. What is going on? It can't really believe me, right? Could it be a silly dragon? Feng Wuhan felt a surge of joy, slowly backing away to create distance, then quickly slipped into the void, disappearing in an instant. Indeed, it was a silly dragon. What a false alarm. Seeing that the purple flame demon dragon did not chase after him, Feng Wuhan secretly rejoiced. He had originally planned to retreat, but changed his mind again. What is there to fear from a silly dragon? He would continue looking for Lin Xiaofan, trying to seize the heaven and earth mountain and heaven and earth fruit before anyone else. Feng Wuhan, being bold and skilled, quietly infiltrated the super sect and soon discovered several caves, instantly becoming invigorated. He silently approached, carefully investigating. In the first cave, there was a man. At the second level of the celestial border, Ant. Feng Wuhan sneered inwardly. Such trash could actually have cave? Just kill him directly. Chapter 643. 1,000 miles of tracking. A sword fixing the body, you got it right. It seems you're not too stupid. Lin Xiaofan said, now speak. Who are you? Why are you sneaking into the super sect? Feng Wuhan stared intensely at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes flickering. The person he was looking for was this kid. He did not expect the other party to appear right in front of him. The number one on the heaven ranking, renowned throughout the world, was indeed as young as rumored, a peerless genius, truly deserving of the name. However, he didn't care about Lin Xiaofan's reputation. He was more concerned about the heaven and earth mountain and the heaven and earth fruit. If he could seize them, then find a place to quietly cultivate for 1,000 years, reaching the emperor level would be within reach. This was a temptation that no cultivator could refuse, and neither could Feng Wuhan. But he couldn't see through Lin Xiaofan's strength. Although he had slowed down his escape speed earlier, not just anyone could catch up to him. Lin Xiaofan could intercept him, which definitely meant he had real skill. At least his speed was extremely fast. But he wondered how his combat power was. Feng Wuhan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly laughed. This kid just came out of the Qianquan secret realm not long ago, so it's impossible for him to be at the transformation realm. He is probably similar to that fourth ranked on the heavenly ranking, the king of absolute men, at best half a step into the transformation realm. Even a number one on the heavenly ranking is just a bit stronger in combat, as long as he is not a true transformation realm expert. There is nothing to worry about. Chapter 644. If you don't agree, I'll smash you to death. I heard that you got the heaven and earth mountain, so I wanted to try my luck to see if I could snatch it. Feng Wuhan said with a stiff face. Lin Xiaofan said, this is the truth. Since you want to snatch my stuff, don't blame me for being ruthless. Feng Wuhan panicked and said, everyone knows about you obtaining the heaven and earth mountain now, and I'm not the only one who wants to snatch it. Even if you kill me, there will be others coming after it. This won't solve the problem. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, so, Can you help me solve the problem and prevent the strong from coming to snatch the heaven and earth mountain? Feng Wuhan's face stiffened, and he suddenly couldn't speak. Lin Xiaofan said, "It seems you can't. Let me ask you one last question. Do you have any accomplices? I'm used to being a lone wolf. I have no accomplices. What do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless." Hearing Lin Xiaofan's last question, Feng Wuhan felt a bit flustered. What is this? Lin Xiaofan's right hand held out, and the heaven and earth mountain slowly appeared in his palm. Shrouded in clouds and mist, spiritual energy surging like a fairyland. The heaven and earth mountain. Feng Wuhan's breathing quickened, and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Lin Xiaofan said, "Didn't you want to snatch the heaven and earth mountain? I'm giving you a chance for a close encounter. I'm going to activate it to smash you now. If you can withstand it and not die, you can leave." Chapter 645. The Might of Heaven and Earth Mountain. Lin Xiaofan said coldly, "This is your own choice. Life and death are on you. I choose the second option. I'm willing to be your pawn, to help you loot the wolf domain and the red wolf domain." Feng Wuhan screamed, his head glowing. The power of the world surging wildly, forming a light shield to resist the crushing force of the heaven and earth mountain. Lin Xiaofan said, "It's too late to regret now. There's only one chance, and if you miss it, there won't be another." Feng Wuhan was both shocked and angry. The pressure was too strong, and the light shield was crumbling layer by layer. The heaven and earth mountain slowly but irresistibly continued to fall, the crisis drawing nearer. That terrifying power not only pressing down on his body, but also tracing back along the world's power, suppressing his small universe. It was destroying both the external flesh and the internal small universe. This heaven and earth mountain is the supreme weapon to kill transformation realm experts. At this moment, Feng Wuhan was scared to the core. He sensed the breath of death. No! Bang! The heaven and earth mountain crushed the light shield, a true mountain pressing down. The overwhelming power surged like a steel torrent, unstoppable, instantly crushing Feng Wuhan's head, then his neck, and then his body. The might of the heaven and earth mountain crushed everything, obliterating all. Chapter 646. Cross-Domain Teleportation. The scheme of the heavenly absolute sect outside the atmosphere of the Wolf Star. In the endless starry sky, the space rippled, and Lin Xiaofan slowly revealed himself. So beautiful! Lin Xiaofan looked down at the entire Wolf Star. Although he had seen it once before, he still couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Wolf Star is vast. A planet claiming a domain is no joke. With a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles. From the starry sky, the giant planet is colorful, stunningly beautiful. However, the downside is that there's a circle of black wolf-shaped nebulae surrounding the Wolf Star, constantly rolling and changing, like a wolf god roaring, intimidating the stars, giving a strong sense of oppression. Those who are timid would probably retreat at just a glance. Lin Xiaofan saw several sky patrol guards closely following the atmosphere, patrolling around the Wolf Star. With his current cultivation level, he certainly wouldn't be detected, as long as he didn't want to be seen. Even standing in front of the sky patrol guards, they wouldn't notice him. Should I try to punch it? Lin Xiaofan was itching to try. Such a beautiful planet made him feel an impulse to smash it with a punch. With the indestructible golden body's 13 transformations and being in the Emperor realm, if he punched down, even if he couldn't destroy the Wolf Star, it would probably cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Chapter 647. I ask you, are you afraid of death? You're looking for death. Chun Jing's inner scar was revealed, and he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He no longer held back, unleashing the full power of the Dominator realm, striking out with his sword. The sword energy split into three, moving as fast as lightning, instantly piercing the bodies of the three. The three of them, Hua Alushui included, screamed as they fell to the ground, blood splattering across the sky. The three from Xuantian Mansion fell in defeat. The other disciples trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Chun Jing stood proudly above the heavens with the star sword in hand, domineeringly saying, Xuantian Mansion is nothing. If this is the strength of the top 10 sects, Chun Jing, with just one sword, can sweep through the wolf domain. Hua Alushui clutched his chest, blood at the corner of his mouth, angrily saying, You think you can sweep through the wolf domain just like that? Dream on. Chun Jing slowly descended to the ground, step by step approaching the three, exuding a murderous aura. I'll kill you first, then destroy the other sects. I want to make the wolf domain flow with blood. Hua, Lu Shui laughed wildly. You're just talking big. If you really have the ability, go try to destroy the Taishang sect and the Lin Tian sect. And the super sect. If you dare to go, Lin Xiaofan will teach you a lesson in no time. Hearing that name he despised, Chun Jing's face twisted with rage. What do I have to be afraid of? Do you think I fear Lin Xiaofan? Chapter 648. Hardship fee? This is robbery. So you're afraid of death too. Lin Xiaofan chuckled. But sorry, I still have to kill you. Saying this, he didn't give Chun Jing a chance to speak. The power of the world surged out from his palm. No! Chun Jing screamed in terror as his head exploded, red and white matter splattering everywhere, dying on the spot. The Chaos Realm is not like the Transformation Realm. Once the head is gone, it's completely dead. The headless corpse fell to the ground, limbs twitching and convulsing, blood gushing like a fountain. The Chaos Dominator, level genius of the Heavenly Absolute sect, thus perished. Lin Xiaofan indeed is the great Demon King, killing without blinking, extremely ruthless. While the people of Xuantian Mansion were shocked, they also felt a sense of relief. Chun Jing's sword almost destroyed Xuantian Mansion. He deserved to die. The looks of the disciples of Xuantian Mansion towards Lin Xiaofan slowly changed. This great Demon King, though brutal, seems not so terrifying as long as one is not an enemy. Instead, he gives a sense of security and reliability. Experience points increased by 50 million. Lin Xiaofan confirmed Chun Jing's death, then looked at Lu Yuan and smiled. Master Lu, I heard you've been wanting to recruit me? Lu Yuan awkwardly said. Master Lin is unparalleled, the #1 on the heavenly ranking, recognized as the #1 genius in the 9 domains. How could Xuantian Mansion have the qualifications to recruit you? I was reckless in the past, and I hope Master Lin won't take offense. Chapter 649. Capture Alive. Life and death coercion, you have quite the tone. Look who this is. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, throwing Chun Jing's corpse on the ground. Yin Mo's gaze sharpened, and his face suddenly changed dramatically as he shouted. Kid, you killed Chun Jing? How dare you say you are Lin Xiaofan? Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, Do you know me? Then there's no need for introductions. I ask you, do you want to live or die? Yin Mo, without saying a word, turned and ran. His speed so fast that only a shadow could be seen. Do all of you from the Tianjus sect like to run away? Chun Jing was like this. And so are you. Lin Xiaofan shifted in space and flashed ahead, raising his hand to slap Yin Mo on the chest. Bang! Yin Mo let out a miserable scream as he flew out, completely unable to fight back. The supposedly powerful Dominator realm in the eyes of the world became as fragile as a leaf before Lin Xiaofan, collapsing with just one touch. Boom! Yin Mo crashed heavily to the ground, his chest caved in, blood spraying from his mouth and nose, his face twisted in pain. Lin Xiaofan, what do you want to do? The experts from the Tianjus sect are nearby. If you dare to kill me, you won't escape death either. Yin Mo could no longer stand up, threatening while spitting blood. Lin Xiaofan said, Chun Jing just said this. Didn't you come with only 2 people? You still want to trick me? Chapter 650. Arranging the Great Formation. Discussion of Alliance. Lin Xiaofan said, Wait. You are not alone now. You have an assistant. If you need anything, just tell Xian Su. He will prepare it for you. And you just need to focus on arranging the formation. Yin Mo said unhappily, Lin Xiaofan. Don't you trust me? Lin Xiaofan nodded. That's right. I don't trust you. Yin Mo. Is this kid so direct? Not even a bit tactful? Yin Mo unwillingly said. Some of the materials for the formation must be chosen without a single mistake. I have to select them myself. Lin Xiaofan said, All right then. But the Canglong domain is very dangerous. To ensure your safety, I will have Yang Xianfeng follow you closely. Yin Mo glanced at Yang Xianfeng. If a transformation realm was following closely, then there would be no chance to send messages. Isn't that unnecessary? The Canglong domain is just in the middle domain. Its overall strength is far inferior to the upper domain. With my Dominator realm cultivation, I shouldn't encounter any danger, so there's no need to be so troublesome. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, Do you look down on the Canglong domain? Do you believe that either of these 2 beside me could easily slap you to death? Yin Mo's heart trembled. He truly could not withstand a slap from a transformation realm. Chapter 651. Crisis approaches. Gathering to resist, Yin Mo turned back to look at a few people, hesitating for a moment without speaking. Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. Not speaking? Yang Xianfeng. take off on his arms. Yang Xianfeng responded and quickly approached Yin Mo. So ruthless? Yin Mo hurriedly said, there are still 10 Chaos Realm experts to be teleported over. So there are only 10. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, Master Lu, now you don't have to be afraid. Right? Lu Yuan couldn't possibly not be afraid. 10 Chaos Realm experts were enough to crush several Xuantian houses. However, thinking that Lin Xiaofan was in the transformation realm, he should have no problem dealing with the 10 Chaos Realm experts from the Tianjua sect. What about the transformation realm? Lu Yuan asked again, as he was more concerned about the suppression of combat power at that level. Lin Xiaofan looked at Yin Mo again. This time, Yin Mo dared not hesitate and honestly said, both transformation realm vice sect masters will come. 2 transformation realms? Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. That was 2 billion experience points. Another big profit. What? Gu Yutian and Lu Feng. Are those 2 coming together? The faces of Lu Yuan and the others changed drastically. Although Lin Xiaofan had killed transformation realm experts, these 2 from the Tianjua sect were not to be underestimated, especially Gu Yutian, who was a famous figure on the heavenly ranking, renowned for thousands of years with outstanding combat power. Chapter 652. Would you like to be a traitor? Bang! Yang Xianfeng did not hold back and slapped Yin Mo on the forehead, the powerful impact creating a wave of air that swept in all directions, shaking the space. Yin Mo immediately bled from 7 orifices, his eyes rolling back. Lu Yuan watched with his hair standing on end. With such a mighty slap, the person would probably be turned into an idiot. What shocked him even more was that Yin Mo had no power to fight back, and he was a Chaos Dominator realm. What level of cultivation is Yang Xianfeng from the super sect? Lu Yuan thought in fear. No wonder Lin Xiaofan was so confident, daring to take on opponents above the Dominator realm. He couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaofan on the other side. That person couldn't also be of the same level as Yang Xianfeng, could he? Yin Mo seemed stunned by the hit, his reaction a bit slow, and after a long while, he let out a miserable scream. Yang Xianfeng and Lin Xiaofan were in sync, of course. They wouldn't really kill Yin Mo. The blood from his 7 orifices just looked terrifying, but it was not fatal. But Yin Mo didn't know that he was already scared out of his wits, thinking Lin Xiaofan really wanted to kill him, and he screamed in panic, Lin Xiaofan, the summoning formation hasn't been successfully arranged yet. If I die, this formation will be wasted, and everything will be in vain. Chapter 653. Luring with benefits. Everything is ready, Lord Lin. Dongfang Huaji started to speak halfway, but stopped. He wanted the experience pill, but his relationship with Lin Xiaofan wasn't great, and there were even some grudges, making it hard for him to bring it up. Lin Xiaofan said, do you want the 12th grade experience pill? Dongfang Huaji nodded repeatedly. Lin Xiaofan said, 1 billion Xian crystal stones for one. Not just you, but all of you. Whoever can come up with 1 billion, I'll give them a 12th grade experience pill. Everyone was stunned by this amount, but a pill that could help someone break through to the transformation realm was indeed worth this price. However, getting it wouldn't be easy. Lin Xiaofan said, you all appearing here today gives you the qualification to purchase this. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with you. This was a great opportunity to earn Xian crystal stones. Didn't the Tianjua sect want to plunder resources? Then let's plunder in reverse. Whoever grabs it belongs to whoever. The Tianjua sect is a top sect in the upper domain, rich in resources, and its disciples are all wealthy. How much can be grabbed depends on your abilities. Anyone among you who grabs Xian crystal stones can come to me to exchange for experience pills. Both 11th and 12th grades are available, depending on your needs. As soon as everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be overjoyed, their eyes gleaming with greed. Chapter 654. The Great Formation starts. Storm is coming, mist? Lin Xiaofan sneered. Do you think I would believe that nonsense? Honestly, what conspiracy do you have? Yinmo said nervously, I really missed it. Before he finished speaking, his right arm was violently torn off by Yang Xianfeng, causing him to scream in agony. Everyone watching the scene of blood spraying couldn't help but shiver. It looked painful just to watch. However, the teleportation formation was of utmost importance. If it were tampered with, the price could very well be the lives of everyone present. So there could be no mistakes. To deal with a cunning old fox like Yinmo, one must be ruthless. Lin Xiaofan said, if you don't tell the truth, I'll disassemble you piece by piece. Yinmo's face turned pale as he said, the formation formula earlier is for non-fixed position teleportation, with a landing point within 100 miles. Random teleportation? Lin Xiaofan understood immediately. Yun Mo, this old fox, was indeed cunning. If the disciples of Tianjua sect were to be randomly teleported, it would be impossible for him to take them all at once. Duo Luoxian suddenly said, "Random teleportation is a signal in Tianjua sect, indicating that something unusual is happening here." Yun Mo glared at Duo Luoxian, gritting his teeth in hatred. So that's how it is. Chapter 655. Fist suppresses the enemy. Seizing from afar in the Songlong domain, Xiansu activated the teleportation array, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently, with powerful array energy radiating in all directions, the formation reaching to the heavens and the earth. Lin Xiaofan vaguely caught a strange aura penetrating the void, pointing to an infinitely distant place, as if a bridge between heaven and earth connecting two locations. After a dozen breaths, the space above the teleportation array twisted, light and shadow changed, and a group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere, powerful auras emanating, causing the surrounding space to tremble and roar. Boom! The teleportation array shook violently, suddenly stopping its operation, the flowing array patterns dimming rapidly. 1 half-step creation realm, 2 chaos realms, 10 supreme celestials, and the rest were all celestial realms. Lin Xiaofan swept his gaze over, taking in the cultivation levels of the 100 people in front of him. Without waiting for the newcomers to react, he struck with a punch. Buzz! A golden fist force erupted from his fist, roaring as it struck among the Tianjua sect members, then exploded with a loud bang. 10,000 rays of golden light, dazzling the heavens and the earth. An enemy attack. Who is ambushing us? Hundreds of figures were violently swept away by the sudden explosion shockwave. Screams, cries, and roars followed. Bang! 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 Chapter 656. Tianjua sect, truly a good sect. Is that so? But you know nothing of my strengths. Lin Xiaofan struck out with one palm, and the Chaos Realm member who had yelled the loudest was instantly blown apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The air suddenly fell silent. When life and death are out of one's control, and threats are useless, all that remains is endless fear. Lin Xiaofan. You. Qingyan stuttered, another Chaos Realm member trembling in fear. I hate being threatened. Lin Xiaofan struck out again, and that Chaos Realm member exploded too. No, don't kill me. You can't kill me. Qingyan shouted in terror, retreating in panic. He was a half-step creation realm expert, just a small step away from reaching the peak and cultivating his own little universe. How could he be willing to die here? Absolutely cannot sit and wait for death. I must escape. Qingyan's mind was filled with thoughts of fleeing. After retreating a distance, he turned to run but bumped into someone. Bang! Qingyan was already heavily injured and panicking. This collision almost knocked him to the ground. Duo Luoxian? What are you doing here? Qingyan was taken aback. Duo Luoxian coldly replied, I have joined the super sect. Chapter 657. This Songlong domain seems a bit strong. Lin Xiaofan looked at the group of people who appear to have suffered great losses, and couldn't help but find it a bit funny. I killed all these people, and the spoils naturally belong to me, so don't have any ideas. Everyone inwardly cursed. They wanted to kill too, but at least give us some opportunity. The people from Tianjua sect just appeared and were taken out by your punch, and in the end, there was nothing left for us to kill. You promised that we would all plunder resources for experience pills, but it turns out you're the only one profiting immensely. Are we just here to watch the fun? Seeing the gloomy faces of everyone, Lin Xiaofan added, Don't be envious. There will be more opportunities ahead. Just as his words fell, the teleportation array trembled violently and lit up again. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, Look, they're coming. This time I guarantee everyone will have gains. Everyone rejoiced and quickly spread out, securing all directions. All eyes were fixed on the array, eager to pounce as soon as the Tianjua sect members appeared, ready to kill and loot. Wait. The array's opposite side is Tianjua sect, a top sect of the upper 3 domains, dominating the world for tens of thousands of years. Why do I feel like we are about to gang up on the weak in the face of such a powerful enemy? Chapter 658. Sword opens the heavenly gate. Lin Xiaofan said, Gu Yutian, you've underestimated many things, like how all of you will fall here today. You didn't see that coming, did you? Gu Yutian sneered. Arrogant fool, you truly don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Do you think that just because you are ranked first on the heavenly list, you are truly the strongest in the world? Lin Xiaofan laughed. I am first on the heavenly list, but you can only rank 8th. Aren't you angry? Gu Yuqian scoffed. Childish. A mere ranking is of no importance, just a hollow name. Lin Xiaofan, hand over the heaven and earth mountain now, and I can spare your life. If you wait until I make my move, you will regret it. Lin Xiaofan showed no fear and said, then go ahead and make your move. I want to see how you can make me regret it. Gu Yuqian's killing intent surged, daring to be so reckless in front of him. This boy was already on the path to death. However, things seemed a bit tricky. He scanned the Songlong crowd, and his expression slowly changed. 3 creation realms, 12 chaos realms, all the strong from Songlong domain. Are they all gathered here? No wonder the first wave of Tianju's sect disciples that arrived caused not even a ripple before being completely annihilated. Chapter 659, The Might of the Golden Body. All who stand against it fall. Lin Xiaofan immediately felt a powerful pulling force coming through the void, forcibly dragging him toward the portal. What is this? Lin Xiaofan was not flustered. His indestructible golden body was extremely powerful. A physical emperor is no joke, and it is difficult for general attacks to break through his defenses. He did not resist, allowing the pulling force to drag him. As he approached the portal, a sudden surge of golden light enveloped his body, and he remained suspended in the void as if rooted in place. No matter how much the pulling force strained, it could not budge him. Do you think that being fixed in the void can withstand my divine ability? Lu Feng's figure suddenly appeared atop the giant sword, looking madly. Lin Xiaofan. You think too simply. Now go die. As his words fell, the portal trembled violently, countless sword energies spiraling out like spinning tops, tearing through the void, forming a terrifying torrent of steel, roaring toward Lin Xiaofan. Come on, let me see just how powerful your sword technique truly is. Lin Xiaofan did not dodge. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace heaven and earth. Clang, 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 clang. A crisp clanging sound suddenly echoed in the sky, as the torrent of sword energy roared and surged, and just as it touched Lin Xiaofan's body, it exploded apart, transforming into a sky full of sword energy that tore the heavens and split the earth. Chapter 660, World-Shocking Divine Ability? Just like this. Lin Xiaofan, you actually locked onto my little universe? Lu Feng was incredulous, and he suddenly realized that Lin Xiaofan had recently slain a creation realm expert, clearly possessing some means to destroy little universes, causing him to panic. Aren't you very arrogant? Keep laughing now. Lin Xiaofan's right hand reached out and directly grasped LV Feng's large head. Upon touching the opponent's blood, his perception became even clearer, and LV Feng's small universe was firmly locked onto. After stepping into the realm of creation and continuously increasing his strength, and having slain 2 more realm of creation experts, Lin Xiaofan's understanding of the essence of this world had further deepened. Achieving the body of an emperor through the 13 transformations of the physical body had broken certain shackles, allowing him to touch the secrets of the world. Heaven and earth divide into yin and yang. All things have life and death. Prosperity leads to decline. Extremes must reverse. And this world also has its positive and negative sides. If the world he inhabits is the positive world, then the dark domain is the negative world. It is like the 2 sides of a mirror. One side is real, while the other is illusory. However, the negative world is not illusory, but truly exists. The positive and negative worlds are like 2 parallel lines, coexisting but never intersecting. Chapter 661. The Cosmic Star Map. LV Feng let out a mournful scream, blood gushing from his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose, and then with a loud bang, his head exploded, turning to dust. The deputy sect leader is dead? The fleeing disciples of the Tianjua sect did not leave, but watched from afar, shocked to see LV Feng reduced to nothing by Lin Xiaofan. A realm of creation expert, known for being immortal, could actually be killed. One of the 2 deputy sect leaders was already dead, and the Tianjua sect was left with only Gu Yuqian as the sole realm of creation expert, while the Songlong domain had 3 realm of creation experts. With Lin Xiaofan being extraordinarily powerful, this cross-domain battle had just begun but seemed to be heading towards a total defeat. The disciples of the Tianjua sect were anxious and fearful, and the atmosphere of dread began to spread among them. The people of the Songlong domain were overjoyed. They hadn't even made a move, and victory seemed to be within reach. No, they couldn't tee up like last time, not killing anyone and gaining nothing. This time, they had to claim some heads. Dongfang Huaji and others looked at the disciples of the Tianjua sect with fierce eyes, each one radiating murderous intent. The disciples of the Tianjua sect suddenly felt the chilling gaze of over a dozen Chaos Realm experts, and an intense sense of dread crept into their hearts. Finally, he is dead. Lin Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief as he checked his experience points, which had soared by 1 billion, meaning LV Phone was completely dead, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 662, Ripping the Star Map, striking Gu Yutian. Lin Xiaofan. Don't you feel like your body is about to explode? Gu Yutian's voice echoed from all directions. But this is just the beginning. You will slowly walk towards death in endless pain and fear. Of course, if you want to die quickly, that's not impossible. Just hand over the heavenly mountain and the heavenly fruit, and I guarantee you can die without any pain. Lin Xiaofan scoffed. Gu Yutian, are you overconfident? Is this cosmic star map really the treasure of the Tianjua sect? Why do I feel its power is lacking? I don't feel a thing. Still defiant when death is imminent. Let us see how long you can hold on. I'm going to kill people now. All of you Chaos Realm and Realm of Creation experts from the Songlong domain, especially the disciples of the super sect, I will crush each one like ants, turning them all to dust, and you will be helpless to stop me. Aren't you very angry now? Good. I want to see you wanting to kill me, but being powerless to do so. Ha ha. Is he even more arrogant than him? This is intolerable. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to wait any longer. He activated his indestructible golden body and spread his arms wide. With a crack, the starry cage instantly disintegrated, and beams of starlight shattered, as if the very threads supporting heaven and earth had broken, shaking the world. Chapter 663. Are you very angry? Puff. The headless body reacted, and a blood arrow shot into the sky. Gu Yutian's head emerged from his chest cavity, and his neck grew back, blood pouring from his head and face. Looking extremely terrifying, Gu Yutian snarled, Lin Xiaofan. You! Lin Xiaofan did not wait for Gu Yutian to finish speaking and slapped down again. Bang! This time he increased his strength, and Gu Yutian's head finally exploded, red and white brain matter splattering everywhere. I want to blast you apart, so I will, and you are powerless to stop me. Aren't you very angry? Lin Xiaofan said slowly. Earlier, when he was trapped in the star map, Gu Yutian spoke in such a provocative manner, and now he was returning the favor. But the headless body still did not fall, and the exploded pieces of flesh and blood, before hitting the ground, rolled back and quickly reformed into a complete head, showing no signs of injury. Lin Xiaofan, no matter what, you cannot kill me. Aren't you very angry? Ha ha ha. Gu Yutian laughed maniacally. Oh, this guy's a bit impressive. He dares to spar with him verbally? Then let us see who will be angry. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand and slapped down again. Gu Yutian tried to dodge, but his head had just recovered, and he could not control his body freely yet, so his movements were inevitably a bit sluggish. Chapter 664. Dark clouds cover the sky. The Emperor emerges so powerful. The disciples of the Tianjua sect looked pale, each one silent as a grave. Lin Xiaofan had consecutively slain LV Feng and Gu Yutian, 2 Realm of Creation experts, tore apart the Realm of Creation's sacred artifact, the cosmic star map, and with a single shout, injured 5 Chaos Realm experts. Such strength was simply astonishing. Not to mention the disciples of the Tianjua sect, even the people of the Songlong domain were all stunned. This top figure on the heavenly rankings, who was originally only known for his unparalleled talent and potential, seemed to genuinely possess the aura of being the strongest in the world now. Lin Xiaofan's gaze slowly swept across the entire scene, and the world fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. The second wave of reinforcements from the Tianjua sect had nearly all perished, with less than 20 survivors, all trembling and huddled on the ground. Lin Xiaofan saw that the guiding formation had been utterly destroyed and frowned slightly. It seemed they wouldn't be waiting for the third wave of reinforcements from the Tianjua sect. He slowly flew closer to the crowd and discovered that the storage rings of the disciples of the Tianjua sect, both dead and alive, were missing. These guys moved so quickly, they actually took everything. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit frustrated, but fortunately, his own gains were not small. With 2 Realm of Creation heads and 20 billion experience points, which was already quite good. Chapter 665. Crisis approaches. The battle in the sky in the extreme north of the Songlong domain, the ancient wilderness mountain range. This mountain range stretches for millions of miles. filled with countless ferocious beasts and rarely trodden by humans, but it is the closest path to the upper realm. A group of several hundred people from the Xuantian sect flew over the ancient wilderness mountain range. Deputy sect leader Xia Yanran led the way, with two half-step realm of creation elders, Zhuobuchuan and Ma Xiao, following behind. Numerous powerful figures gathered their momentum, intimidating the surrounding ferocious beasts into retreat. Everyone quickened their pace, aiming to cross the ancient wilderness mountain range and enter the territory of the Zhanglong domain within 3 days. Zhuobuchuan suddenly shouted, "We must reach the super sect before the Tianjue sect and the Tianxia palace, and seize the heavenly mountain and the heavenly fruit first. This is our primary mission and must not fail. Understood?" Understood. The disciples of the Xuantian sect shouted in unison, their morale soaring, and their speed increased significantly. As they flew along, hundreds of people occasionally glanced at the ethereal figure in white ahead, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration, as if following that unparalleled figure was the greatest honor. The strong one on the heavenly ranking, Xia Yanran, possessed immense power and stunning beauty. Everything was so perfect and flawless. Such a celestial being in a mortal world was naturally the goddess in the hearts of all disciples of the Xuantian sect, deserving of reverence and willing to sacrifice everything for her. Chapter 666. Is the Zhanglong domain about to rise? Lin Xiaofan slayed Gu Yutian and Lu Feng. As the four major sects, Super Sect, Taishang Sect, Liantian Sect, and Chaotian Mansion, joined forces to annihilate the invading enemies of the Tianjue sect. In that battle, the Tianjue sect lost 2 at the Creation Realm, 10 at the Chaos Realm, over 30 at the Supreme Being Realm, and more than 100 at the Heavenly Realm. Once this news spread, it shook the world. The entire Zhanglong domain was in an uproar. Did the Super Sect ally with the 3 major sects? So it turns out our Zhanglong domain is so powerful that it can even take down top sects from the upper domain. You didn't know this, did you? Mainly because the Super Sect is too strong. It said that 3 at the Creation Realm were deployed, and from the beginning, the battle was one-sided, with the Tianjue sect having no power to fight back at all. No way. 3 at the Creation Realm? The Super Sect is that strong? Can this be false? I saw it with my own eyes. You saw it with your own eyes? I heard that your Yin Yang Hall also received an invitation to join the alliance, but refused out of fear of the Tianjue sect. You saw it with your own eyes? I'm afraid you were too scared to come out of your sect. Nonsense. Why do you have to say that? Didn't your Tianlei sect also receive an invitation? But as soon as you heard the name Tianjue sect, you shut yourselves in like old turtles. Chapter 667. Upgrading Divine Powers, Transcending Reality After a Long Silence. Dongfang Huaji's eyes flickered as he said, "This is not something we should be concerned about. Lin Xiaofan can easily kill Gu Yutian and Lu Feng. He might even have the strength of an emperor. How is that possible?" Yang Bufan and Lu Yuan instinctively shook their heads in rebuttal. Dongfang Huaji said, "Why is it impossible? This Lin Xiaofan, every time you think you have seen through his strength, you find out you were completely wrong. To my knowledge, he has never been defeated. If he didn't have absolute confidence in himself, would he dare to challenge the upper domain?" Yang Bufan and Lu Yuan thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Lin Xiaofan is not foolish. If he knew he was outmatched, he would have long left with the disciples of the Super Sect. After all, he is not from the Zhanglong domain. Then let us hurry back to the sect and gather our people. The 3 exchanged glances, understanding everything without words. Lin Xiaofan had been to the ancient mountains, and this time he was familiar with the way. However, before that, he planned to upgrade his divine powers, since he had hundreds of billions of experience points. It wouldn't cost much. System. Upgrade the Wuxiang Robbery, Sword Divine Power. Upgrade the Void, Great Teleportation, Divine Power. Lin Xiaofan had 4 divine powers, but could only upgrade these 2. Xian Blood, Unstable Body, and Trinity were special divine powers that reached their peak upon successful cultivation and could not be upgraded. Chapter 668. You deceived me. Calculated with open schemes, what heavenly extermination Grey Formation? It's utterly vulnerable. Lin Xiaofan curled his lips in disdain, but inwardly he was overjoyed. This wave of kills directly credited him several hundred million experience points, a real auspicious start. The surviving disciples of the Tianxia Palace trembled in fear and retreated far away, as if a demon stood before them, avoiding it as if it were poison. Xiao Mo Wang, unable to suppress his anger, shouted, "Lin Xiaofan, you actually launched a sneak attack. How despicable and shameless. You've disgraced the face of the creation realm." "A sneak attack?" Lin Xiaofan smiled. "I killed people based on my strength. On what grounds do you say I sneak attacked?" "You." Xiao Mo Wang was so furious he couldn't speak. Wanting to attack, but not daring to, he looked at Tianxia Jinjuan. Tianxia Jinjuan's expression was so dark it could drip water. Lin Xiaofan had previously killed Yun Batian and the Four Guardians, and then used a sword to destroy his vehicle, already having a path to death. Now, right in front of him, he brutally killed so many disciples of the Tianxia Palace. If he didn't kill Lin Xiaofan today, he, as the palace master, would not be able to hold his position any longer. But he couldn't act just yet. "Lin Xiaofan, I ask you for 3 things: Tianyi Mountain, Tianyi Fruit, and Langya Heaven." Chapter 669. The first sacred artifact? Just like that. Could it be that Tianxia Jinjuan tampered with the Xian crystal? Lin Xiaofan felt a stir in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was true. If the Xian crystal was indeed tampered with, the consequences would be severe. Of course, he had to take it away. Lin Xiaofan smiled and reached out to touch it. A strong light flashed, and 10 million Xian crystals disappeared. "Ha ha ha! Lin Xiaofan, you've been tricked." Tianxia Jinjuan could no longer hold back, his vicious fangs revealed. He sneered. "Do you know I left a tracking mark on the Xian crystal? Now your little universe has been locked by me. You're finished." "Ha ha! Tracking mark?" Lin Xiaofan flipped his right hand, and a mass of black gas appeared in his palm. Tianxia Jinjuan was proud for just 3 seconds, then was taken aback. "You, what did you do?" "Tianxia Jinjuan, I didn't expect you to be so insidious." Lin Xiaofan rubbed his hands, and that mass of black gas instantly turned to ashes. "This old thing is really too wicked." Indeed, when bad people grow old, they become very terrifying. He had just felt soft-hearted, thinking it was embarrassing to continue attacking. But now it was good, just kill them all. In fact, he hadn't put the Xian crystal into his little universe at all, but had directly converted it into experience points. Tianxia Jinjuan's scheme was naturally doomed to fail. Chapter 670. The World S Number 1 Divine Power, Lin Xiaofan. "If you want to kill me, you'll need to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Tianxia Jinjuan grinned grimly. His withered body suddenly self-destructed, turning into countless fragments, reassembling at one point and restoring his flesh and blood. "This Jinjuan is immortal and indestructible. What can you do to me?" "Ha ha ha!" Tianxia Jinjuan laughed wildly. Breaking free from the devouring power of the Tianma blood knife, his body quickly became full and inflated, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his original state. He stood naked in the void, his blood-red hair dancing wildly, leaving behind trails of afterimages. A powerful aura that made people tremble surged into the sky, shaking the heavens, as if a demon god had descended. The disciples of the Tianxia Palace were overjoyed upon seeing this. Truly, one thought can lead to heaven, another to hell. Indeed, how could the strongest below the emperor be so easily defeated? Lin Xiaofan looked up and down at Tianxia Jinjuan, finally staring at a certain spot, clicking his tongue and saying, "So small. You can't even see it if you don't look closely." "What?" Tianxia Jinjuan was taken aback. He followed Lin Xiaofan's gaze down and immediately felt a chill under his crotch, the wind blowing on his backside, a wave of shame rushing to his head. "Lin Xiaofan, where are you looking? You shameless scoundrel." Tianxia Jinjuan's old face turned red, and radiant light flickered on his body. The power of the world enveloped him, quickly forming a piece of clothing to cover his body. Chapter 671. This scene seems a bit off nonsense. Tianxia Jinjuan reformed his body, his eyes blazing with fire. He still couldn't escape, as if Lin Xiaofan's punch was the cause, and being hit was the effect. Where there is a cause, there must be an effect. At the moment of throwing the punch, the result was already determined. That feeling was terrifying. I wonder how many more punches you can take. Lin Xiaofan continued to throw punches. He didn't deliberately target the celestial, evil, true monarch's small universe. He wanted to test if the small universe wouldn't perish. Then the physical body in the realm of creation wouldn't truly die. Bang, bang, bang. The celestial, evil, true monarch revived again and again, only to explode repeatedly, roaring in anger and shaking the heavens and earth. He was the longest living being in the realm of creation today, having cultivated for 15,000 years. and his lifespan had long surpassed the limits of the realm of creation. He was known as the strongest under the emperor, famous across the 9 domains, with a reputation even louder than that of most heavenly ranking experts. His prestige and influence could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 emperors of the age. Yet now, he was being beaten up by a young brat with no ability to fight back. Every explosion of his body was a humiliation to him. He was furious to the point of madness, but felt helpless, gradually feeling fear instead, as he found his physical condition worsening. At first, after the body was reconstituted, although covered in cracks, it was at least still intact. Chapter 672. Sword Tao Divine Ability Annihilates Creation, Not Forgetting to Smile, screamed in terror. Countless sword energies shot out from his body. Then with a loud bang, he turned into a rain of blood, but instead of falling to the ground, he directly vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace. Not Forgetting to Smile was dead. Lin Xiaofan noticed his experience points had risen by 1 billion, and he knew the result, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. The Wuxiang robbery sword strike could indeed annihilate the realm of creation, erasing not just the physical body, but also the small universe. Lin Xiaofan, you actually killed him? The celestial evil true monarch was filled with a mix of anger and shock. The fall of a being in the realm of creation was a sensation, and he sensed Lin Xiaofan's power was beyond imagination. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, it'll be your turn soon." The celestial evil true monarch's pupils contracted as he looked at Lin Xiaofan's seemingly harmless smile, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. This trip to the Tsang Wolf domain had just begun, and he was already defeated. At this point, he no longer hoped to seize the heavenly mountain. Instead, he was considering how to save his own life. However, his reconstituted flesh was becoming increasingly tragic. Under the erosion of the golden light, his body was riddled with terrifying blood holes, and flesh would occasionally fall off, making it nearly impossible to maintain a human shape, looking pitiful. Chapter 673. Does this woman have a problem with her head? Deputy Sect Master. The disciples of the Xuantian sect were both shocked and angry. The figure that had been sent flying was none other than Xia Yanran, who tried to slap Lin Xiaofan, but ended up being slapped hard instead. Lin Xiaofan. Xia Yanran flew out of the pit, her hair disheveled, her body trembling with rage, a blood-red palm print glaring on her fair right cheek. The dignified deputy sect master of the Xuantian sect, the strongest female in the realm of creation, admired by all, respected across the 9 domains. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Xia Yanran was furious, her beautiful face twisted in anger as she glared at Lin Xiaofan. "You actually dare to slap me?" Lin Xiaofan laughed and said, "You attacked first, so what's wrong with me hitting you? You don't think just because you're a woman, I wouldn't dare to slap you, do you?" A fierce look flashed in Xia Yanran's beautiful eyes. "Your dirty hands touched me. They shouldn't exist in this world. They should be cut off." With a flash of white light, Xia Yanran charged towards Lin Xiaofan again, her right hand glowing, quickly forming a brilliant light sword. With a swing of her jade-like arm, the sword light split the air and swiftly slashed towards Lin Xiaofan's right arm. "You arrogant woman, you deserve to be hit." Lin Xiaofan slapped down on the light sword, producing a loud explosion, and the light sword exploded in an instant, turning into a myriad of flowing lights shooting in all directions. Chapter 674. Shameless, killing for the heart. Lin Xiaofan said, "I killed your people, and you have no reaction at all?" Xia Yanran replied indifferently, "Below the realm of creation, all are ants. If you kill, then kill. How could it affect me? Is this woman really so cold-blooded? Or has she cultivated for so long that she has lost all human emotions?" Lin Xiaofan looked at the disciples of the Xuantian sect and found that their expressions were normal, not showing any emotional fluctuations despite Xia Yanran's words about ants. As if that were a fact beyond doubt. Even being belittled to ants, the way the Xuantian sect disciples looked at Xia Yanran was still full of fervor, their eyes revealing blind admiration. "All right, it seems this woman holds high prestige in the Xuantian sect, revered by all, and whatever she says is right." Lin Xiaofan said, "Xia Yanran, I didn't expect you to be so cold-blooded. You're not cultivating the path of ruthlessness, are you?" Xia Yanran coldly gazed at Lin Xiaofan and said word by word, "Looking at your arrogant appearance, you obediently concede. Since that's the case, that dirty arm of yours will be dealt with by me." Lin Xiaofan interrupted, "Woman, stop talking so dirty. Do you think you are very clean? You act all pure and innocent. How does it matter how beautiful you are? Aren't you, just like everyone else, flesh wrapped around bones? With your stomach full of shit? Chapter 675. Supreme Divine Artifact. Hand of Divine Annihilation. What is that? Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes slightly. The blue light was too dazzling, making it hard for him to see clearly. Is she about to unleash a big move? Then bring it on. The realm of creation no longer posed a challenge for him. He hoped this woman could give him a little surprise. The blue light rippled like water, filling every inch of space. When Xia Yinran's figure was completely engulfed in the blue light, a vast and overwhelming aura surged into the sky, intimidating all directions, as if the might of heaven and earth was irresistible. At that moment, the entire ancient mountains fell silent, with thousands of beasts trembling, all kneeling towards Xia Yinran, as if worshipping an emperor. Supreme Divine Artifact, Hand of Divine Annihilation. The celestial evil, true monarch's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stared at the figure in the blue light, a greedy flush appearing on his face. Hand of Divine Annihilation? Lin Xiaofan's gaze sharpened. A supreme divine artifact. Just by its name one could tell it was extraordinary, likely related to the Emperor realm. No wonder this woman was so arrogant. Knowing he had defeated the celestial evil true monarch, she still dared to confront him head-on. It turned out she had a powerful trump card. At this moment, the blue light gradually retracted, and Xia Yinran's figure slowly became visible. She was seen wearing a pair of blue gloves on her right hand, with blue light swirling around, covering her entire body, countless runes densely packed on the surface, each like a mark of heaven and earth, emanating an astonishing aura that caused the surrounding space to continuously roar and shake. Chapter 676. Braving the Divine Artifact. Barehanded capture, Xia Yinran mocked. Celestial, evil, true monarch. Has the Hand of Divine Annihilation messed with your head? You're starting to talk nonsense? Lin Xiaofan is already dead. The celestial, evil, true monarch said, if you can't even kill me, how do you expect to kill Lin Xiaofan? Dream on. Xia Yinran was taken aback, her gaze sweeping around, but she sensed no aura and couldn't help but sneer. He is long dead, not even a trace left. Who do you think you're scaring? The celestial evil, true monarch laughed mockingly. You're still too naive. Just because you gained a little power with a divine artifact, you think you're invincible in the world? The fall of a being in the realm of creation must have a reaction. Did you sense anything just now? Xia Yinran disdainfully said, I think you've lived too long and become muddled. The supreme divine artifact can obscure the heavenly secrets, killing without anyone knowing. And you don't even know this? Well, although you've lived the longest, you've never possessed a divine artifact. No wonder you're unaware. The heavenly evil, true monarch frowned. He truly didn't know about this matter, but he found it hard to believe that Lin Xiaofan just died like that. That was an existence that left him powerless to fight back. How could he possibly die so easily? Lin Xiaofan, did you hear that? If you don't come out, we're all going to be finished. Chapter 677. I swear it. And you still don't believe me? I can let you go. Lin Xiaofan tightly gripped the Hand of Divine Destruction, using the power of the indestructible golden body to suppress the divine artifact, preventing Xia Yinran from moving. He smiled and said, as long as you take off the Hand of Divine Destruction, I will naturally let you go. At this moment, Xia Yinran felt just how terrifying Lin Xiaofan truly was. All her powers were suppressed, and she couldn't even resist. This was clearly a power that surpassed the creation realm. Lin Xiaofan definitely had the combat power of an emperor. After understanding this, Xia Yinran simply gave up struggling. But it was absolutely impossible for her to hand over the Hand of Divine Destruction. What kind of price did she pay to obtain this supreme divine artifact? How could she willingly give it up? You wish. Xia Yinran shouted, extremely angry, her eyes turning red. Lin Xiaofan shook his head and said, what's the point of this? From the moment you fell into my hands, the Hand of Divine Destruction was already mine. Your resistance is just self-inflicted suffering. Lin Xiaofan, I will never let you have your way. The Hand of Divine Destruction was granted to me by the Xuantian Emperor. If you dare to snatch it, the consequences will be dire. Xia Yinran threatened, but before she finished speaking, she was thrown into the air by Lin Xiaofan and then slammed hard onto the ground. Boom! Chapter 678. A thunderous roar echoed in the sky. As the words fell, The earth and sky mountain trembled violently, the suppressive force suddenly increasing. And Xia Yanran immediately felt an overwhelming power invading her, crushing towards her small universe. No, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Xia Yanran completely broke down and couldn't help but scream. Lin Xiaofan said, don't just talk. You need to take action. Xia Yanran hurriedly said, my small universe is suppressed by the earth and sky mountain. I can't take out the hand of divine destruction. You need to first put away the earth and sky mountain. Okay, but don't lie to me, or the consequences will be severe. Lin Xiaofan thought, and the earth and sky mountain roared as it flew into the air, quickly rotating and shrinking, landing in his palm. A large pit appeared before him, and Xia Yanran was sprawled on the ground, her body flattened, blood seeping into the ground, creating a scarlet patch. Crack! Crack! Xia Yanran's body trembled. The sound of bones grinding rang out, the blood on the ground flowed back, and her flattened body visibly swelled back to normal in an instant. The strength of a creation realm expert was so formidable. Even when crushed, they could recover in the blink of an eye, their self-healing ability astonishing. Xia Yanran awkwardly stood up, her face still in shock. Chapter 679. Xuantian Emperor? Sect Master? Xuantian Emperor? Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. This was the renowned figure of the heavenly ranking, one of the 3 emperors of today, Emperor Tiangong. It was said that this person had lived for nearly 10,000 years, yet he looked so young. Emperor Tiangong's eyes were like lightning, sweeping over Xia Yanran before finally locking on a Lin Xiaofan. You are Lin Xiaofan, the body emperor? Interesting. Emperor Tiangong spoke slowly, his voice not loud. Yet it was like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Lin Xiaofan was slightly startled, feeling as if his true self had been seen through. This was unprecedented. The Xuantian Emperor indeed had some skill. Lin Xiaofan stared at Emperor Tiangong for a moment, his heart stirred, and suddenly laughed. So you are Emperor Tiangong? It's a pity you're just an avatar. It's not interesting. Xia Yanran glared and said, Lin Xiaofan, you are so bold. How dare you directly call the name of the Xuantian Emperor? This is a great disrespect, and you should be slapped. Slap. Lin Xiaofan turned his hand and slapped Xia Yanran, causing her to scream and fall away. This woman deserves a beating, don't you think? Emperor Tiangong? Lin Xiaofan didn't even glance at Xia Yanran, his gaze always fixed on the Emperor's avatar before him. This name reminded him of the Xuantian Continent in the Xian realm, as well as the Xuantian Supreme in the original realm. Chapter 680. Killing the True Monarch. Sword pointing at the Emperor. The Xuantian Emperor coldly looked at the heavenly evil, true monarch, not saying a word for a long time. The heavenly evil, true monarch broke out in a sweat, feeling a bit nervous. Xuantian Emperor, I already know. If you know, then I would also know, right? Do I still need you to tell me? The Xuantian Emperor's gaze was sharp, like a sword, pressing down unyieldingly. The heavenly evil, true monarch suddenly felt immense pressure, and cautiously said, then how does the Emperor plan to deal with Lin Xiaofan? The Xuantian Emperor replied, I have my own measures. Do I still need to report to you? No, that is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? I ask you, why do you dare to speak recklessly about me and Xia Yanran? Do you want to die? The heavenly evil, true monarch's heart tightened. He realized it was bad, and at the same time felt a bit angry. The Xuantian Emperor was so aggressive, completely disregarding him. After all, he was the master of the current #1 person, the heavenly evil emperor, and also the most senior creation realm expert. When he became famous, the Xuantian Emperor had not yet been born, clearly a senior, yet surpassed by a junior, and now being lectured by the other party, even threatened with death. How could he endure this? The heavenly evil true monarch clenched his fists tightly, wanting to explode, yet not daring to, his face alternating between green and white with anger. Chapter 681. Battle of Divine Powers. Sword pierces the Emperor's avatar. Boom! The sword light collided with the thunderball, as if the heavens and earth were colliding. A 1,000-mile area instantly engulfed by thunder and sword energy. In the chaos, the ground split open with deep chasms that seemed bottomless, and the sky above also had dense void cracks spreading out. That terrifying scene was akin to the end of the world. Lin Xiaofan, is this all your strength? If it's just this, then you barely reach the level of my avatar. If my true self comes, I could crush you in minutes. Ha ha ha. The Xuantian Emperor laughed wildly, standing proudly in the void, surrounded by whistling sword energy, yet unable to approach. Lin Xiaofan, on the other hand, was engulfed by countless thunders, with strands of lightning wrapping around him, trying to tear him apart, but were blocked by a layer of golden light, unable to injure him at all. The indestructible golden body was immune to thunder and fire. Even the full-force strike of an emperor's avatar could not break through his defenses. In this direct confrontation, neither could do anything to the other. However, the Xuantian emperor was pierced through the chest by a sword, sustaining serious injuries. Lin Xiaofan still held the advantage. Xuantian emperor, you are the first to withstand a strike from the Wuxiang tribulation sword and still survive. Lin Xiaofan's expression became more serious. The previous sword actually didn't kill the Xuantian emperor's avatar. Chapter 682, An Unimaginable Existence. The headless corpse fell to the ground, and a semi-transparent phantom rushed out from the body, quickly fleeing into the distance. Lin Xiaofan reached out, finding the space. The phantom immediately froze in midair, twisting and transforming into the figure of the Xuantian emperor. Lin Xiaofan, are you truly going to be so resolute? The Xuantian emperor roared angrily, his expression flustered. This phantom was indeed his own divine soul that had split off. If it were destroyed, it would have a significant impact on his true self. That avatar was the result of his 1,000 years of cultivation, and losing it was already painful enough. If even the divine soul were to be destroyed, the loss would be catastrophic. Lin Xiaofan swiftly approached and smiled. I never hold back against enemies. The Xuantian emperor hurriedly said, actually, we are not life and death enemies. We can completely turn enmity into friendship. As long as you let me go, the Xuantian sect and the super sect will not interfere with each other in the future. What do you think? Lin Xiaofan replied. What you say is a bit hypocritical. I have already killed the first genius of the Xuantian sect, Lu Wuxuan, and seized the holy artifact, the heavenly thunder seal. Isn't that a life and death enmity? The Xuantian emperor thought, what is wrong with this kid? He is stating it so clearly and wants to negotiate, yet he still brings up these grievances? Chapter 683. After the great battle, inside information after Lin Xiaofan finished speaking. He fell silent. If the figure he saw at that time was truly the existence beyond the emperor realm, then its strength must be outrageously powerful. A single person reaching the peak could suppress the entire world, making it impossible for others to break through. Just thinking about it is terrifying. With such an existence, even if he teamed up with the other 3 emperors, they might not be able to defeat it. It was too risky. Staying low and growing stronger was the safest option. Of course, if the Xuantian emperor and the others went to confront that existence, and he could benefit from the chaos, that would be even better. I don't want to team up with you, but I can let you go. You can leave now. Lin Xiaofan had a plan in mind. After all, what was before him was just the Xuantian emperor's avatar, and killing it would not yield any experience points. The Xuantian emperor was secretly pleased, but could not help but say, aren't you going to reconsider? As long as you continue to cultivate, you will eventually face all of this. Avoiding it is useless. Lin Xiaofan said, you are currently at my mercy, forced to let go of past grudges. The heavenly evil emperor and the heavenly absolute emperor may not think so. They would probably wish to kill me. So how could they team up with me? The Xuantian emperor realized Lin Xiaofan had indeed killed all the great beings of the heavenly absolute sect and the heavenly evil palace, completely offending the heavenly absolute emperor and the heavenly evil emperor, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 684. The heavenly machine sect inside the cave of the Lord of Langya Mountain. Bang! A middle-aged man fell from the void, landing face first on the ground. Bruised and battered, he quickly got up, panicking and looking around, and soon saw a young man with an imposing demeanor seated on a stone platform, seemingly a god, overlooking everything with indifference. Just a glance at the other party made him retreat in fear. Where's this? Why did you capture me? Are you Lin Xiaofan? The middle-aged man was filled with both dread and a hint of ecstasy. Lin Xiaofan was now renowned, known to all. The undisputed #1 in the Songlong domain. Some even speculated that Lin Xiaofan had already stepped into the emperor realm. Who wouldn't want to witness such a powerful figure? The middle-aged man had come to Langya Mountain specifically to pay his respects, but he did not expect such a pleasant surprise to come so quickly. Meeting Lin Xiaofan in such an unfriendly manner, which made him excited yet somewhat anxious. Lin Xiaofan said indifferently, what is your name? I am Wu Yuanqing. Wu Yuanqing looked nervous, sweat trickling down his forehead. Although Lin Xiaofan did not emit any imposing aura, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 685. Speak quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Lin Xiaofan said, Don't be surprised. You don't even recognize your own sect? Didn't your message just reach here? Wu Yuanqing was even more shocked. Lin Xiaofan had traced the message's location. No wonder he could find the Heavenly Machine sect so accurately. But it still didn't make sense. The distance from the super sect to the Heavenly Machine sect was tens of millions of miles. And it was impossible for someone in the creation realm to cross such a distance in mere moments. Unless Wu Yuanqing thought of a possibility, his heart racing. Could it be that Lin Xiaofan was truly as rumored, already a powerful being in the Emperor realm? Lin Xiaofan said, Stop dawdling. We need to get to business. Are you going to shout, or should I? Wu Yuanqing was still in a daze and foolishly asked, Shout what? Forget it, I'll do it. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to waste time. Wu Yuanqing's psychological endurance was too weak. Wasn't it just a long-distance teleportation? Why was he so scared? Super Sect Lin Xiaofan is here to pay respect. The Lord of the Heavenly Machine sect, please come out. Lin Xiaofan shouted with a booming voice that echoed throughout the entire Heavenly Machine sect. Wu Yuanqing was dumbfounded. Was this paying respect? It was outright provocation, too arrogant. Wu Yuanqing felt something was off. Was this guy really here to buy information? Chapter 686. Forceful Threats. The sect master appears. Lin Xiaofan smiled. The information I want, I will definitely obtain. If you don't tell me, then I will kill until you are willing to speak. Xuanji's heart trembled, and he said sternly, You dare? Would I not dare? Lin Xiaofan raised his hand to grasp, causing the space to distort, ripples spreading outward, enveloping Xuanji. Ah! Xuanji screamed, suddenly lifted into the air, uncontrollably flying toward Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan seized Xuanji's right arm, the power of the world surging in, instantly sealing Xuanji's entire body. What do you want to do? Xuanji, unable to move, panicked at the thought of the scene where Xuanqing had met a tragic end. Of course, I'm going to deal with you. Lin Xiaofan grinned, swung his arm, and slammed Xuanji hard into the ground. Bang! A loud noise shook the earth. Xuanji slid along the ground, crashing through dirt and stone, finally colliding with the pillar of the Heavenly Machine sect's great door. Crack! Boom! The ancient door, which had stood for countless years, collapsed like a mountain of gold and jade. In an instant, the heavens fell and the earth sank, with dust swirling everywhere. No, the disciples of the Heavenly Machine sect were horrified. Chapter 687. What secret? Tell me. Lin Xiaofan said, I am very serious. Xuantian said coldly, There is never any free information from the Heavenly Machine sect. This is a rule set by our founding ancestors, and no one can change it. Moreover, our elders cannot die for nothing. If you do not make compensation today, this matter will spread, and won't the Heavenly Machine sect become a laughingstock to the world? Lin Xiaofan replied, That is your business, and has nothing to do with me. I only want information. If you don't say, then I will kill you. Xuantian was furious, arrogant. This is the Demon Wolf domain, one of the top 3 domains, not the Songlong domain. If you think you could do whatever you want here, you are gravely mistaken. Lin Xiaofan laughed. With strength, one can do as one pleases anywhere, can't they? Xuantian said, The Emperor of the Heavenly Evil Palace has recently come out of seclusion. You have offended the Heavenly Evil Palace and still dare to cause trouble in the Demon Wolf domain. Be careful for your life. Lin Xiaofan replied, So what? I want to kill you now. Will he come to save you? Xuantian was momentarily speechless, feeling that this was too much. He was about to lose his temper. Lin Xiaofan, if you want to get information for free, that is absolutely impossible. Lin Xiaofan said, I'll tell you this. Wanting me to pay for information is also absolutely impossible. I clearly have the strength to suppress the Heavenly Machine sect. Why should I pay? Chapter 688. Those who obey can become sect master. You dare to insult me? Come and fight. Lin Xiaofan moved closer and slapped Xuantian on the left cheek again. This time it was even harder. Xuantian flew hundreds of feet, crashing into several buildings with a thunderous sound, ultimately buried in a pile of rubble, his life unknown. Sect Master. The disciples of the Heavenly Machine sect were shocked. The sect master was actually being beaten up and had no ability to fight back. No wonder he was able to slay 7 powerful figures in the creation realm. His strength was unimaginably powerful, treating the creation realm as if it were child's play. Lin Xiaofan was too terrifying. The members of the Heavenly Machine sect worried for their sect master's safety and feared Lin Xiaofan, not daring to check on Xuantian situation. The scene gradually fell into silence, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Lin Xiaofan said, Xuantian, don't pretend to be dead. Come out. Boom. With a loud explosion, countless fragments flew everywhere, and Xuantian broke through the debris, soaring into the sky. Lin Xiaofan, Xuantian, with disheveled hair, roared to the sky. After taking 2 heavy hits, his head was swollen like a pig's, and he had a broken arm, looking utterly disheveled, no longer possessing the slightest dignity of a sect master. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lin Xiaofan said, no matter how much you shout, you can't defeat me. Your strength is too weak. You are the worst among the strong on the heavenly ranking that I have ever seen. No wonder you can only rank second to last. Chapter 689, Crisis Reemerges, Great Terror in the World. Lin Xiaofan paused. What do you want to say? Xuantian was feeling very uncomfortable with his neck being squeezed. His veins bulging. Let go of me first. Lin Xiaofan said, say it quickly. If you don't, your neck will break. Xuantian, with a red face, said, I agree. Agree to what? I agree to provide you with information for free. No charge. No charge. Then if I kill Xianqingzi, do I still need to compensate? No need. This matter cannot all be blamed on you. Xianqingzi also had his faults. He was too reckless. Xuantian felt anger. He had never thought he would one day have to humble himself in front of all the disciples of his sect. Countless strange gazes fell on him, making him feel even more ashamed and unwilling. But there was no other way. He did not want to die. The bravado of facing death just now was merely a moment of false courage. Between life and death, there is great terror. Only when truly facing death does one realize the value of life. Moreover, he did not want to hand over the Heavenly Machine sect to Xianqi, that old man with a rebellious nature who would definitely bow to Lin Xiaofan. Since the outcome was this way, then his death would be meaningless. It was better to live on and continue to control the Heavenly Machine sect. Chapter 690, Shocking Secrets. The great calamity of 10,000 years, Xuantian nervously said. Didn't you only have 2 questions? Lin Xiaofan said, I have other questions now. Is that not allowed? Or do you want me to beat you up again? Or should I find someone else to be the sect master? I see that Xianqi has his eye on the position of sect master. Should I ask him? Xuantian was sweating profusely, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, and he muttered, You should ask me. This guy has strength, and doesn't he follow the rules of martial ethics? He is truly not someone to provoke, Lin Xiaofan said. Then let us continue with the previous question. Where is the Creator Emperor? Xuantian shook his head. I don't know. Lin Xiaofan's face darkened. You better think carefully before answering. Xuantian hurriedly said, I really don't know. I'm not deliberately hiding it. Lin Xiaofan didn't believe him. Isn't the Heavenly Machine sect known for knowing everything? Is there really something you don't know? Xuantian bitterly smiled. How could we really know everything? That existence has never been seen by anyone. It is said to cultivate on a planet called the Origin Emperor Star, but the Origin Emperor Star is constantly moving, and there is no accurate location. So we cannot know where it is. Chapter 691. The meeting of the 3 emperors in the Demon Wolf domain at the top of the soul-severing cliff. The space buzzed, sending ripples through the air, and 3 figures appeared simultaneously. The 3 of them had magnificent auras, gazing at each other, their eyes shining with divine light, radiating immense power, as if they were the rulers of heaven and earth, with overwhelming energy and endless divine majesty. These 3 were the 3 emperors of the current age, renowned throughout the world, and had shocked the greedy wolf star domain for thousands of years, their appearances rarely seen. The heavenly evil emperor, Huang Xuanji, the Xuantian emperor, Di Tianxian, the heavenly absolute emperor, Yi Yuling. They have arrived. The Xuantian emperor exhaled, shaking the heavens and the earth, his voice booming yet silent. Only the 3 could hear. The heavenly absolute emperor's eyes sparkled, captivating the heart, and he coldly said, Speak quickly. I still need to go to the Tsang Wolf domain. The heavenly evil emperor had an indifferent expression, like 1,000-year-old ice, and said coldly, I also want to go. The Xuantian emperor said, I know you want to trouble Lin Xiaofan, but now is not the right time. The Origin Emperor star has appeared, and we don't know what will happen. The great calamity may come early, and internal strife is truly inadvisable. The heavenly absolute emperor sneered. Internal strife? You think too highly of Lin Xiaofan. A rival at the same level is called internal strife. To deal with that young brat, I only need one move. How could there be any talk of internal strife? Chapter 692. The Battle of the Emperors. Lin Xiaofan. The Xuantian Emperor was taken aback. The heavenly evil emperor and the heavenly absolute emperor also changed their expressions. The three emperors met, isolating the space and closing off all directions no one could approach. Yet Lin Xiaofan was able to silently intrude. Just this fact was enough to make the three take him seriously. You are Lin Xiaofan? The heavenly absolute emperor looked Lin Xiaofan up and down, his face clouded with gloom. Lin Xiaofan smiled. That's right. I heard that the three emperors were secretly meeting to plot against me. So I came uninvited. You want to mind, will you? The heavenly absolute emperor coldly snorted. I was just about to find you. I didn't expect you to come yourself. Are you in such a hurry to seek death? Lin Xiaofan, looking calm, said, Heavenly absolute emperor, I heard what you just said. Didn't you say killing me is like slaughtering a dog? Why haven't you made a move yet? The heavenly absolute emperor said, The moment you appeared here, you were already a dead man. I haven't made a move because you possess something I want. If you willingly hand it over, I can let you die quickly. Lin Xiaofan asked, The heaven and earth mountain? The heavenly absolute emperor replied, And the heaven and earth fruit. Lin Xiaofan said, So far, everyone who has tried to snatch the heaven and earth mountain and heaven and earth fruit from me has died. Chapter 693. Punching the emperor's artifact, you damn bastard. I will crush you to dust. The heavenly absolute emperor roared at the sky, disregarding the blood still gushing from his right arm. He waved his hands repeatedly, unleashing countless fist shadows that howled out like meteors, crashing down upon Lin Xiaofan in overwhelming force. The strongest attack technique of the heavenly absolute sect. The Great Destruction Star Fist. The heavenly absolute emperor exerted himself fully, his power surpassing that of the ancient emperor by countless times. The entire heaven and earth trembled and hummed, as if unable to bear the might of the Star Fist, quaking in fear. The Xuantian Emperor exclaimed, What a move! The Great Destruction Star Fist. The heavenly evil emperor laughed and said, The heavenly absolute has perfected this technique. The only ones in the world who can withstand this punch are probably just you and me. Before he could finish his words, the smile on the heavenly evil emperor's face froze. Boom! Lin Xiaofan threw a punch, and a golden beam of light shot forth, rampaging forward, crushing everything in its path. As if breaking through bamboo, shattering countless fist shadows along the way. The power was extreme, one punch breaking through thousands. What? The heavenly absolute emperor's face changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but the golden light was too fast, crashing into him in an instant. Bang! The heavenly absolute emperor's body exploded into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Xuantian Emperor. Chapter 694. Strong Kill Emperor. It's impossible to stop. I said I would blow it up, and I will. Lin Xiaofan did not halt. Instead, he punched even faster and more urgently, his arms leaving afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of attacks came like a torrential storm, numbing the heavenly absolute emperor's arms. In a clash of strong, once the initiative was lost, it was hard to turn the tide back, and he was in such a position now. Lin Xiaofan's attacks were relentless, one punch following another, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. He couldn't even resist and could only endure the beating passively. The heavenly absolute emperor could feel that the Xuantian axe was nearing its limit. Seeing Lin Xiaofan unwilling to relent, he was anxious. If the Xuantian axe was shattered, his combat power would be reduced by at least half, a loss he could not bear. Moreover, without the Xuantian axe, how could he withstand Lin Xiaofan's ferocious attacks? Tian Xia. Xuantian, are you not going to make a move? What are you waiting for? The heavenly absolute emperor realized the danger and, disregarding his pride, hurriedly called for help. The heavenly evil emperor and the Xuantian emperor had long had this intention. They separated to the left and right, slowly closing in. Heavenly absolute emperor. Are you afraid? The last punch. Explode for me. Lin Xiaofan shouted, the indestructible golden body operating at its peak, all his bones vibrating in unison, gathering strength in his right arm, and heavily smashing a punch onto the Xuantian axe. Chapter 695. Devouring Heaven Demon Cauldron. It was just a misunderstanding. Let's not bring it up again. The Xuantian Emperor forced a smile, saying he didn't want revenge was certainly false. But Lin Xiaofan was too strong. He believed he could defeat the heavenly absolute, but killing him was absolutely impossible. In other words, he likely couldn't beat Lin Xiaofan. And knowing he couldn't win, yet still seeking revenge, was tantamount to seeking death. Lin Xiaofan was surprised. I killed your woman. Don't you want revenge? The Xuantian Emperor thought, is this kid missing a few screws? Why bring up that which should not be mentioned? Such matters were understood between them. There was no need to state it explicitly. Saying he wanted revenge, but couldn't win. Saying he wouldn't take revenge, yet appearing heartless. How could he respond to that? The Xuantian Emperor's face darkened, filled with anger, but having no outlet. He could only awkwardly stand in place. The heavenly evil emperor lightly coughed, trying to mediate. As the saying goes, one does not know a friend without a fight. At our level, there are no absolute enemies. Our goals are the same. We all aim to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and ultimately attain great freedom. So we should cooperate with each other. As long as we can take that step, those little grievances are mere trifles and not worth mentioning. Chapter 696, 1 against 2, independently battling two emperors. Lin Xiaofan was certainly not dead. He remained silent because he was resisting the devouring power of the devouring heaven demon cauldron. The cauldron appeared small, but internally it formed its own space, more than enough to contain one person. The entire space inside the cauldron was filled with black light, each beam of black light containing powerful, devouring force. The moment Lin Xiaofan entered the cauldron, all his clothes turned to ashes, leaving him exposed to the black light, feeling his body being constantly torn apart by the devouring power. If it weren't for the indestructible golden body being strong enough, he would have been reduced to dust and swallowed by the black light by now. Lin Xiaofan surveyed the walls of the cauldron, finding them uneven and covered with dense patterns. He pressed his hand against them, but as soon as he exerted force, those patterns lit up with black light, completely devouring his strength. He then tentatively threw a punch, but it felt like hitting a mound of cotton, offering no resistance, and ultimately only caused the cauldron to lightly vibrate. Indeed, as the heavenly evil emperor had said, the devouring heaven demon cauldron could absorb and dissolve the force of attacks. However, his previous punch did cause the cauldron to tremble. Although the extent was minor, it indeed moved. What does this mean? It means that the devouring heaven demon cauldron cannot absorb all attacks. A portion of the power acted upon the cauldron itself. Chapter 697, One punch for each emperor's realm. Tian Xie. Xuantian, is this all you can do? If it's only this much, then you're dead today. Lin Xiaofan stood proudly in the sky, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. The spectators watching from afar, gazing at that domineering and invincible figure, felt their hearts racing in shock, speechless. Damn it! How could this be? The heavenly evil emperor and the Xuantian emperor burst forth from the ground, flying straight into the sky. Both had blood holes that pierced through their chests, blood pouring out, looking utterly tragic. The Xuantian emperor sternly shouted, Lin Xiaofan, you shut up. Lin Xiaofan moved closer, delivering a punch to the Xuantian emperor. Bang! The Xuantian emperor's body exploded, turning into a rain of blood that scattered across the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Xuantian emperor was the most senior emperor of the present age, having lived for over 10,000 years, strong and invincible, with no defeats in his life. Yet he was effortlessly blown apart by Lin Xiaofan with a single punch. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. Lin Xiaofan was too terrifying. The heavenly evil emperor was also taken aback. He pointed at Lin Xiaofan, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. You shut up too. Lin Xiaofan completely denied the heavenly evil emperor the chance to speak, vanishing into thin air and appearing right in front of the heavenly evil emperor, landing a punch squarely on his head. Chapter 698, The Heavenly Eye Appears, Annihilating Pupil Light. It's you. Lin Xiaofan's heart shook. He sensed a familiar aura, identical to that of the figure behind the gate of life. No need to say more. The owner behind that giant eye must be the terrifying existence that reached the peak alone, suppressing the world and blocking the path of breakthrough to the creation realm. Who is this person? How can there be such a big eye? So terrifying. The nearby warriors of the demon wolf domain were in an uproar. Everyone who saw that astonishing giant, I felt a chilling fear deep in their bones, sensing that great terror was about to descend. Some timid martial artists realized the danger and turned to run, wanting to quickly escape the gaze of that giant eye. A group of ants in the world should be exterminated upon seeing my heavenly eye. That grand voice resounded again, and the heavenly eye in the sky quickly closed and then opened. In that moment of closing and opening, the originally pitch-black pupil turned blood red, reflecting all things in heaven and earth, with thousands of martial artists below, all captured within. Annihilation gaze. With a thunderous shout, countless beams of blood light shot out from that blood-red pupil, cascading down to the earth. Some martial artists who were closer were the first to be struck by the annihilation gaze, instantly turning to ashes without leaving a trace. Chapter 699. The Original Emperor's Star? Earth? Lin Xiaofan had not yet thought of a way when he suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation. The void ahead twisted like rolling waves, and a blue planet slowly appeared. Is this the Original Emperor's Star? The first thought that crossed Lin Xiaofan's mind was the Original Emperor's Star, and he couldn't help but become vigilant. He transformed into countless particles, remaining completely still. According to Xuantian Han, that being in the creation realm was on the Original Emperor's Star. He didn't know if it was true or not. If the person Xuantian Han spoke of was the primordial and they returned, could it be that they discovered they were not dead? If that were the case, it would be very troublesome. Lin Xiaofan quietly hid in the endless starry sky, sensing the movements of that planet. The planet merely rotated and floated slowly, showing no abnormalities, as if it was just passing by. Its surface was mostly a deep blue, dreamlike and beautiful to the point of taking one's breath away. With Lin Xiaofan's powerful perception, he could even see the layout of the oceans and land. That scene was so familiar, stirring vague memories buried deep in his mind. Strange, why does it look so much like Earth? Lin Xiaofan was genuinely taken aback. How could Earth be here? This was clearly impossible. Lin Xiaofan's current state made his perception a bit unclear, and he could not fully confirm that it was the Earth from his memories. He needed to see it with his own eyes. Just a glance would suffice. Chapter 700. The Secrets of Heaven and Earth. The truth of the world. Lin Xiaofan was silent for a moment and asked, Jimmy, do you have a way to help me restore my physical body? Jimmy replied, I can help you, but it will consume my source power. I am already on the verge of death. If I consume too much, I won't have much time left. Lin Xiaofan understood the implication. What are your conditions? Just say it. Jimmy said, one day in the future, after you step into the creation realm, you must put a trace of my soul imprint into your small universe to help me reincarnate. Lin Xiaofan's heart trembled. You want to live again? But I don't know the method of reincarnation. Jimmy said, you don't know it now, but after you step into the creation realm, you will naturally understand. Lin Xiaofan asked, are you so confident that I will definitely enter the creation realm? Jimmy replied, you are a peerless genius that I have nurtured step by step. There is no obstacle to entering the creation realm. It's just a matter of time. Lin Xiaofan said unhappily, so you have been plotting from the very beginning. I am just a pawn for your reincarnation. Jimmy replied, I do not deny this. This is a game I've set up, and the ultimate goal is to reincarnate and live again. Chapter 701. Open and honest, the origin of the system. Jimmy said, rest assured, after all, I was once in existence of the same level as that being, and temporarily shielding the heavenly secrets is not a problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stay in this space with you for so long without being discovered. Lin Xiaofan pondered for a moment and said, I have a way to go to the Original Emperor's Star, and I can also do as you said, but I don't want to follow you to confront that being without knowing anything. I want clarity. I want to know the truth. Jimmy asked, what truth do you want to know? Lin Xiaofan replied, I want to know your grievances with that being, how you ended up here and everything. Jimmy said, if you want to know, I will tell you. In fact, I have no grievances with that being. We simply took different paths and naturally became enemies. Do you know what the creation realm is? It is not just about having a sufficiently large, small universe to enter the creation realm. It is about mastering one's own laws. I am cultivating the Jimmy small universe, comprehending the devouring law, devouring all things in the world to strengthen myself. That being is cultivating the life small universe, comprehending the life law. The more living beings born within his small universe, the stronger he becomes. Chapter 702. The Secrets of the Original Emperor Star. So why can divine powers also be enhanced? This doesn't seem related to energy, right? Jimmy replied, your divine powers can be enhanced, and it indeed has nothing to do with energy. In fact, I forcefully instilled my understanding of divine powers into your mind, allowing you to have an epiphany. Lin Xiaofan said, The methods of a creation realm powerhouse are truly unfathomable. Lin Xiaofan asked, but the experience points consumed to enhance divine powers are not correct. Where did the energy I consume go? Jimmy replied, unhappily, I'm about to die. Absorbing a little energy to keep half my life going, is that not acceptable? Lin Xiaofan said, didn't you just say that if you absorb energy, that being would notice? Jimmy retorted, absorbing just a little energy won't be enough to be detected. What are you worried about? Are you afraid I'll absorb the hundreds of billions of energy from you? Lin Xiaofan felt a bit awkward. He was indeed a little worried. But the other party had helped him so much that he shouldn't think of them with a narrow mind. He quickly changed the topic and asked, last question, why is the original Emperor's star so similar to Earth? Jimmy explained, that being was born on Earth, so he created a planet similar to Earth within his small universe. However, it was not out of sentimentality or nostalgia, but to further strengthen his life laws. Chapter 703. The threat from the super sect in the following days. The events that occurred in the Demon Wolf domain finally came to light, and the news spread rapidly through the communication stones, reaching all corners of the world within days. Such shocking news shook the 9 domains, and the entire Greedy Wolf Star was in an uproar. Upon hearing the news, everyone was initially incredulous, thinking someone was joking. The situation was just too absurd. As the news further fermented, various major powers confirmed the truth through their own channels. Thus, Greedy Wolf Star's 9 domains exploded. In the Demon Wolf domain, the heavenly evil palace was shrouded in gloom, with disciples inside feeling anxious. The palace master, heavenly evil, true monarch, and the supreme elder, heavenly evil emperor, had fallen, which was tantamount to a collapse of faith for the heavenly evil palace. The pillar that supported them had fallen. The sky has collapsed. Damn it. Why did that bastard have to be so ruthless? That damned killing maniac. What benefit does killing the palace master and supreme elder bring him? Without the emperor to oversee it, how can the heavenly evil palace intimidate the 9 domains? Is heaven trying to destroy my heavenly evil palace? Shut up. The heavenly evil palace has a heritage of over 10,000 years and deep roots. How could it simply perish? Exactly. Don't forget, the Xuantian Emperor and the heavenly absolute emperor are also dead. There are no emperors in the upper 3 domains, but our heavenly evil palace remains a top sect. Chapter 704. Is this borrowing? It's simply robbery. The scene that unfolded in the heavenly evil palace also played out in the Xuantian sect and the Tinjue sect. The super sect sent messages to the 3 major sects, extorting 100 million Xian crystal stones from each sect. This news spread, and the already tumultuous situation in the Greedy Wolf Star's 9 regions, due to the fall of the 3 emperors and the emergence of the Heavenly Eye, was stirred up once again. The hearts of the major sects were unsettled. Some were angry at the super sect's tyrannical behavior, while others enjoyed the spectacle and reveled in the misfortune. However, those who were merely watching soon found themselves unable to laugh, as the super sect also sent messages to those sections. Although not all, most sects received it. But the content of the message was slightly different from that of the 3 major sections. In the Xian Wolf domain, the Zhengqi sect, also a prestigious sect, could only be suppressed by the Xuantian sect. However, that was in the past. The situation was completely different now. In the main hall of the sect, Zhengqi sect's leader, the heavenly ranking powerhouse Nangong Ao Ju, sat at the head of the table, embodying the name of the sect with a majestic and righteous aura, displaying the dignity of a strong being in the transformation realm. To Nangong Ao Ju's right sat an elderly man with half-white hair, the supreme elder of the Zhengqi sect. Jun Buxiong, a half-step transformation realm powerhouse. Leader. The emperor and transformation realm powerhouses of the Xuantian sect have all fallen, and their strength has plummeted. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The rise of the Zhengqi sect is just around the corner. Chapter 705. The 10 Absolute Concealment Disc. The super sect was not only borrowing Xian crystal stones from the Zhengqi sect. Many sects and powers in the Greedy Wolf Star's 9 regions received similar messages, with the only difference being the amounts borrowed. Stronger sects borrowed more, while weaker sects borrowed less. In any case, the quantity would not exceed what the sect could bear, but it would definitely be painful. Is this really borrowing? No fool would believe it. If they truly lent it out, it would surely be a one-way trip. But what if they didn't lend it? What if Lin Xiaofan came knocking? He is now the veritable #1 in the world. Who would dare to offend him? The super sect's actions were nothing short of a threat. Such behavior was simply outrageous. Thus, various powers in the 9 regions began to publicly denounce the super sect. With widespread condemnation, many forces formed alliances to prepare to resist the super sect's plundering behavior. Even the Tianji Gate in the Demon Wolf domain suffered collateral damage, becoming the target of hostility and insults from various powers. Simply because the news of the super sect borrowing Xian crystal stones was transmitted to all major sects through the Tianji Gate. Only the Tianji Gate had the ability to contact all major sects across the 9 regions. Chapter 706, A Grand Goal of 1. 7 billion Lin Xiaofan said. Then it settled. After I leave this realm, you will give me the 10 absolute concealment disc. Jimmy didn't want to speak anymore. When did he agree? This kid really has thick skin, daring to ask for a divine artifact. Seeing Jimmy silent, Lin Xiaofan continued. Can your divine artifact directly kill the primordial? Jimmy replied. It can, but in my current state, I can barely use it to confuse the heavenly secrets. Using it to kill would be beyond my reach. Lin Xiaofan said. So, you get it to me, and I'll use it to slay the primordial. Jimmy replied. Don't even think about it. Only a creator realm being can activate a divine artifact. The 10 absolute concealment disc in your hands would just be a pile of scrap iron. Moreover, even if you break through to the creator realm now, it would take at least a year and a half to refine it. We only have a month, and there's simply not enough time. Additionally, the primordial is immortal in this realm. Even if killed, he can resurrect immediately. In the brief moments after his death, I need to use the 10 absolute concealment disc to obscure the heavenly secrets and prevent him from noticing. Besides that, I also need to activate the 10 absolute concealment disc before the primordial revives, amidst the chaos of the heavenly rules, to instantly bring you to the boundary of this mini-universe and then break through. Chapter 707, Guardian Beast of the Sect. Demon Dragon Mount Lin Xiaofan said. Why do you say that? As long as there are enough Xian crystal stones, and with the help of your devouring laws to absorb them, can't we surpass that existence? Jimmy replied. It seems there is something you haven't realized. This realm is that existence's mini-universe. Everything here is derived from that existence's life laws, including the Xian crystal stones you value. In other words, Xian crystal stones are merely one of the countless derivatives of life laws. Even if you devour all the Xian crystal stones in this realm, what good would it do? You still cannot contend with the power of that existence's laws. Lin Xiaofan's heart shook, as if struck by lightning, leaving him numb. So the Xian crystal stones were just derivatives of the laws, no matter how much he absorbed. He could never surpass the master of the laws. What to do now? Lin Xiaofan's voice trembled slightly, and his heart sank. He once thought that as long as he kept absorbing Xian crystal stones, he could surpass that existence, but now he realized that was wrong. Since he couldn't defeat the enemy no matter what was the point of trying? His desperate plundering of Xian crystal stones was nothing but a joke. This sudden and heavy blow nearly caused Lin Xiaofan to lose confidence, as he felt the path ahead was filled with darkness. Chapter 708, Under Everyone's Attention. Weighing down the heavenly evil palace, Lin Xiaofan rode on the purple-flamed demon dragon, flying a distance, with dragon roars echoing, exuding an impressive aura. Riding a dragon through the skies was arrogant and flashy, attracting countless gazes. That feeling, how refreshing it was. Indeed, it flew steadily. You were born to be a mount. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but praise. The purple-flamed demon dragon let out an unhappy roar, its sound waves rolling, causing the clouds to retreat, its might astonishing. It felt humiliated, but having been frightened earlier, it dared not say anything and could only lower its head and fly quickly. Stop! Lin Xiaofan had satisfied his thrill. The novelty wore off, and he felt it was just okay. The purple-flamed demon dragon stopped abruptly, its massive body floating in the air. Lin Xiaofan said, You're too slow. I'm in a hurry. Shrink down a bit. I'll take you flying. Then why did you call me out? Can't you just go by yourself? The purple-flamed demon dragon protested. It knew Lin Xiaofan had teleportation abilities, which would indeed be much faster for traveling. Lin Xiaofan replied, Of course, it's to bring you to fight. A 12th-tier demon dragon has such deterrent power. Enough talk. Quickly shrink down. I can't carry you this big. The purple-flamed demon dragon dared not resist, quickly shrinking its 1,000-jaw body to about 1 jaw. Chapter 709, A Single Punch Breaking the Formation. Dragon breath burning the heavens, Lin Xiaofan said. Who are you? Little minion, step aside. Who's in charge of the heavenly evil palace now? Step forward and speak. Little minion? This was a disdainful remark. Tuoba Yuanlong's expression darkened as he said, I am Tuoba Yuanlong, the palace master of the heavenly evil palace. You can speak to me about anything. You're the palace master? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. He stared at Tuoba Yuanlong for a long time. His expression strange as he said, the heavenly evil palace is known as the #1 palace in the world. How can a mere chaos dominator like you become the palace master? Has the heavenly evil palace fallen so low that it doesn't even have a transformation realm or even a half-step transformation realm powerhouse? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. The onlookers, watching from a distance, wore strange expressions, wanting to laugh but not daring to. The disciples of the heavenly evil palace were all furious, daring to be angry but unable to voice it. Tuoba Yuanlong's face changed between blue and white, his fists cracking loudly as he clenched them. How could someone in the chaotic master realm not be able to become the palace master? Who did he look down upon? Why had the heavenly evil palace fallen? Wasn't it all caused by this guy in front of him, who even dared to make sarcastic remarks? It was simply outrageous. Tuoba Yuanlong was about to explode with anger, but he didn't dare to act out. He forcibly suppressed his rage and said, Lin Xiaofan, the heavenly evil palace does not welcome you. Please leave. Chapter 710. The effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. How could this be? Tuoba Yuanlong's face turned pale with fear. He had just taken the position of palace master, holding great power, and was in a prime position to showcase his ambitions. Yet he was struck with a heavy blow, even facing the danger of extermination. He truly found it hard to accept this reality. Had he known this would happen, he might as well have sold off the palace and agreed to Lin Xiaofan's extortion of 100 million mysterious crystal stones. Although that would be humiliating, it would have saved the heavenly evil palace and allowed him to maintain his position as palace master. Who said that the heaven's punishment and earth's destruction formation could block the emperor realm? It truly deserved to be killed. It was also his fault for being bewitched. Lin Xiaofan could kill those in the emperor realm, and even if the heaven's punishment and earth's destruction formation could block the emperor realm, it might not be able to stop Lin Xiaofan. Looking at the tragic scene before him, with countless disciples dead and the palace collapsing, the millennium-long heritage was on the brink of destruction. He regretted it. But was there still time to regret now? Lin Xiaofan, I will give you 100 million mysterious crystal stones. Please make your demon dragon stop. Please stop. Tuoba Yuanlong's eyes were about to burst. He finally softened. The battle at the heavenly evil palace shocked the world. Lin Xiaofan rode on the demon dragon, one man and one dragon, forcefully suppressing what was once the #1 palace in the world. Countless disciples of the heavenly evil palace suffered casualties, and the millennium-long heritage nearly perished. Chapter 711. Breaking through the flesh. Laws bestowed. Is this the creation realm? Lin Xiaofan examined his body. The golden light faded, and he looked ordinary, like a mortal. But he could feel a terrifying power hidden within him, sensing that every cell, every drop of blood, possessed endless might. As if he had transcended this world and achieved great freedom. That feeling was indescribable, only to be understood intuitively, not expressible in words. The silence said, your physical body has broken through to the creation realm, and you can be called the creation emperor. However, the path of the physical body cannot create a small universe. From now on, your body is the small universe with the power of laws bestowed upon you. Your physical body is eternal, truly immortal. Laws? Lin Xiaofan seemed to have an epiphany. He felt something stirring deep within him, and he instinctively opened his right hand. Suddenly, a transparent spiral force spun out, and as soon as it appeared, the entire cave shook violently. In an instant, the space trembled, and countless cracks rapidly spread throughout the surrounding void, as if this world could not bear its might and was about to expel it. Buzz! A strange sound suddenly came from above Lin Xiaofan's head, and the 10 absolute covering heaven plate slowly emerged, its faint light illuminating and stabilizing the space, causing the cracks in the void to slowly disappear. Chapter 712. Battling the Primordial. Destiny revealed. Is it you? You're not dead? The voice of the Primordial resounded, rumbling like thunder, filled with shock and disbelief. It's me. Aren't you surprised? Lin Xiaofan pushed off with his feet, causing the seabed to collapse. He shot out like lightning, breaking through layer after layer of waves, and charged straight into the sky, darting towards the eye of heaven. He remembered the silence's words to end the battle quickly. Ant, you are seeking death. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. The cold voice of the primordial echoed through the heavens and the earth. And that enormous eye of heaven instantly turned blood red. Extinction Eye? Shut up. Lin Xiaofan saw that the other party was about to unleash the Extinction Eye light, and hurriedly activated the Void Great Teleportation, instantly closing in on the eye of heaven, and struck a fierce punch towards the blood-red pupil that reflected the world. His physical body had undergone 14 transformations, equivalent to the creation realm, with immense strength. With his full force strike, it was earth-shattering. The entire original Emperor Star trembled with his punch, as if a natural disaster had struck, causing the ground to crack and mountains to collapse. However, he still underestimated the Primordial's spell-casting speed. As the last character of light sounded, the Extinction Eye light shot out, and his golden light fist was immediately engulfed. Chapter 713. Absolute Extinction Finger. Lin Xiaofan traversed the spatial passage and appeared in a pitch-black universe. He looked around and found a vast sky curtain not far away, with no end in sight, boundless and infinite. That was the domain barrier. The silence activated the 10 absolute covering heaven plate to pierce through the void, truly bringing him to the end of this world. Lin Xiaofan did not delay for a moment. He quickly moved closer to the domain barrier and struck it without hesitation. He felt a sense of urgency. The voice he heard earlier was too terrifying, making him feel an unprecedented crisis. He just wanted to leave this world quickly. Buzz. The domain barrier suddenly radiated brilliant light as Lin Xiaofan's punch struck it, like hitting cotton, without any resistance. The silence said, "This domain barrier has the power of laws protecting it. With your current strength, you are not yet able to break through." Lin Xiaofan asked, "Then what should we do?" The silence replied, "Destiny has already discovered us. The situation is extremely unfavorable. He will catch up soon. Quickly take out the Heaven and Earth Mountain, and we will work together to break the domain barrier." Heaven and Earth Mountain? Lin Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively pulled down the Heaven and Earth Mountain hanging around his neck and held it in his palm. This item was originally a creation artifact with unparalleled attack power, but it had been damaged in the battle with Destiny, its rank falling from artifact to imperial weapon, and had been seized by Destiny. Chapitre 714, Artefact Explosion. Jumping out of Heaven and Earth Destiny. Your opponent is me. The silence roared like thunder, and the Heaven and Earth Mountain shook violently, its restrictions unleashed. With countless lightning lights surging forth, coalescing into a lightning sword that struck fiercely at that hand. Boom! The lightning flashed, and the electric light danced. As soon as the lightning sword touched that hand, it exploded violently. However, the hand was entangled with electric light, seemingly experiencing a momentary paralysis, slightly freezing, and the red light at the fingertips dissipated, causing the imminent absolute extinction finger to falter. "Break!" The silence shouted again, and the Heaven and Earth Mountain took advantage of the moment to escape from Destiny's grasp, and with the enhancement of the 10 absolute covering heaven plate, it smashed hard against the domain barrier. Boom! The collision between the Heaven and Earth Mountain and the domain barrier produced a thunderous sound that shook the entire world. Buzz! The domain barrier, under the pressure of the Heaven and Earth Mountain, rapidly stretched outward after reaching its limit. It let out a cracking sound and instantly tore open a large hole. "Go!" The silence shouted. Lin Xiaofan, though reluctant, knew that this was a fleeting opportunity. He glared at that hand one last time and quickly moved to the Heaven and Earth Mountain, escaping through the hole together with it. "Silence! You're already this weak, and you still want to contend with me? You can't escape." Chapter 715. The silence's last resort. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and take action. Lin Xiaofan was a bit anxious. The restrictions of Tiandi Mountain were being eroded by darkness, and it was already a pity that the 10 absolute shielding disc had exploded. He didn't want Tiandi Mountain to be destroyed as well. Jimmy Dao said, "Entering normally won't work. It will be detected by the mandate of heaven. Moreover, my small universe is on the verge of collapse and has long since lost contact with me." Lin Xiaofan said, "So, we have to enter abnormally? Just tell me what to do." Jimmy Dao replied, "After arriving in the dark domain, I can vaguely sense the direction of my small universe." Lin Xiaofan said, "Don't tell me we have to fly over there. The dark domain is boundless. Who knows how far it is? You just said that Tianyi Mountain can only hold for half an hour. We don't have much time. Jimmy Dao said, no need to fly over. I have a secret method that can instantly get us there. However, Lin Xiaofan asked, however what? Jimmy Dao continued, once that secret method is used, my remaining power will be exhausted. Lin Xiaofan fell silent. In Jimmy's current state, exhausting his power meant death, so he couldn't say much. Jimmy continued, at that time, my soul will completely disappear, leaving only a trace of life mark, waiting for reincarnation. After that, everything will depend on you. Chapter 7:16, Mastering the Law of Devouring Jimmy. Are you still there? Lin Xiaofan asked with a hint of expectation. The super sect was gone, and the Nine Heaven Sword sect was also gone. Zilu, blood demon ancestor, and his two avatars, among many familiar faces and people, were all obliterated by the mandate of heaven. If Jimmy also disappeared, he would truly become a solitary person. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of sorrow. His chest felt heavy, and he was somewhat despondent. I am still here. Jimmy's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed. You're not dead? That's great. He looked inward and soon saw a gray light wandering near his dantian, seemingly trying to approach his small universe, but hesitating. That was Jimmy's devouring law. The devouring law gently vibrated, and Jimmy's voice came through. Not good. I'm about to die. Lin Xiaofan. Jimmy said, don't be discouraged. As long as you can defeat the mandate of heaven and devour its life law, you can resurrect the people you want to bring back. Lin Xiaofan's spirits lifted. Really? You can also be resurrected? Jimmy replied, I am different. I am not a native being within the mandate of heaven's small universe. Even if you master its life law, you cannot resurrect me. Chapter 7:17, Fusion of Laws. Power Surge Lin Xiaofan stood on a super giant star with a diameter of 1 billion miles, sensing the surroundings and enveloping the universe. Due to refining the devouring law, his small universe had also given birth to a law, so it directly expanded tenfold, reaching 200 million miles. He could now perceive a range of 200 million miles, but this was far from the limit of this universe. He couldn't even fully sense the supergiant star beneath his feet. So big, Lin Xiaofan gasped. Originally, he could only perceive 200 million miles. But because the devouring law was born in this universe, using it as a bridge, he could roughly fathom the size of this universe. 100 billion miles. This was Jimmy's small universe, which was terrifyingly powerful at its peak. The small universe and the power of the laws complemented each other. The larger the small universe, the stronger the law became, and as the law was enhanced, the small universe would also expand. However, the devouring law left by Jimmy was already at the end of its strength, having little power left. After all, its small universe was about to shatter. How strong could its law power still be? Therefore, the devouring law Lin Xiaofan refined was far less powerful than Jimmy's at its peak. If we measure strength by the size of the small universe, then the power of Jimmy and the mandate of heaven was terrifying to even think about. Chapter 7:18, Great Thousand Worlds, Battle against the mandate of heaven. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's indestructible golden body exhibited a phenomenon. A golden pillar of light burst forth from the top of his head, soaring into the clouds. His entire body shone with golden light, resembling a golden sun illuminating the cosmic starry sky, and it seemed as if he were a deity dominating the heavens and the earth. The physical body broke through. The indestructible golden body entered the 15th transformation. Lin Xiaofan felt incredibly wonderful at this moment. His physical body was infinitely elevated, and although he was within this world, he transcended beyond it. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented strength. Even if the heavens and earth were to be obliterated, this body could endure forever. The small universe expanded to 100 billion miles, and the indestructible golden body reached the 15th transformation, whether it was cultivation or physical body. He had surpassed the creation realm, reaching an unimaginable level. Perhaps this level didn't even have a name, but he knew he had ascended to a higher level. The fusion of two laws and the enhancement of power was not simply a 20-fold increase. The dual cultivation of gas and combat power enhancement was beyond Lin Xiaofan's own understanding. It turned out that the fusion of laws could break the bottleneck of the creation realm and step into a higher and stronger level. No wonder the mandate of heaven had been relentlessly pursuing Jimmy all these years without giving up. Lin Xiaofan's emotions surged, unable to contain himself. The mandate of heaven's attempt to seize the devouring law backfired, allowing him to gain an advantage. Chapter 719. The Battle of Laws, the End and the Beginning. Lin Xiaofan ignored the mandate of heaven's roar, condensing the power law in his right hand, and with a snap, he directly crushed the eye of heaven. The mandate of heaven spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The creation realm's blood splattered across the starry sky, each drop containing immense power. And the surrounding void was pierced with numerous terrifying crimson holes. Is this the life law? Lin Xiaofan's palm emitted a radiant red light, vibrant with life, exuding a rich aura of vitality. Lin Xiaofan, let go of my life law. The mandate of heaven, seemingly mad, charged towards Lin Xiaofan without regard for anything. The law was the strongest divine power of the creation realm, intertwined with the small universe. If it lost its law, the small universe would encounter problems, and the creation realm would perish. That was why the mandate of heaven was so anxious. He now had only one thought, to reclaim the life law. The life law seemed to sense its master's will, wildly flashing and darting, trying to escape. But it was bound and suppressed by the law chains formed by the devouring law and the power law, trapped within a small space. Unable to escape from Lin Xiaofan's palm. Mandate of heaven, I declare you are finished. Lin Xiaofan struck with lightning speed from his left hand, reaching for the mandate of heaven's dantian. The indestructible golden body was immensely powerful. Without the support of the law, the mandate of heaven was simply not his opponent. Chapter 721. Jimmy's Rebirth, Part 1. Years later, on Earth. On a certain road, a horrific car accident occurred. A heavily pregnant woman fell to the ground, blood flowing beneath her. Shrieks and the woman's painful cries mingled together, creating a chaotic scene. Lin Xiaofan happened to pass by, and with a sweep of his perception, he knew that the baby in the woman's belly was already dead. He initially didn't want to intervene, but suddenly his expression changed. Is this a special constitution? A smile appeared on Lin Xiaofan's lips as he locked onto a figure fleeing in panic, and in a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Zhang Ming crossed several streets, nervously entering a luxurious hotel, taking the elevator to the 18th floor, and knocking on a door. Zhang Ming couldn't wait to rush in. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor sat on the sofa, calmly looking at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, still shaken, said, General Yang, I've done as you requested. I hit Yang Ru, and the child can't be saved. General Yang replied coldly, Are you sure? Zhang Ming nodded. I'm sure. She lost a lot of blood. The fetus in her womb is undoubtedly dead. You promised me 2 million. General Yang remained silent, his fingers tapping on the table with a rhythmic sound, creating an invisible intimidation. Zhang Ming suddenly felt a tremendous pressure, his breath becoming heavy. General Yang said, You need to stay at the hospital and see with your own eyes that Yang Ru has had an abortion before I give you the money. Zhang Ming seemed a bit reluctant, wanting to say something, but seeing General Yang's cold expression, which left no room for refusal, he couldn't help but tremble inside. Yes. I'll go right now. You can't go anywhere. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out, startling both of them. Who? General Yang's expression changed drastically as he looked around but saw no one, filled with suspicion. With a soft sound, Lin Xiaofan appeared out of thin air before them. This bizarre scene terrified the two, thinking they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and they turned to run. Come back. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, and the two were instantly sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. Who are you? They were even more frightened, grabbing someone from a distance. This method, which they had only seen on TV, was now right in front of them, leaving them both stunned. Lin Xiaofan said, Who I am doesn't matter. If you don't want to die painfully, just honestly tell me about that car accident. Friend, you're a martial artist, right? Who sent you here? General Yang, knowledgeable about some high society matters, quickly calmed down. No matter how much others offer you, I'll pay double. Lin Xiaofan said, Don't waste my time. Talk about the accident. General Yang replied, 4 times. Since you want to speak, then I'll have to look myself. Lin Xiaofan suddenly reached out, pressing his palm against General Yang's forehead. General Yang screamed in agony, his face twisting in extreme pain, then stiffening, his eyes gradually losing their light, as if he had turned into a wooden statue, motionless. Zhang Ming felt a chill in his heart. In extreme fear, he tried to escape, frantically rushing towards the door of the room. However, Just as his right hand was about to touch the doorknob, his arms suddenly turned to sand, scattering all over the ground. Following that, his body began to turn to sand as well, his flesh and blood rapidly disappearing. No! Zhang Ming screamed in terror. He felt no pain, but watched helplessly as his body turned to sand, a fear no one could bear. Yet, no matter how much he screamed, he could not stop death from arriving. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a living person into a pile of fine sand. Chapter 721 2. Annihilation and Rebirth Part 2. Lin Xiaofan slowly withdrew his hand, and the dazed General Yang also instantly turned to sand, scattering all over the ground. Two living people turned into piles of fine sand in the blink of an eye. Such a terrifying scene, if witnessed by someone, would surely scare them to death. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, and the sand on the ground danced without wind, gathering into a whirlwind that spun wildly, disappearing a portion with every turn, until it was completely obliterated without a trace. He looked up at the window. His pupils reflected the world, and the entire city was in view, with everything nowhere to hide. With a flash, Lin Xiaofan disappeared and reappeared outside a VIP ward in the first hospital. Two tall and imposing bodyguards in black suits stood at the entrance. When they saw Lin Xiaofan approaching, they took a couple of steps forward about to shout, but suddenly froze, like clay statues, unable to move. Lin Xiaofan walked past the two and pushed the door open. Inside the ward were three people, a young couple and an infant. The woman lay on the bed, tightly holding the baby in her arms, crying bitterly. The baby was silent, showing no signs of life, clearly already dead. The man sat by the bed, softly comforting her. Chapter 722 3. Annihilation and Rebirth Part 3. Lin Xiaofan asked the couple to have another child, considering that in the future, Annihilation would leave. And if the Wang family's bloodline was cut off, it would be unfortunate. This was not even a condition. Wang Jingtian and his wife readily agreed. Thus, Lin Xiaofan took a godson, naming him Wang Lin. This name was chosen after discussion between Wang Jingtian and his wife, with a meaning that was self-evident. The dead infant came back to life, causing a stir throughout the hospital. The attending physician, incredulous, checked several times, but found nothing, ultimately leaving it unresolved. A few days later, Wang Jingtian took Yang Ru home from the hospital, back to the Wang family's mansion. Lin Xiaofan also followed and decided to stay. After all, he had nowhere else to go. He wanted to watch Wang Lin grow up, to cultivate a father-son bond, and to let Wang Lin get used to calling him godfather. He wanted to see what expression Annihilation would have when Wang Lin awakened his memories. Wang Jingtian and his wife were deeply grateful to Lin Xiaofan, treating him with the highest regard, and since Lin Xiaofan displayed extraordinary abilities, they also had a hint of flattery. The Wang family was not an ordinary family, but a wealthy and powerful clan with vast fortunes. Upon reaching a certain high position, one would sometimes encounter extraordinary events that ordinary people could not resolve.